Ladies and gentlemen, welcome along to this fixture. Very much welcome you along to the Spitfire Ground in Norwich, Norwich, enjoy today's game, Kent and Worcestershire. Playing over next 4 days, the hours starts at 10:30 and run through until all the way around 6 o'clock. Intervals for luncheon at 12:30 till 1:10, tea 3:10 till 3:40 until organise fixture for Pollard and Adnan. And the news from the middle is that Kent have won the toss and elected to bowl first. If you have picked up your scorecard, I'll just take you through the details within the two sides. Scorecards are available from the club shop at the bottom of the colleague counters, and if you haven't got one as yet, Kent Cricket is now a Canterbury venue. The payment for scorecards will need to be by card only. The Kent side is as follows: Zach Crawley, captains the side, Jordan Cox, Joe Denley, Jack Leading, Ollie Robinson, Darren Stevens, Grant Stewart, Matt Milnes, Nathan Gilchrist, James Logan, and Marcus O'Riordan. The Worcestershire side is as the scorecard: Daryl Mitchell, Jake Libby, Tom Bell, Jack Haynes, Brett Gosmura, Ben Barnard, Ben Cox, Joe Leach, captain, Josh Baker, Dylan Pennington, and Adam. And a reminder, Kent have won the toss and elected to bowl first.
Yeah, good idea. I'm going to hit down there. See you in a minute.
Good morning from Canterbury, just briefly testing the line before we get our commentary up and running at the earlier start time of 10:30. Hope you're all primed and ready. Kent have won the toss and elected to field first on day one against Worcestershire. Bring you the team news, and we'll get up and running with the commentary in a moment. Myself, Ben Watts, we've got Frank Watson from BBC Hereford and Worcester, and we've got the Kent Women's coach Dave Hathrow with us for this morning session as well. So we'll be with you in a moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, playing is underway imminently. And the county championships official title partner, LG General Insurance, ranks 40 cricket. To find out more and for with a chance to win tickets to test matches, follow LB Cricket on Instagram, Facebook or Twitter to be the first to know. Kent Cricket would like to acknowledge our principals and key partners. Black Oak Travel, our major sponsor of the county championship team. WWE Party, major sponsor of the Royal Rumble Cup team. Shepherd Neame, our official beer supplier. Umpires for this fixture making their way out to the middle for Pollard and Hassan Adnan. And the Kent side taking to the field, led by captain Zach Crawley. And the two openers for Worcestershire, Darren Mitchell and Jake Libby.
Good morning from a sunny Canterbury. It's day one of Kent against Worcestershire in the county championship. Kent have won the toss and they are out in the field, ready to have a bowl. Zach Crawley captaining the Kent side for this game. No Sam Billings, he's away with the England squad. As wicket-keeping cover for Johnny Bairstow, and was on a subfielder, I think, at the Oval yesterday for a time being. And so Crawley is the Kent skipper, currently a second slip. Matt Milne's getting ready to open the bowling from the Nackington Road end, with Mitchell and Libby at the crease, ready to open the Worcestershire innings. I'm Ben Watts. We have Frank Watson from BBC Hereford and Worcester with us this morning, and very shortly we'll get Kent head coach Dave Hathrill on the mic as well, who's going to be doing some co-commentary for us and some summarising. An earlier start time of 10:30, of course. Now we're in September, so Matt Milne's in to bowl the first ball of the day. Cut away off the back foot by Mitchell out towards backward of point, which looks like James Logan. Kent making one change for this game. Like I mentioned a moment ago, no Sam Billings, so Marcus O'Riordan comes into the team. It was originally expected that would be Daniel Bell-Drummond, who was down on the squad as being the captain and coming into the group for this one, but Kent opting to go with O'Riordan, who is currently at fourth slip. They've got Jordan Cox, Crawley, Leaning and O'Riordan in a four-man slip cordon, as this one's just tucked away off the hip. And the first runs of the morning for Mitchell. Matt Milne's just straying his line onto the leg stump and clipped away, or racing down towards the rope. Decent amount of spectators in so far this morning. I had to queue to get my car into the ground earlier on and abandoned it for half an hour somewhere where I came and set up, just because it was taking so long to get through the queue. So lots of spectators in. Update on the way for BBC Radio Kent, DAB and FM. Milne's bowling again. Left alone. Morning, Andy. Yes, Kent did actually finally get a first win in the county championship season last week against Leicestershire, having had 3 defeats and 7 draws in their opening group game. It meant that they've been put into the third section for this final stage of the season, but arguably the best availability really that Kent have had all season long for that game at Grace Road. They've made one change to the side for this one, with Sam Billings away with the England test squad. So Zach Crawley actually captains the side rather than Daniel Bell-Drummond, who hasn't been selected. Matt Milne's bowling at the moment to Mitchell, who's just defended into the offside. So it's Marcus O'Riordan who comes into the Kent team. Crawley winning the toss. Kent choosing to field first, maybe because we've got a slightly early September start, 10:30. So a little bit of early morning dew, perhaps. Maybe Kent thinking that this is the time to be bowling in this match. We've got Mitchell and Libby opening the batting for Worcestershire. They're currently 4 without loss after the first 4 balls of play. Commentary continues online via the BBC Sport app and website. Here comes Matt Milnes once again. All edged and pouched by Jordan Cox at first slip, and a wicket in the opening over for Matt Milnes and for Kent Cricket. And it's Mitchell who's on his way for 4, just as Frank Watson has joined us in the commentary box. Worcestershire losing their first wicket.
Yeah, good morning everybody. Apologies for the delay in my arrival. A few technical problems getting through to the studio in Worcester, but I'm with you at a bad moment really for Worcestershire and for Daryl Mitchell. Looked a decent delivery, got a little nick. Good catch low down at first slip, I thought. And bad start for Worcestershire, having lost the toss. 4 for 1 in the first over.
Yeah, Matt Milnes having an excellent
been in good form, isn't he, Milnes?
Yeah, excellent week last week. Managed to get career best list A first class figures last week. 6 for at Leicestershire. So getting Kent off to the perfect start here against Worcestershire. Have Tom Fell striding out to the crease to join Jake Libby. I do wonder if that was the thinking behind Kent's decision to bowl first, just that if there is going to be some early assistance for the bowlers, a little bit of early morning dew, 10:30 start. As the day goes on, the sun currently out should perhaps dry the pitch out a touch, and if there is any moisture there, and be better for batting as the day goes on.
Yeah. So good catch by Cox, was it?
Yeah, Cox at first slip. Of course, wicket-keeper by trade, but often finds himself below Sam Billings, who kept wicket last week in the pecking order, as well as Ollie Robinson, who's the regular gloveman for Kent in this format.
Yeah, just apologise again for my late arrival. Might have to nip off and do something for our listeners in Hereford and Worcester, but had problems connecting, but managed to get through in the end. Bright sunshine here at the St Lawrence Ground. First time I've been here for a long time.
It's lovely to have you back, Frank.
It's changed a bit, I must say, but yeah, it looks glorious
BBC
on a lovely Sunday morning.
Yeah, BBC Radio Kent listeners will be familiar with some of your old co-commentators.
Yeah, indeed, yeah.
As Milnes bowls, another beauty. What a delivery that is. First up to Fell, who just hesitated slightly, prodded tentatively forward, and a play and a miss through to the keeper. So Worcestershire 4 for 1 after the opening over. And my former colleague, John Warner and Neil Bell were 2 of my colleagues in the past. Neil Bell in particular, I have very fond memories of dear old Neil, and such a shot when he passed so young. But yeah, the last time I worked here, I actually stayed with Neil and his mum and dad, and we played golf in the morning at Canterbury, and came here for the rest, well, several times during the week. Wonderful times. But I've been looking forward to coming back. It's changed a bit, and I spent a few happy hours in the last week with another former Kent stalwart, who's a former pupil of mine from years gone by, Dean Headley, who was match referee for the game at Worcester against Sussex this week, and had some good chats about his time here at Kent. I do a little podcast, and he came on that with me and talked fondly of his time here at Canterbury. So yeah, I've had a little bit of Kent reminiscence this week. Here's Darren Stevens coming in to bowl his first ball, and he bowls to Jake Libby, who's in good nick. Jake Libby made a move from Notts to Worcestershire, got 100 the other day against Sussex. Just drives this first ball up to mid-off, and there's no run, but he did, as we said, lose his partner in that last over, with Matt Milnes picking up the wicket of Daryl Mitchell. Caught very well low down at first slip by Cox, and Worcestershire in trouble, having lost the toss at 4 for 1. Here's Darren Stevens moving away from us again. He's in, he bowls, and Libby clips this to mid-wicket, and there's no run. It goes without saying that Darren Stevens is enjoying yet another amazing season. It just seems evergreen. Incredible performance, just incredible to those of us and the rest of the country, I think, to watch his performances week in, week out, year in, year out recently, it seems, with bat and ball. In he is again now and bowls. Right arm over the wicket. Libby is forward, pushing up to mid-on. No great pace to Stevens, but even now, even from here in this first over, you just get the sense there's a little bit of wobble, don't you? A little bit of movement in the morning sunshine. It's quite humid, isn't it? And I think it'll do a bit in this first hour or two, which is probably why Kent, having won the toss, chose to bowl, I beg your pardon. Stevens again turns, number 3 on his back as he moves in and bowls full of length to Libby, who gets his first run, just tucking this one away through mid-wicket for a single.
And that takes Worcestershire to 5 for 1. The man out Mitchell, caught by Cox at slip, as we said, off the bowling of the in-form Matt Milnes for 4. And Tom Fell, who's not been in the best of nick, comes on to strike. Struggling a little bit for consistency, Tom Fell. He's one of those players who always looks good. He's an elegant player, and you know, he's incapable of playing ugly shots, but he's just struggled for consistency. Here's Stevens in, bowls to him. Fell is forward, pushing back to the bowler, who does the fielding. Glorious morning. We're expecting a little bit of an Indian summer, aren't we, in the next week or two? And it's about time, having
So I don't think we've had much of a
shivered
summer,
through the
have we?
last
Yeah.
game. Yeah, absolutely. But it is absolutely glorious here at Canterbury this morning. And with the sun where it is just at the moment, we're in a bit of a greenhouse situation here. Got a sweat on here, haven't we?
It's warm up here.
Stevens is in and bowls, and Fell pushes out on the offside. The end of a very tidy first over from Darren Stevens, and Worcestershire at the end of it after 2 overs, having lost the toss, with an unchanged side after the win against Sussex the other day, are 5 for 1.
Might get a little bit of a suntan up here in the box in these early stages. Frank's just going to do a little update for BBC Hereford and Worcester, so we'll use the opportunity to get Dave Hathrill, Kent Women head coach, on the mic. I know we've only got you for the morning session, Dave, so get you right into the thick of the action, but Kent will be very pleased with their start, won't they?
Yeah, morning Ben, and yeah, so sitting back watching from the back of the box there, it's a bit more exciting than we first thought, potentially for the first over of the game to create a chance like that.
Matt Milnes then continuing from the Nackington Road end, 4 slips, as this one's just prodded away by Libby out into the leg side.
What's probably most impressive about that catch is obviously Zach Crawley's at second slip and he's gone full length to his left. So Cox had that to contend with, actually. Probably covered quite a bit of his ground there as he was about to take it, but now really good catch.
Yeah, it certainly was, wasn't it? Low down as well. It didn't, well, it almost didn't carry through to first slip, Jordan Cox. They make it look very easy, these slip fielders, don't they? As Milnes is in, pushed away by Libby, again up towards mid-on.
It's a concentration that impresses me, because you think the amount of times they don't have anything to do, and they've got, there's that one moment in the game where they've just got to be ready, and in many ways it's probably quite nice to have it that early on, because they've just taken a few catches this morning and kind of carries into the game.
Yeah, like you say, when you're doing your slip fielding drill pre-game, balls are coming at you thick and fast, aren't they? So, but compare that to the actual game, it's that one moment, it's that one suddenly you need to snap into concentration and take the catch. This one's a full delivery once again, straight from Milnes, on rinse and repeat at the moment, as this one's sort of push drive defensive stroke up towards Grant Stewart at a wide-ish mid-on. Worcestershire 5 for 1 with the early dismissal of Mitchell caught first slip.
You're right about the heat though, because I came stacked today. I got my jumper on, I've got my body warmer, but I thought actually.
So the morning session is the place to come to this commentary box if you want a little bit of warmth. As this one off the back foot, Libby pushing away out into the offside. The sun kind of moves around as the day goes on, and it gets a little bit chillier. We don't get quite the sunshine, but yeah, this is actually the first 4-day game all season long that we've been back in our regular commentary position. We've had a bit of a holiday in the Underwood and Knott stand, which has now got spectators in those lovely red and comfortable seats, I must say. It's like being in the cinema, seeing in that stand. Lovely open view of the ground as well, with the, well, no windows, so you can watch as this one is, again, a lovely full delivery from Matt Milnes, and Libby just offering the bat at it, but it beats him on the outside edge through to the wicket-keeper.
What's impressed me the most this morning is seeing how, I can't remember too many leaves in both Stevens and Milnes' first overs, and I think one of the messages from Kent would have been try and make them play as much as you can early on, and that's certainly been the case in first 17 balls in the morning.
Been right on the button, these bowlers. Just what captain Zach Crawley would have wanted, having won the toss and chosen to field, as this one is clipped away out towards Darren Stevens at long leg, so just slightly straying onto the hip there, Matt Milnes. His figures so far, 2 overs, 1 for 5, and Stevens bowling a single over for a maiden. Lovely. So we're going to switch up in the commentary box. Going to get Frank Watson back on. He's going to stay on to commentate, and he'll have Dave Hathrow with him.
And here is Darren Stevens in to bowl to Jake Libby, who pushes that one back up to mid on. There's no run. We still call this the pavilion end. I know the other one's a Nackington Road end, yeah. Memory serves. And Stevens operating from this pavilion end in his second over. He's conceded 1 run so far. Turns now and moves in and bowls to Libby, and Libby drives on the offside. Diving stop at cover and no run. They set off for one but went back. I think Fell sent him back. I'm liking this from Darren Stevens. I don't know what you think, Dave, but it just, I mean, for that one, for example, Libby picked his bat up and thought, oh yeah, it's there to drive, and then he realised he just had to check it because it wasn't quite as full as he thought, and it's just that little bit of deception in Stevens' bowling which is so crucial. He's in again now, bowls, and this one a little bit shorter of a length, and Libby just steers it away on the offside. Quite an old-fashioned bowler, isn't he, in some ways?
Yeah, I felt what I quite enjoy about sort of Darren Stevens when you're watching the batsman. This year we've seen how many ways people are trying to bowl.
Yeah.
And actually it says a lot about how he's bowled it, but no one's really found the
Yeah.
way on about. Looks like Libby's batting outside his crease from here, and maybe looking to try and get to it and negate the swing, but
Here is Stevens again. He bowls and Libby edges this one. Didn't carry. Played it with nice soft hands, but it was a full shot. Darren Stevens stands with his hands on his hips at the end of his follow through, a little bit cheesed off. That one didn't carry to second slip. It dropped well short, but a moral victory for the batsman. Yeah.
Yeah, he played it well. I think what we noticed is where Libby is batting outside his crease, I think Stevens started off quite full.
Yeah.
And he's realised now where Libby's going to start, and he's looking to move towards him, and he's just drawn his length back a touch. And
yeah. It's a good little contest, isn't it? In comes Stevens now, bowls, and Libby lets that one go outside the off stump. I interviewed Jake Libby after his 100 against Sussex the other day, and I said, you know, looking forward to the Canterbury game. I said, you know, there's a young chap down there called Stevens, still going quite well. And Jake said it's always a real pleasure and a privilege to play against him. He's one of those guys, Jake Libby, seems to me, that he really enjoys being a cricketer, you know, appreciates it, and he said it's just a real privilege to play against Darren at the moment. It's a bit of a legend, really. He's becoming that as he bowls outside the off stump, let through by Libby to the keeper, and there's no run on this occasion. So a maiden from Darren Stevens, 2 overs, 1 maiden, no wickets for 1 run. The wicket taker this morning is Matt Milnes, who had Daryl Mitchell caught low down at first slip. Good catch by Cox for 4 in that first over. Worcestershire then, after 4 overs, having lost the toss, 6 for 1.
you can see from this end the hit. There's a bit of a hill, and I think that plays into, so it helps Matt Milnes to be able to bowl from the top end.
Yeah,
seems to be getting it through a little bit quicker this morning. Maybe it's that new ball.
Yeah, he's bowled well. He's been in good nick, hasn't he? Comes in now from the Nackington Road end and beats Fell outside the off stump. Good delivery, like you say, good pace. Possibly difficult to tell from here. I haven't got my live feed going, but a little bit of shape away, I think, from the right-hander on that one. And a good carry through to the keeper.
I was talking to Ben, I was saying what's been so impressive this morning about how Kent have started with the ball is how often they've tried to make the Worcestershire batsmen play. I think I've seen 1 or 2 leaves all morning, which is...
Yeah, it's good, isn't it? Don't waste it.
No.
Win the toss and bowl, don't waste it. Here's Matt Milnes in again from the Nackington Road end bowls. This one he does waste in the sense that Tom Fell is allowed to let that go through outside the off stump. So it's a testing start here for the Worcestershire batsman in the Canterbury sunshine this morning. 10:30 start, and a little bit of movement, little bit of juice on this Canterbury pitch, and so far Milnes and Stevens setting about their task very well. Matt Milnes in again, bowls, and Fell is back to this one, pushes defensively out square on the offside, and there's no run. I was talking about Tom Fell. He's a player that divides opinion a bit at Worcester, I suppose. A lot of people find him quite frustrating in that you know, he averages about 30, just low 30s, and he looks so good, you know. He'll play an innings and get 30 and play 3 or 4 glorious shots, and you think, yeah, he's got everything he needs, and yet he then gets out, you know. He's on the back foot again to this one, pushing up to mid-off. Got a really good 100 last year in the Bob Willis Trophy at Northampton, which won a game for Worcestershire, and many people thought that was kind of like a turning point. You know, he's had serious health issues as well in the past. I mean, it's 5 or 6 years since he's been a regular, since he started and got a regular place. Missed a year through illness, came back, got that 100 last year, and a lot of people thought, you know, that's it, it's turned the corner. But this year again, he's found it difficult to be consistent, really. Waits now as Milnes is in, and he lets that go outside the off stump. And it's a good test from Milnes here, making the batsman play at the moment. And when he is able to leave it foul, you get the impression, Dave, that it's a good decision. You know, it's a good leave. It's not really wide. You've got to know where your off stump is, haven't you? Yeah,
and I think that's probably a good indicator of how set the batsmen are and how in sort of what rhythm they're finding, how their ability to leave early. And he seems to have picked the length quite quickly for the last 2 that he's let go.
Milnes hoping he can force an error of judgment. Bowles, and he played at that one, definitely beat him that one. And I reckon from our position at third man, it's difficult to say for sure, but that looked like a decent leg cutter, didn't it, Dave? That looked as though it went, and was quite testing.
Yeah, got a good amount of lift on it as well, actually.
Yeah,
it's sort of beating above
so
the
far.
bat. Yeah,
good carry on this pitch, it looks like, so far.
I think it's been hard for batsmen this year, though, because of the way this summer's been. It's been, I mean, if we can call it a summer, it's been very stop-start, and I think that it's certainly from the games I've seen, it's certainly benefited the bowlers. So again, for Fell, maybe he's just looking for that. Well, I say first one to get him going, but we're drawing to the end of the summer now.
Here's Stevens into Libby, who covers up, plays defensively off the back foot, out on the offside. Very characteristic Libby shot, that one.
When you look where Libby's made contact with that, and when he finishes his shot, he's some way down the wicket. You could. I mean, it's interesting to see how the sort of success he'll have today. Sort of looking to try and play this way against Stevens.
He's obviously thought about it. He's quite a technician. Stevens in, bowls down the leg side, and Libby might feel he's missed out on that one because it was a rare loose one from Stevens, and he kind of made a late adjustment, sort of flicked at it down the leg side and didn't make contact.
Get a sense that one might have moved a bit because he's come through with a straight bat as though he's trying to hit sort of a wide mid-on, and then
it was late, wasn't
taken it very far down the leg side. So
one of those that also that carried on after it passed the stumps quite a long way, didn't it? As an ex-keeper, I'm aware you can look a bit of a ninny when that happens. That one's back to normal outside the off stump from Stevens and left alone by Libby. I think it's a really a good examination at the moment. I'm a coach like you, Dave, and I'm a traditionalist, and one of the things I've found recently coaching good young players, you know, league cricketers and young county players, is that they're growing up in an age where they haven't learned to leave the moving ball.
No.
And it's quite difficult to coach lads, as Stevens bowls to Libby, who defends. Quite difficult to coach them to leave it when they've grown up only playing cricket where you've got to score off every ball and so on. And increasingly I'm looking at young top order batters in county cricket now, and I watched Ali Orr for Sussex the other day, and he played really well, and one of the things that he did really well was he left the ball well when it was moving.
Yeah.
And it's a kind of forgotten art, I think. But it's very necessary on mornings like this. As Stevens bowls to Libby, who drives, there's a good diving stop at short extra cover by, not sure who that is.
Looks like Marcus O'Riordan.
Marcus O'Riordan, who's come into the side with the one change being necessitated, with Sam Billings going off to join England.
I think talking about sort of playing the moving ball and leaving, it's certainly something that's been lost in recent years.
Yeah, Stevens in, bowls, Libby tucks this one away on the onside to mid-wicket, and it's fielded there by Gilchrist, and there's no run. End of another very tidy over from Darren Stevens, another maiden, 3 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 1, his figures. And Worcestershire continuing to struggle along, are 6 for 1 after 5 overs, after 6 overs, I beg your pardon, having been put in to bat the man out, Darryl Mitchell, caught at slip by Cox off Milnes for 4.
I think getting into that discussion around coaching and the way the game's changed, I think the mentality's changed now. I mean, how many sort of games you see going the 4 or 5 days, it's batters are looking to be positive early on when the ball's new.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's just the way they play, isn't it? Milnes in, bowls, and Fell is forward defensively to this one, pushing out on the offside, and there's no run.
It's a combination of that and like we spoke about already this morning, just the bowling mentality is to try and hit the stumps as often as possible early on, and I think you're looking for to try and, if anything, err on the line of bowling straighter, because, you know, batters are wanting to leave.
Yeah.
So it's those habits really that are starting to be instilled in bowlers, meaning batters are playing more shots because they've got more opportunity to.
Well, here's Matt Milnes with 4 slips waiting. He's in. He bowls to Fell, and Fell is beaten by a good one. That one late. You could tell from here that went quite late. He went back, got in behind it, pushed at it, and then it jagged away and was taken by the keeper. And Milnes, a strangled appeal. He almost thought he'd got a nick on that. Really good delivery. Good testing spell, this, isn't it, at the moment? It really is.
I think Tom Fell's in two minds because we've seen him go back and go forward to a similar length. I think he's starting to try and read the conditions and read the pitch and get settled.
Yeah.
He's sort of searching, and you can see he's looking for something to get him going.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough first hour for the Worcester batters here. As Milnes is in again, bowls, and that's a nice shot by Tom Fell. That is a strong area for him mid-wicket, and he's just clipped this away on the leg side. It's a very good diving stop. Prevents 4. They go through for 3.
Grant Stewart, I think, out there.
Yeah, Grant Stewart diving and sliding and flicking it back, and they get 3. But it's a nice shot from Tom Fell. That's what I mean about Tom Fell. You know, he can play and miss, and then suddenly just plays a lovely little tuck through mid-wicket, elegant, and played it well and off the mark with that shot. And Worcestershire go to 9 for 1, and Jake Libby comes down to this pavilion end to face Milnes for the first time for a while, and he's bowled him, knocked his off stump out. Libby, well, he was late on that. I wouldn't say beaten for pace, but he was certainly late on it. Might have nipped back a bit, and off stump flattened. So Worcestershire in a bit of trouble here, having lost the toss. Jake Libby goes second man out. He's bowled by Matt Milnes, and it's a great start for Kent this morning, having won the toss. Worcestershire are 9 for 2.
Is it in amongst that? Zach Hawley's taken an excellent catch at second slip off the stump, but I think the thing with Libby there, he's faced a lot of Dan Stevens in the last few overs, and I think Tom Fell was obviously not off. Well, he was not off 11, and I think he's faced more of Matt Milnes. So it almost looked like he was beaten for pace because he's been playing Stevens, and it's obviously the difference in. I mean, we spoke about Matt Milnes looking quicker down the hill anyway, but that did suggest there that he was just quite significantly late on the shot, in fact. Yeah,
beaten for pace, not in the sense that, you know, Jake Libby can't cope with Matt Milnes' pace.
No,
that would be ridiculous, but just the change up from what he'd been facing, and it was just through him, wasn't it? He was late. He got his feet moving, and then we've all done it. It's just one of those where you go, whoa, it's gone, and off stump's gone, and great start for Matt Milnes. He's bowled really well. Let's be fair, he's bowled really, really well, but. Worcestershire in a lot of trouble now, I would suggest, at
Milnes just
9 for 2, and Milnes on fire, really, and Stevens giving nothing away at the other end. That's the other thing, you know, there's no pressure release when you get to the other end, so great start. Jack Haynes is the new batsman. Good testing time for Jack Haynes to come in the sense that this is a young man who's, you know, we've got high hopes of. Worcester is a really fine player, and if he's going to move on to the next level, he's going to have to come in and cope with situations like this.
Yeah, I think Kent will be very happy. We're very, very happy with the start. In fact, it's not just the wickets, but it's the where they've put the balls in the area as bowlers. And like you say, Darren Stevens at one end is just getting through his overs quickly and bowling very, very economically. It's allowing Matt Milnes the freedom to attack from the other end. Actually, the partnership that these two have sort of built over the last couple of games has been really impressive. And I'm sure Kent would, looking ahead to next year and the latter end of this year.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. Anyway, here is Milnes from the Nackington Road end. He's in, he bowls. That's a little bit shorter outside the off stump, a little bit wider, and Jack Haynes will be happy that he's able to just allow that one to go through to the keeper. But it's a really good start for the home side here. You know, I heard Ben saying just a few minutes ago about how that was the first win that they'd had for a long time the other day against Leicestershire, and it's kind of you know, it's funny how other people see counties, isn't it? I'll just break off as Milnes comes in and bowls to Haynes, who drives nicely. Square, just behind square on the offside. It won't go for 4, but they will pick up 2. So he's off the mark, and Worcestershire are into double figures. 11 for 2 at the end of that over from Matt Milnes. You know, you always see your side, and you, I don't know, I suppose you look at your own side and you're aware of strengths and weaknesses, and you look at other teams, and I always find that people think more highly of Worcestershire, not more highly of them than I do, but they see the strengths. They say, oh, he's a good bowler and he's a good player. And when I look at Kent, I just can't believe that they haven't won more games. You know, I look at the players on the card and I compare them to other teams, and I just can't believe they haven't won more games. And then you see them this morning win the toss, go out, lovely combination of Milnes and Stevens, and you think, yeah, you know, they really should be winning games more often than they are. But I suppose, you know, if you don't see them all the time, you don't see all the strengths and all the weaknesses.
Nice. Yeah, I completely understand.
Stevens, sorry, I talked over your gap there. Stevens bowls, right. Defended by Fell away on the onside. Darren Stevens, who's been his usual miserly self this morning. Milnes has picked up the 2 wickets, but Stevens has been really miserly from this pavilion end, given the batsman nothing. And it's been an impressive start by the home side after they've won the toss. Perfect, isn't it? Win the toss, have a bowl. Come on, lads, let's get a couple early. And you knock over the big 2, really, Mitchell and Libby. As Stevens is in, Fell leaves alone outside the off stump and through to the wicket keeper. So Kent then making 1 change with Sam Billings going off to the England setup, and he's replaced by O'Riordan. Worcestershire sticking with the same team that won against Sussex the other day. I'm going to have to shoot off and do an update for BBC Hereford and Worcester listeners in a moment. So Ben Watts will be taking over commentary. Here's Stevens in, bowls, and Fell drive square on the offside, no run. And Ben will take over the commentary, and Dave Hathor will be coming back in a minute to do the inter-over summaries. Cracking morning here at Canterbury. The ground's changed a fair bit since I was here. That new development away to the left as we look out from the pavilion. But one of the great cricket grounds in this country, I always think, as Stevens is in, down the leg side to Fell, who looked to turn that away, but it's that one that nips back again. We've seen that a couple of times from Stevens, and it probably just nipped back. Well, it nipped back too much for everybody because it didn't provide a threat, and Fell was unable to get a bat onto it. So, anyway, I'll hand over to Ben now, and Dave will come in to do some summaries.
Thank you very much, Frank. Yeah, there'll be a BBC Radio Kent update in a moment's time, as this one is an outside edge towards third slip, just dropped short of Jack leaning from the edge of Fell's bat. Darren Stevens just left to rue the fact that didn't have a bit of extra carry. Frank Watson will be back with us. He's going to update Hereford and Worcester. Dave Hathor coming back in. Nice little movable feast in the commentary box this morning. I'm quite jealous of the fact that you got the shorts on as well, Dave. This morning session is always a warm one up in the commentary box. Actually sort of sat out in the upper pavilion area. There's a bit more of a breeze as Stevens bowls wide of the off stump, left alone on this occasion by Fell, and a maiden over from Stevens. So Worcestershire, with Kent having removed a couple of men. Matt Quinn just walking past our commentary box, looking like he's loving the sunshine with his shades on, and
it's very comfortable, doesn't he? There.
Yeah, he's got his rucksack on, waving at a couple of the lads on loan from Essex before he's going to make that deal permanent next year. 11 for 2 Worcestershire in the early stages of this one. If you're just joining us on BBC Sport Online, where have you been? We started at 10:30 today. There was one season where I completely forgot that it was 11:30 start. And Scott Reed and Izzy Duncan were slightly fretting when I sprinted into the commentary box. Well, about 10 minutes before play started. It was, yeah. Got all died up. I think we only missed the first ball. This one's clipped away for 4 runs. Nicely played by Jack Haynes. Just straying in line slightly there, Matt Milnes, and Haynes, who batted so well for Worcestershire in the one-day game between these two teams at New Road earlier on this summer. up and running, moving to 6 with that nice little clipped boundary. Looked a classy operator in that game. Maybe not quite established himself in red ball cricket just yet, but lots of promise about this young man at the crease. Update on the way for radio. Yeah, perfect start for Kent, having won the toss and chose to field first. They've managed to get a couple of early wickets with Matt Milnes, who got 6 for in the second innings of Kent's win against Leicestershire at Grace Road last week, continuing his fine form. Managed to get an edge out of Daryl Mitchell in the opening over, caught low down by Jordan Cox at first slip, and then a wicket a moment ago of Jake Libby, the other opener, removing his off stump. So both openers dismissed cheaply, both by Matt Milnes. Darren Stevens in tandem with him at the moment with the new ball. Kept making one change for this one. Sam Billings is away with the England Test squad. So Zach Crawley's the captain. Marcus O'Riordan coming into the team. Worcestershire, the visitors, 16 for 2 as commentary continues online. Here he comes.
Well, what was interesting last over actually there was Stevens bowled one to Fell, the last ball of the over, and it was, you can see he probably lost his line, bowled a little bit short, and Fell was really quick to leave. And I think this number of things really, it's how well Steven has bowled, that you're almost not expecting a bad ball. But also, I was talking to Frank about Fell, and he's just thinking somebody who's confident has got runs behind them there, they're probably going to try and punish that. And especially when you're starting against this sort of attack, you've got to look to be positive when you do get a chance to score, I think.
He sort of lined it up, didn't he? And then eventually made that decision to leave as Milnes bowls, and this one's left alone outside the off stump. There was a clip into the leg side a moment ago from Haynes. He moved to 7, Fell 3, 16 for 2.
I think you can see there, I mean, obviously, appreciate that Haynes had a nice sort of juicy one off the pads, but when somebody's confident and when somebody's sort of in rhythm as a batsman and they're not finding runs hard to come by over the season, it just, you find opportunity to score and you're sort of ready to put them away. And you can see from there, Fell 3 off 20 and Haynes 7 off 4.
Milnes bowls down the leg side and a caught by Ollie Robinson, and it's a strangle, but Fell has to go, and Matt Milnes has got a third wicket in just 34 minutes of play so far on day one. And one of those as a bowler perhaps that when things are going well for you, you get little wickets like that. And Fell, by contrast, who's been struggling a bit of late, just a little tickle, could well have got 4 runs instead. Good feet from Ollie Robinson, moving to his left to take the catch behind the stumps. Worcestershire 16 for 3, all those wickets to Matt Milnes.
Again though, it's easy to look at it as a strangle down the leg side, but actually the way Kent have bowled this morning, they've asked questions at both ends, and they've not really, besides that ball we spoke about last over from Stevens, there's not really been many opportunities for them to score. And I think it's all contributing factors to that sort of that opportunity that's been created for them.
Certainly the build-up of pressure that Kent have created through the tight bowling from Stevens. 4 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 1, and then Milnes, although occasionally he's just strayed onto the leg stump, he has, just with that extra zip, managed to find an outside edge, an off stump, and now a little inside edge to the wicketkeeper. Just funny seeing Daniel Bell-Drummond with the yellow bib on, running the drinks. I don't think I've ever seen Bell-Drummond running, or it's certainly not too often that you see Daniel Bell-Drummond running the drinks. Was originally down in the squad as being the captain for this one, but Zach Crawley taking on the skippering duties to add yet another captain to Kent's tally that they've used this season. And
I think that sums up some of the problems that Kent have faced this year in that trying to get the settled side and get that stability with all the cricket that's been available to people and sort of timings of things, and that sort of, especially the captain is the sign of settled, isn't it? And that's one person you want to be consistent.
I think so far this season they've had Sam Billings, who's the club captain, Daniel Bell-Drummond, who's the club vice captain, skipper in the team. Joe Denley, I think, has done it for a game.
Ollie Robinson did a period in the 50 over competition.
He did. So did Jack Leating.
Yep.
As Milnes bowls, this one's left alone outside the off stump, and the Kent players seem to think that wasn't too far away from the off stump. End of the over. Matt Milnes 3 for 15 from his 5 overs so far. Worcestershire 16 for 3.
It's the way that Ollie Robinson took that behind the stumps. He's sort of set up outside of stump and he's taken it on his inside, so it makes you suggest that the ball's gone late.
Just getting a little bit of nip back down the slope, perhaps. Matt Milnes. I think Heino Kuhn has captained the team as well. Possibly when Kent had that game against Sussex in the COVID, or the first team were away with COVID, or were isolating due to COVID. I feel like Kuhn might have captained in that game, and then Crawley played in the T20. I think Crawley's done it before this season. I think Crawley must have captained in those couple of T20s. Stevens in and bowling, defended into the offside. But I guess from Kent's point of view, they'll say, well, it's a good sign that we've got so many sort of young leaders in the group and guys with character and are capable of filling that sort of a role.
Yeah, obviously, while it's probably not the preferred choice over this season, actually what it has shown is the depth of Kent's squad, that they've got players that can step up in those leadership moments, because it comes with its challenges of obviously skippering across different formats as well.
Clipped away, leg side, nicely timed, and man up win wicket unable to stop that. So a little single for Jack Haynes.
It's interesting looking from here because it looks like a pretty beautiful morning to be out there batting on. And I know you suggested earlier, Ben, that maybe there's a bit of dew around, or could be one of the reasons. Maybe the nature of the performance last time out against Leicestershire, the way they finished with the ball. The bowlers are just looking to get back out there again. But from a batting perspective, it looks gorgeous.
You can hear, maybe on the effects mic there, the thick Yorkshire accent of Jack leaning at third slip. Mine's on it, boys, as this one's pushed away out towards backward of point. No run on this occasion.
Just looking up there at Stephen's stats, is that 4.3 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 2. So even not getting wickets, he's so hard to get away.
Like you say, he's creating the pressure from that end, allowing Milnes, the other, to take his wickets, as this one is a rare run against Darren Stevens' record. A little tickle to get D'Oliveira off the mark down towards long leg.
I think that Worcestershire now just be looking for a partnership. They'll be just saying, let's get through these openers, just try and find a way to, while still being positive, just get through it and then have a look at what's going to come on afterwards.
Stevens once more, forward defensive stroke, this time from Jack Haynes. One ball remaining in this, the 10th over of the match so far. I guess you've got Grant Stewart to come, along with Nathan Gilchrist.
Got a lot of spin as well, because you've got obviously Marcus O'Riordan and James Logan, and then they've got the option to use Jack Leaney, who's bowled quite a lot this year, especially in the white ball stuff. And we know about Joe Denley, obviously he offers a different option.
Stevens bowls left alone outside the off stump. Yeah, you're right. So it's effectively 4 seamers and 4 spinners that Zach Crawley can call upon in the game. End of the over. Worcestershire 18 for 3. D'Oliveira's 1. Haynes is 8. Milnes 3 for 15 so far from his 5 overs. Darren Stevens none for 3. And don't forget, you can get in touch with us at BBC Kent Sport is the Twitter address, or mine's at Ben Watts Sport. We'll get Frank Watson to tell you how you can get in touch with him as well. But Worcestershire fans, you're very welcome to use our email as well, which is kentcricket@gmail.com. We'd love to hear from you wherever in the world you're listening, especially if you're listening overseas. It's always nice to hear how far away people are. And of course you can watch as well on the stream, which is available on the Kent website and other streaming services. As Matt Milnes bowls, this one pushed back up the pitch by D'Oliveira, stopped in his follow through by Milnes, who now has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 slips alongside Ollie Robinson. It's Cox at first, Crawley second, Leaning third, O'Riordan at 4th, and then Joe Denley basically is a 5th slip. He's not really a gully, he's almost like a...
It's very close actually.
Yeah,
that by the time it gets around to 4th and 5th, they're in the action there.
They're basically right next to one another, so it does look like a flat 5 in the cordon. Oh, big shout for LBW, and the finger goes up. D'Oliveira looking to flick it away into the onside. Umpire deeming that was going to crash into leg stump. And Matt Milnes, in 5.1 overs, has collected his 4th wicket of the morning. Astonishing spell of bowling from Milnes, following up the rhythm that he found at Grace Road last week, taking 6 for in the second innings against Leicestershire. And already this morning, Matt Milnes with figures of 4 for 15. D'Oliveira goes for 1. And Worcestershire struggling here in the Canterbury sunshine. 18 for 4 now.
I think it's sort of the 4 wickets as well have been so different. You've had to caught down the leg side, an LBW bowled and caught a second slip. So it's not like there's one line of attack that looks to be getting. I think that might be one of the reasons that sort of put that doubt in Oliveira's mind there. Adding the 5th slip in, he's probably expecting to be challenged on the outside edge and looking to bring those guys into play. And then he's brought one back that looked like he brought one back quite some way down the hill there. So I think one of the biggest things you're looking for as a bowler is the batters are going to try and work out pretty early on what your attack is, how you're going to get them out. And if you've got the ability to challenge them on both edges of the bat like Matt Milnes has done this morning, it just puts that extra element of doubt in the mind, and it's created opportunities. I mean, like say, they're constantly wary with the 5 slips in that there might be one that gets them on the outside, and that does open up just a second to try and maybe beat them on the inside edge, and he's done brilliantly that last delivery.
Stunning spell of bowling this from Matt Milnes as Ed Barnard comes out to bat at number 6, and well, I'm pretty sure 43 minutes ago when we got up and running, slightly earlier start here at Canterbury on day 1, Ed Barnard probably didn't even have his pads on, might not have even had his whites on. Here he is batting with his team at 18 for 4, lets this one go outside the off stump. Again, Kent react as if that's come back down the slope and not missed off stump by too much.
I'd be interested to see on the live stream just if he has got the ball going both ways, or if it is just trying to bring the ball back and the slips are there just to send that message to the batters. But yeah, you're right. I think Barnard was probably starting his second cup of coffee this morning, sitting back watching, relaxing, and now he's got his pads on, he's out there.
Yeah, hoping a couple of the batters might cash in on, like you say, Dave, what looked like just visually lovely batting conditions with the sunshine overhead. Looks like it could be a decent pitch as well, pushed away by Barnard. Yeah, I mean, it's a touch hazy in the sky, but generally, you know, lovely day for a bit of cricket in September.
No, I'm still not out from here, so they obviously know more than I do, but just looking around, there's not too many clouds and that would sort of create problems overhead. And again, probably just credit to the way Kent have bowled this morning. They've been really attacking, really positive, and carried on from the last game out.
Milnes bowls a back of length delivery. Barnard pushing it away. You're hearing Kent Women's head coach Dave Hathrill, who's alongside me, Ben Watts. Frank Watson from BBC Hereford and Worcester is also with us this week, taking in the action on day 1 of this county championship fixture live on the BBC Sport website and app. Worcestershire 18 for 4 here against Kent. All 4 of those wickets to Matt Milnes, the former Nottinghamshire seam bowler, who's been with Kent for a few seasons now and right at home. Opening the bowling as well, a little push into the offside and a good single actually that. Ed Barnard getting off the mark. Logan, who's left-handed, had to fully move around the ball to lob it in, and as a result they were able to get through for a single fairly comfortably in the end. Worcestershire 19 for 4 as Bell Drummond's running out to collect some kit. I think maybe we're going to see a bit of Nathan Gilchrist from this pavilion end, so first bowling change of the morning.
I think, yeah, I mean, I really like that last ball there from Worcester, because even the situation they're in, the fact that Barnard's looking to be positive and still looking to say, no, we're not just going to sit in and weather the storm, we're going to look to still try and take opportunity to score where we can. It just keeps Kent on their toes. Like, again, I think the message, and early on in the over as well, with defending one in the offside, and the 2 batters were looking to go, and I think that's what Worcestershire need to do still, because the difficulty is when games go like this, it's you can almost sit back and become too defensive, and you miss out on opportunities to score, and the pressure builds, whereas actually you need to keep your judgment, your discipline, not doing it, making too many rash decisions. But when the scoring opportunity is there on offer, in order to get yourself into a rhythm as a batter, you've got to look to try and take them. So
yeah, good cricket from Ed Barnard, who's now on strike, for Nathan Gilchrist, who's first change bowler for Kent. Full delivery, which is driven away wide of Joe Denley at mid-off. Dot ball. I don't think Gilchrist even bowled in the first innings last week at Leicestershire.
How many times can we say that team are 4 down against Kent at home and Dan Stevens hasn't taken a wicket. There can't be too many times that
I mean, that is a very good point.
that's happened.
Yeah, last week Stewart came on as the first change bowler and clipped away off the hip down towards long leg for a single by Barnard, and it was some of the words that Kent used were sandy and dusty to describe the Grace Road pitch last week. So even on day one, Parkinson was taking wickets and Kent went early to the likes of James Logan and Joe Denley. And so, yeah, Gilchrist didn't actually bowl until the second innings last week, but bowled pretty well for Kent in the one-day cup, actually. It was a bit of a sorry tournament for the Spitfires, but Gilchrist was definitely one of the positive points of it. There's a shout for LBW. I think it looks
Didn't look from
leg
here, did it?
side.
I think talking about that 50 over campaign for Kent, I think you can turn it on its head and look at it as a positive in that actually, results aside, a lot of good opportunities for people to go and play, and a lot of young players sort of having the chance to get time in a Kent shirt, and obviously it will prove to see next year how valuable that was for them.
Gilchrist again. He's got 3 slips in a gully. Haynes on strike, forward and playing an immaculate defensive stroke. In truth, the results actually disguise the fact that they actually did play some good cricket, because they would have won at Hove against Sussex but for the weather. Miei and Robinson were looking like they were going well when Kent were going to comfortably chase down the score after a good bowling effort. The game at Worcestershire, they could have quite easily won, but for a fantastic partnership between Barnard and Joe Leach. Oh, this is a beauty from Nathan Gilchrist. A little bit of movement away and forces a play and miss from Haynes. So I think it was fine margins in that sense. But like you say, it's probably one of those where you won't see until, say, next year the benefits of that game time and that experience for some of the players, because even you look at the Kent T20 team and look how improved, say, Milnes is at T20 and Clarkson this year, coming about from...
And Cox as well.
Yeah,
he had a brilliant
the experience
T20 campaign.
had. Oh, again, beating the outside edge here, Nathan Gilchrist of Haynes' bat. The ball sneaking through to the keeper, Robinson. End of the over, Worcestershire 20 for 4 after 12 overs of the morning. In your role as Kent women's head coach, Dave, did you get a chance to watch any of the England stuff this week? Saw a couple of good performances from Kent players.
Yeah, I watched the first game. I thought Tammy batted brilliantly. And we all well documented her quality. I was just gutted for her at the end that with 3 balls left on 97, she couldn't convert, and then Tash with the new ball bowled brilliantly. So it's just great to see, sort of from our side, of the girls that have come through the academy, have come through the age groups at Kent, have gone on and had key roles. It's not about just representing your country or representing teams at the 100 or the regional centre. It's about actually what you offer, and I think that they've shown their value this week.
Milnes in, left alone outside the off stump. That series nicely poised with New Zealand getting the result yesterday. But yeah, I watched the highlights of Beaumont's innings, and it looked like she's, you know, already a world-class performer there in women's cricket. And Tammy Beaumont, it looked like she's even been working on certain aspects of her game. And I don't think I've ever seen her play so well, say, through the covers, and some of the shots that she was playing, kind of skipping down the pitch and over the top, and, you know, just continuing to improve as well, which was great to see. And Tash Farrant, good catch on the boundary as well as an early wicket. Back goes Barnard, and playing defensively out in towards the gully region. Of course, is it today that it's the T20 sort of regional final?
It is, yeah. South East Stars are in that. We've got a number of Kent players in the squad for that, so I'll be keeping my eye on my phone later on.
Yeah, so there's a semi-final between Northern Diamonds and Southern Vipers, and then South East Stars are gone straight through to the final.
We've had a lot of youngsters playing that from Kent as well, which has been really, really impressive to see. And in the 100 as well, we had a couple of young players playing in that. So it's been a real breakthrough year for a lot of players for us, which has been really, really impressive.
Milnes bowling to Barnard. That's a nice crisp drive through the covers, which will send Joe Denley out towards the Les Ames stand, where the visiting team are using that as a changing room with the COVID protocols.
Boundary's huge out there, isn't it?
It's a long way up the slope as well.
Yeah.
Looked like it was timed quite well originally by Barnard, but in the end he's only picked up a couple of runs. So Worcestershire 22 for 4.
That is another challenge, because you're looking for that release shot, and you can almost write off, unless you've really put your hands through one, that the release shot's coming in that offside. So it just allows you to build that extra bit of pressure, doesn't it?
Here comes Milnes. Continuing to bowl from the back into road end. Oh, that almost creeps through the defence of Ed Barnard. Little inside edge into the onside. 6.4 overs in. 4 for 18 and still great rhythm here. Matt Milnes doesn't show any signs of tiring. We were saying when we were having a chat the other day that he feels like he gets better just by bowling. You know, he almost bowls himself into a good shape and into a rhythm. I know Stevens is similar, just doesn't like to not play cricket. He feels like bowling is the way he keeps fit and keeps himself in good shape and rhythm as Milnes again bowls. This one outside the off stump, left alone.
Well, he's looking strong. The way he's approaching the crease and driving. I mean, he's using the hill that exists in here beautifully. Just looks like he's gathering pace off the surface as well, and that may be what's done for a couple of batters in D'Oliveira and Libby. That's the way the ball's actually picking up and gathering as it hits the surface.
Yeah, I sometimes think that about Matt Milnes. He's similar to Mark Wood in the sense that he's quite skiddy. He's
strong.
He's not necessarily a tall bowler, is he? It's the way he moves through the crease. He's in again in bowling. That one kept a little bit low through to Ollie Robinson. Decent take behind the stump. 7 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 18. Matt Milnes' figures, and a rare over where he didn't actually pick up a wicket there. Worcestershire 22 for 4. Decent work from Barnard and Haynes to negotiate that.
I think this is an interesting period now because the Barnard's come out and look to be positive and look to sort of take scoring options when they're available, and Haynes is 8 off 12 and he's scored well.
So we've just got a message in from John Curtis, who I know is here following Worcestershire. He's sat in the Underwood and Knott stand with some of the print journalists watching this game. Just had a little bit of news about the Kent side as Nathan Gilchrist is in. Played defensively and back up the pitch by Haynes. So we were saying about how Sam Billings is not with the Kent group because he's acting as cover for, say, wicket-keeping cover or batting cover for the England Test squad at the moment. So the information that John's been given saying Crawley will captain in the Kent side for the 3rd time in his career for this one. Sam Billings will join the Kent squad at the close of India's 2nd innings in the 4th Test at the Oval. As Gilchrist is in and bowling. This one pushed up towards Joe Denley. So what are we in the Test match? Day 4 today?
Yep.
So Billings will join up with the Kent team after the conclusion of that game. He'll replace one member of Kent's starting 11 when he arrives. Whom he replaces will be able to play a full part up until Billings' arrival, as this one is defended out towards cover point. If they bat in an innings, Billings is unable to also bat in that innings. If they're batting when Billings arrives, they'll bat until the end of the innings. Billings unable to bat, of course. But so it potentially means that, say, 2nd innings of the game, we could see Sam Billings come into the team. Thanks for that, John Curtis, getting in touch. Interesting. As Gilchrist is in, pushed away defensively. It's one of those summers, of course, because of some of the kind of COVID protocols that have gone on. Plenty of cricketers have actually, missed chunks of game time because they've been with squads or, in bubbles.
It's been a big discussion, isn't it, this year in terms of what's the right way to do it? Because obviously you've got to take bigger squads if you need to have players available, but some of them might not play cricket for months on end. So
Gilchrist bowling. Oh, a little bit of extra bounce. That delivery as Haynes played inside the line. 5 dot balls so far in the over.
This has been a really, really brilliant battle because Gilchrist, at times you're watching Haynes and he looks really composed and like you described it in his previous over. But he played this perfect defensive shot, and then he's also had a couple of balls where he looks really settled, and then Gilchrist is just beating him, which just goes to show the quality of Kent's bowling this morning. It's been very, very good.
Gilchrist's final ball in his 2nd over, full delivery, going for the Yorker length, or striving for the stumps, and on drive by Haynes up towards Darren Stevens. A maiden over from Nathan Gilchrist. So continuing that pressure that was built by both Stevens and Matt Milnes. In the early stages of this one, Worcestershire's batsman Jack Haynes and Ed Barnard trying to build some kind of a partnership as we close in towards the first hour of play. We've got Kent Women head coach Dave Hathrill in the commentary box for this first session of the day, hence why we are very much milking his expertise until lunchtime. So we'll get BBC Hereford and Worcester's Frank Watson on in around about 3 or 4 minutes time, after I've just done an 11:30 update. You might have heard there over the tannoy. Grant Stewart is going to have a bowl from the Nackington Road end. Haven't actually seen. I was just looking through my notes for the Kent in first-class cricket so far this season. We haven't actually seen loads of Grant Stewart playing red ball cricket. He played the first couple of matches, 2 wickets away at Northants, and then played in the home defeat against Yorkshire. But then a fair period up until today. This is only his third involvement, or sorry, his fourth now, because he played last week at Leicestershire. But a little bit of injury, but out of the side as well, and preferred more as a white ball option perhaps for Kent. But has the red ball in hand once again and is bowling from the Nackington Road end, replacing Milnes. Will we have to settle for 4 wickets in this morning session, this opening hour?
I don't know if it was his decision to come off or whether it was one that was potentially taken out of his hands. But I think Grant Stewart offers a different option to the rest of the seamers because of his ability with the bat. And actually, he, on more than one occasion, he's come up with some really handy lower order runs. So it may be something that's on the mind when looking at selection. But the fact that he does offer good pace with the ball, but also with the option with the bat.
He's in and bowling, clipped away off the hip, and this may well go for 4 runs. No, Nathan Gilchrist sliding down there at long leg to cut it off and keep it to 2. Barnard moves to 6, 24 for 4. You were talking about Matt Milnes' strength, and I guess that's kind of the explosive strength of his action. Grant Stewart's strength is very much the brute force, isn't it? The big shoulders and chest muscles that he has.
Yeah, I think you're right. Milnes has got incredible strength for someone of his build, but you look at Stewart and he looks imposing, doesn't he? He looks like a big, quick bowler.
Yeah, the Australian-born Italian. In and bowling, pushed away.
You can see it in his action, the way he loads up, and his arm comes through. And you can see how much he's using that shoulder to generate pace.
Which, in a way, you can understand why sometimes he picks up more injuries than, say, a Matt Milnes.
Yeah, you've got to think how much impact is taken out of his body when he's driving, because he really does, again, drive well through the crease. But I think he's one of those bowlers that he rushes batsmen. His aim is to try and put a lot of pressure on.
Gets good away swing as well. Stewart, he's in and bowling, clipped away, off the hip by Barnard. He'll get a single down to long leg. He moves to 7. Haynes has 8. Worcestershire 25 for 4.
It'd be interesting to see how they use Stewart, because somebody who is strong and does bowl a quick ball, whether we'll see him used in shorter spells and in sort of similar impact to how Archer's used with the England side. I appreciate the difference in pace, but the fact he runs in and tries to rush batsmen, hurry them, how do they Kent decide to use him?
Similar to Matt Coles used to be for Kent in that sense.
Yeah.
4 slips for Stewart. Softly played defensively by Barnard. Square of the wicket out towards Logan at point. I think it's the gardening show currently going on BBC Radio Kent on DAB and FM that we've got in our headphones, waiting to do a half-past update.
So it makes for an interesting listen.
I say, people think that cricket is all jargon. You should try listening to gardening expert talk about some of the stuff he's talking about right now. Stuart Bowles defended into the offside. Dot ball, end of the over. 3 off, the first one we've seen from Grant Stewart on this sunny morning at Canterbury. Decent amount of spectators in the ground. Pretty lovely way to spend your Sunday, really. Out in the sunshine, watching the cricket here at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence. 15 overs bowled in the opening hour. Stevens I think just gesturing he wouldn't mind a little drink. As Nathan Gilchrist ready to begin a new over. Bowling to Barnard, full delivery, defended out towards Joe Denley. Wide mid-off. Denley, I guess, effectively the vice-captain on the field of play, so able to have a little chat to the bowlers from that position.
I think, as well, someone with the experience that Denley's got and the pedigree Denley's got would always have a leadership role in some capacity.
Gilchrist bowling, good delivery, beating the outside edge of Ed Barnard's bat through to the keeper. Like that vast experience he has, and he's quieter spoken, isn't he, Denley? He's a cheeky chappy in the dressing room, but softly spoken. But I'm from speaking to people in the past, they've said he's quite a thought-provoking captain. He'll ask questions of a bowler. You know, what are you trying to do here? How are you trying to get him out? That sort of thing. As Gilchrist bowls, little inside edge, or is that off the pads? It's gone down towards long leg. Grant Stewart fetching it. I think there was a little bit of bat, just waiting for the signal from the umpire. Yeah.
Nice. I think, like you say, he's played so long and been effective for Kent. He's a good person to have around the group.
Yeah, certainly so. It wasn't long ago. He was playing Test cricket for England, of course. Joe Denley, the man that replaced him in the Test squad, Zach Crawley, captain in Kent today. As Gilchrist thought he might have squared up his man for a moment there, but it was, well, thigh pad, maybe a bit of bat.
He's bowling well. It's a really good battle going on now between these batters in the middle.
Bit of spirit being shown by Barnard and Haynes, who've both been out there for 20 balls, 9 and 8 each. As Gilchrist bowls once more. Defended back down the pitch. I'll get Frank in a couple of minutes, just waiting for the travel to finish on FM and DAB, and I'll do an update for BBC Radio Kent. Here we go, that update on the way. It's been an excellent hour for Kent, with Matt Milnes continuing his form from last week. Got 6 wickets in the victory against Leicestershire at Grace Road, and a stunning spell of bowling really this morning. Him collecting 4 wickets, removed both of the openers. First one caught at first slip, removing the off stump of Libby. Had a slight strangle down the leg side to remove Fell, and then an LBW decision which saw D'Oliveira on his way. So Worcestershire just recovering slightly since Stevens and Milnes have been replaced by Gilchrist and Stewart, the change bowlers. Worcestershire 28 for 4, Barnard digging in for 10, Haynes 8, but a splendid spell from Kent, having opted to field first. Captain Zach Crawley with Sam Billings away as cover with the Test squad. We're learning this hour that he will be able to potentially play a part in this game once that match between England and India finishes, and could come in and replace one of the Kent side for perhaps the second innings or the final couple of days of the action. But Worcestershire, as commentary continues online, 4 wickets from Matt Milnes, the visitors 28 for 4.
So the struggle continues for Worcestershire. We're watching Grant Stewart from the Nackington Road End bowling to Ed Barnard. 28 for 4 Worcestershire. It's been a real test in this first hour after they lost the toss. Stewart in, bowls, Barnard gets a single, tucking this one through mid-wicket. In fact, he'll get 2 because he found the gap perfectly between mid-wicket and mid-on there. So Barnard moves on to 12, and it's 30 for 4. Just had a lovely chat with 2 Kent legends up there in the stand behind us, Paul Downton and Richard Ellison. I went over and I just said to them, do you remember the UAU, the National Universities final, 1980? And they both did, because they were both playing for Exeter and I was playing for Liverpool on the other side. So we had a little chat about that and one or two other encounters I've had with Richard over the years when he was master in charge of cricket at Millfield and I was master in charge of cricket at Repton. We had some battles in national T20s and happy memories. Two great Kent players. This one played away square by Barnard on the offside, no run. And lovely to see them here just quietly sitting in the shadows at the back of the stand and enjoying watching this latest version of their old county, Kent. And what a start they've had thanks to the former Nottinghamshire seaman Matt Milnes. 7 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 18. His excellent figures this morning. Here's Grant Stewart in again, bowls to Barnard, full, and Barnard drives back to the bowler who fields and then shapes to throw the ball like they do back at the batsman. Barnard takes mock cover in extravagant fashion. Nice bit of humour out there. 34-4. Heard you saying, Dave Hassel alongside me, the Kent ladies coach, heard you saying, Dave, about how it looks good for batting, doesn't it? You know, you look out there, bright sunshine, doesn't look too bad at all, but, you know, those of us that remember the old NatWest and Gillette Cup finals at Lords in September, I'll just break off a Stewart bowls again to Barnard, who pushes out on the offside. We'll remember many finals where, you know, you felt the game hinged on the toss. They were 10:30 or 11 o'clock starts at Lords, and even in good weather, you felt that first hour was always just really, and many times the final actually did kind of hinge on what happened in that first hour. 3 or 4 wickets went down, and it put a team in a position that it was almost impossible to recover from. Not so much the case here because it's a 2 innings game, obviously a 4-day game. As Stewart is in again from the Nackington Road end, bowls, and Barnard plays defensively back up the pitch. No run, 30 for 4. But even though, as we look at it, looks perfect, I reckon that when that coin came down this morning, Zach Crawley thought, yeah, we'll have a bowl, and this first hour or two is going to be really tricky because it's just nipped around, isn't it? There must have been just a little bit of juice in that pitch, I think, and we've seen it nip around. And Worcestershire, a good spell from Matt Milnes, not helped by Tom Fell getting kind of strangled down the leg side. That can happen. But it's been a real battle, and it still is, as Grant Stewart comes in and bowls, and Barnard gets runs through mid-wicket again. Didn't quite time this one, sort of inside half of the bat, and squeezes it again through that gap at mid-wicket for 2. 2 off the last ball. He goes to 14, and it's 32 for 4 at the end of the 17th over. Jack Haynes has been on 8 for a long time now. It won't bother him, he's just got to stick around, and these two attempt to shape some sort of recovery, but it's hard work out there for the batsman at the moment.
Yeah, it certainly is, but again, I don't know if you've heard a conversation I'm having with Ben. I've been really impressed with the mentality, especially Barnard since he's gone out there. He's not looking to let people settle, and he's not just looking to sit back and be too defensive. He's being positive. When he gets the opportunity to score, he's looking to take it. And even stuff like the running, he could have easily just gone right one into leg side, but he's looking for 2, and it's. I think that all of a sudden you look up at the scoreboard and you start getting to 50, 60, 70, and it gets you back into the game.
Yeah, well, that's the plan, isn't it? They just say, it's just let's get through this spell. But as you say, to pick up anything we can, be positive as well. Anyway, it's Jack Haynes on strike now against Nathan Gilchrist, who's lively, fast medium from the pavilion end. That one outside the off stump, allowed through by Haynes. I heard Ben saying how well he thought Haynes batted in the one-day game at New Road earlier this year. He's a fine young player, Jack Haynes. Got 150 at Chelmsford in the Royal London. He's not got 100 in red ball cricket yet. He's had a 97 this season, and when he was brilliantly caught on the leg side boundary, and an 87 when he was run out backing up at the non-strikers end. Very unfortunate. Lets that one go through outside the off stump, but he's Worcestershire's best young batting prospect at the moment, not much doubt about that. Father Gavin played for Worcestershire as an all-rounder, and is a well-known coach in the Worcestershire area. He's had a great influence on his son's development, and Jack is a very, very promising young batsman. Waits now as Gilchrist is in and bowls, and he's forward and pushes this one up to mid-off. And there's no run. 32 for 4 then Worcestershire. If you're just joining us, Daryl Mitchell was out in the first over, very well caught low down at slip by Jordan Cox off the bowling of Matt Milnes for 4. Milnes then uprooted Jake Libby's off stump, sent him back for 2. That was 9 for 2 in the 7th over, and 2 further wickets for Milnes. fairly quickly afterwards. Just break off as Gilchrist bowls to Haynes, and he's bowled him off stump, top of off stump, knocked back. So the 5th wicket is down. I was just saying Milnes took the next 2, and now a first one for Gilchrist. Looked a good delivery that. Haynes looked as though he's turned around a little bit, and it's nipped away at the top of off stump. Just watching a replay now. Yeah, it's well, actually we're a bit behind on that, so I'll have to come back to that. But good delivery, good breakthrough, and Worcestershire losing Jack Haynes for 8, and they're in real trouble now at 32 for 5.
I think he just looked to hit it too square. I think he looked, I don't know, I haven't seen the replay yet, but he looked like he thought he was just going to carry on with the angle, and he could just clip it through mid-wicket for a boundary or for one, and then he just must have held his line or potentially moved away. But I think that was both batters looked very composed and very relaxed.
Yeah, it's a real I mean, what I'm trying to say really is, early on, you're thinking, well, obviously new ball and the ball nipping around, we could easily lose wickets. But having got through I don't know, what is it, 40 minutes or so, half an hour without losing a wicket, and these two, just as you said, beginning to look as though they were putting a little bit of a platform together. They've lost that wicket, so it's a real gut-wrenching blow for Worcestershire. And yeah, I'm just going to try and get it on the live stream, but they're quite a few balls behind from what I can see at the moment, so I'll keep you posted on that. But top of off stump, Haynes has gone 32 for 5 in the 18th. Worcestershire having lost the toss, and you have to say, I mean, stranger things have happened. There's a long way to go, but when you lose the toss and you're 32 for 5 on the first morning of a 4-day game, you're kind of thinking it's going to be very difficult to get back into this game now.
It's always hard to judge it until both teams are battered, isn't it? But I mean, looking at the Test match, if any example of second innings is can recover. I mean, India were going really well. I'm not just saying today, but they were going really well yesterday. But yeah, Kent have bowled really well, and I think Gilchrist deserved that because he's bowled quite a lot of deliveries that have beaten the outside edge. Yeah. And forced a play and miss. So.
Yeah, they've bowled well. They've made the most of it. I mean, when you win the toss and you say we'll have a bowl, you dream, don't you, of a start like they've had. 5 wickets down in the first hour and a quarter. As Gilchrist is in, bowls to Ben Cox, wicket keeper, coming in at number 7, and he's in behind this, pushing out on the offside. I was just going to say, when you were talking about Ed Barnard and how positive he'd been, that Barnard has long seen himself as a batsman who, an all-rounder who's just as much of a batsman as he is a bowler. But because he's sort of done more bowling and been down the order, he hasn't had that many opportunities. As Gilchrist bowls outside the off stump, and that's left alone by Cox, taken by the keeper. And he's said for a while that he wanted to bat at 6. He's got that opportunity this year, and he's got 2 red ball hundreds this year. One against Essex at Chelmsford, one against Warwickshire at New Road, and he's proved that he is a proper, an all-rounder who bats just as much as he bowls, even though people haven't seen him like that. So I suppose it's a great opportunity in that respect, but maybe would have liked it to be in slightly better circumstances than this.
Well, if he keeps doing what he's doing and he make that spot his own and secure it, I think he's a really handy cricketer to have, because obviously you talk about him as establishing himself as a batsman, but he broke into the Worcestershire team as a bowler, so it's great for the club to have that extra option.
Hasn't bowled so well this year, strangely enough, probably because he's been concentrating on his batting. Grant Stewart in, bowls to him, and he gets a boundary, I think here, short and wide, that one on the off stump, and Barnard drives and might not get a boundary. It's up the hill, he's not, he's going to get 3. It looked for all the world as though it would be 4. If it was going the other way down the hill, it would have, but pursued to the boundary and flicked back just inside, and he only gets 3. But it was a good shot, and he moves on to 17, the relative riches of 17. No other player yet has reached double figures. The men out: Mitchell 4, Libby 2, Fell 3, D'Oliveira 1, and a few minutes ago Jack Haynes bowled by Nathan Gilchrist for 8. Worcestershire 35 for 5 as Ben Cox takes guard at this pavilion end and waits now for Grant Stewart, who moves in from the Nackington Road end and bowls to Cox, and he gets his first run as he just steers this one down on the leg side for a single.
Again, it's that positivity, the mindset, the mentality that Barnard's showing. it's the way he's creating opportunities for himself because he's looking to score off the right balls at the same time. So
yeah,
he's unlucky with that because he hit it really well. I don't think there'll be many times this year hit a ball like that and it not get a boundary.
No, but it's quite a slope, isn't it? And fairly lush outfield. Maybe he didn't quite time it as well as we thought. There's Grant Stewart in again, bowls, and Barnard gets another run here, just pushing tentatively at this one and steering it down past fourth slip. And
He's played it nicely.
Yeah, played it well.
I think Kent would be happy with that because with the 4 slips in, and if he's looking to try and manipulate that length into a gap, actually,
yeah,
is that an undue risk at this point?
And also happy to let him have a single and have a go at the guy who's literally just walked in, Ben Cox. Good number 7, Ben Cox, it must be said. Very capable wicketkeeper batsman. But not a great situation for him to come in as he waits now. Bat tapping in the creases. Stewart is into him. This one, Cox just plays defensively off the back foot out on the leg side. And there's no run. 37 for 5, Worcestershire. And a real struggle now for these two. But as you say, Barnard, I mean, it's quite easy, I think. We've all been there. You go out there in a situation like this, or maybe you're the batsman at the other end and you watch wickets go down, and very easy to shrink into a sort of defensive mindset and think that all you've got to do is try and survive. Stewart comes in again now. Bowl, Sir Cox taking on the pad. Big shout for LBW, but umpire Pollard says no, bit too high, maybe going down as well. But you know, it's important, isn't it, Dave, to do like Barnard and still try and score when you do get the opportunity, because otherwise you can just become almost too defensive in your mindset, can't you?
100%. And the bat, in order to stay there and bat long periods of time, you need to get into rhythm and get yourself into nick, and you don't do that by playing anything unnatural to yourself, because otherwise you just you're waiting to get yourself out rather than getting yourself in.
Yeah. Anyway, Stewart again in bowls, and that's a decent leave by Ben Cox outside the off stump, taken by the wicket keeper, and the end of another very tidy over from Kent. They've all bowled well this morning. Matt Milnes has picked up the plaudits, 4 for 18 in his 7 overs, but he was well supported with the new ball by Darren Stevens, who was very tidy, and Nathan Gilchrist and Grant Stewart have come on, and they've not given much away either.
They haven't. It's been a really, really good performance from Kent, and they've taken chances. I mean, we part back to the catch in the first over. That sets the tone for the day. If that goes down, and it almost becomes a bit out of life. And it seems like every chance that's been available for them, Kent have taken. And look, I think the one thing Kent needs to be wary of now is they've got the foot on the throat, and it's so easy to take it off. So they've all got to be looking to attack still, just trying to take wickets.
Yep. There's Nathan Gilchrist in from the pavilion end. He bowls, and Barnard's going to get 4 this time, I think. Involuntary shot, looking to turn it on the leg side. Again, he's not going to get 4. Oh, he is. Just about reaches the rope down to third man off a genuine outside edge. He didn't know a lot about it. Looking to turn it on the leg side. Again, suggestion, therefore. I'm just going to watch the replay that there was a little bit of movement away, and Barnard just, he's lucky to get 4. He's earned his luck, you could say, with the fact that, as we were saying, he's been pretty positive in his movements and his footwork, and he goes to 22. And
he was beaten
41
there,
for 5.
He was definitely beaten there, but his hands didn't get away from too much, which is a one saving grace, actually. Didn't push.
He didn't push, otherwise he might well have had, it would have carried. He's pushing this one up to mid-on, where Darren Stevens is the fielder, and there's no run. 41 for 5 then, Worcestershire with that boundary. And
can certainly be happy with that as well, though, the fact that there's still opportunities in this game, and I think this is the one they'll be looking for now. That they'll be looking to try and remove Barnard just because of the way he's trying to play.
Yeah.
If he's here for another couple of hours, it could different situation, but
well, in comes Gilchrist again and bowls, and Barnard pushes out on the offside. No run this time. You've got Joe Leach to come next, who Kent have already seen this year is capable of playing very positively, but it's not an ideal situation. It would be a real counter-attack, one would imagine, if Joe Leach came in and played his usual game. It's the only way he really knows how to play. Then you've got Josh Baker, who's a young left-arm spinner. In comes Gilchrist and bowls, and that's nicely turned down to long leg by Barnard for a single that takes him to 23, and the total to 42 for 5. Josh Baker, young spinner, 18-year-old left-arm spinner, but a decent batsman, you know, in age group cricket and so on. He's already shown that. And then you've got Dylan Pennington and Adam Finch, both young seamers, neither of them absolute bunnies. I mean, they're both capable. Pennington's got a red ball 50 this year. So it's a tail. It's a young tail, but it's not. They're not hopeless. As this one's turned by Cox to mid wicket, and what I'm trying to get at is that if somebody gets in, if a Cox or a Barnard gets in, he's not going to. He might run out of partners, but he's not going to run out of partners. You wouldn't think in a real rush, because they're all capable of coming in and sticking around for a bit. So it's not without hope that some sort of recovery can be fashioned when the sun's dried the juice out of the pitch a little bit. If you've just got to be brave and stick around. Gilchrist bowls, Cox gets a run again, slightly awkward. He's pushing this, looking to play it on the leg side, and it goes away through extra cover off an outside edge. He's just looking at his bat bend, Cox, at the non-striker's end, having completed that single. It means he keeps the strike. He's on 2, and 20 overs have been bowled, and Worcestershire are 43 for 5.
I think, like you said there, is absolutely spot on, Frank, is that in white ball cricket, you can't afford a period where you rebuild in a lot of the time now. But in 4-day stuff, actually, the onus is still on Kent to try and take the wickets. And if anything, this situation could easily be redeemed by Worcester in the sense of that they've got time. If they can just get themselves in and build a partnership, the game can change and frustrations will kick in. Because at this point, Kent have got their half a line. The batters will start to be thinking about potentially looking to bat today. And the longer that goes on, after early wickets, the more frustration can kick in, and all of a sudden they start to build a score.
Yeah, absolutely.
Again, looking to attack here, bringing Stevens back in. I think
that's
it's a really
move,
good move,
isn't it? Really good move, I think. Darren Stevens come back. I mean, apart from anything else, I think Darren Stevens is, you know, the one thing I've noticed with county cricketers, they're always aware of what's going on in the other counties. They're always aware of who's doing what and who's in form and whatever. You rarely talk to a county cricketer and they don't really know what's going on. Stevens from the Nackington Road end is in bowls, and Cox pushes forward defensively on the onside. And at the moment, every county pro is aware that Darren Stevens is a man it's just in the prime of his life in terms of cricket. You know, I know he's obviously got to stop sometime, so he's coming to the end of a career. He's 45 years old, but an extraordinary exponent of the game at the moment at this level. He just seems. He knows this game inside out, doesn't he? And he's in now from the Nackington Road end and bowls to Cox. He's again defending out on the onside. And that goes before him. So even though he's bowling against Ben Cox, who's quite an experienced player, and Ed Barnard, who's no rookie, they're just thinking, you know, this guy's a master of his craft at the moment. It's a bit like, it reminds me of someone like Chris Rushworth at Durham or something like that. You know, the batsman knows that he's got the capability, and it just gives him that little bit of edge, I think. He's in again now, that easy, familiar run-up he bowls. This one's a bit full, and it's driven by Ben Cox. But straight to the fielder at mid-on, and they don't get a run. 43 for 5. It's a kind of a mutual admiration, well, you know, professional admiration, isn't it, that they have for a player like Stevens, I think.
He just lives on rhythm. He doesn't do too much to try and tax himself, and I think he just knows his body now. He knows his spells, what he can bowl. And
yeah, absolutely. Fantastic performer. He's in, he bowls, and Cox turns this one away on the leg side. He'll get 2 because the fielder at long leg, as Gilchrist has quite a long way to come round and field it. Throws in fact at the non-striker's end, but Barnard's quick, and I think he was in anyway. And they pick up 2, so Cox moves on to 4.
That's what you need to do. Like
45 for 5.
Little things like that, just taking 2 when they could so easy just to jog through for 1. And I think obviously seeing the value of that Milnes and Stevens partnership, Stevens just changing the pace up, doing something to put the batters out of rhythm. Yeah. You see, when you've got bowlers who are quite similar to Face, actually you almost feel like you're in against both. Whereas having someone who can drop the pace significantly and challenge you in a different way. Yeah, that's right. And he does, doesn't he, Stevens? I mean, there's a real... It's in a way, he's a bit of a throwback, isn't he, to county cricketers of old, really. Comes in and bowls, and that's nicely driven by Cox. Slightly over-pitched. He didn't throw the bat at it, just steered it through extra cover, but hit it well enough to get 3. Again, good running from these two. Very important that they take the opportunities to score, as Dave was saying, that come along, and 3 more
for Ben Cox. He goes on to 7. The scoreboard is so quick. It's it must be the quickest in the country. The runs are on the board before you've almost looked up, really. You've got to remember that as a commentator. But it's great. 48 for 5. Once you get used to it, it's great. Barnard 23, Cox on 7. Do get in touch if you'd like to on Twitter. Find out what you think about this situation as Stevens bowls with 2 men in, catching close on the leg side now. That's left alone by Barnard. End of the over. On Twitter, I'm at Frank Watson58, and Ben is on Twitter. Is it at Ben Watts Sport, Ben? I think it's at Ben Watts Sport. Capital B, capital W, capital S. And Dave, you're on Twitter as well, I think, aren't you?
Yeah, I can't remember my Twitter part.
I'll have to have a look for it and find it.
My apologies.
But it's nice when people
I wasn't ready for that.
get listeners getting in touch sometimes, and often, occasionally, very helpfully saying things like, your commentary's not going out, or you sound as though you're underwater, or something like that. But
knowing the people that know my friends, it may not be as helpful. Some of the comments, but I'm sure.
They are. We've had a few grumpy Worcestershire fans getting in touch in recent weeks, I can tell you that. Nathan Gilchrist is in from the pavilion end, and he bowls to Ben Cox, who pushes that back up the pitch. 48 for 5. I'll finish this over and then shoot off to do a gloomy update for BBC Hereford and Worcester's FM listeners into the news programme at 11 o'clock. But I'll just repeat that. I'm at Frank Watson 58, and Ben is at Ben Watts Sport, capital B, capital W, capital S. And always happy to hear your comments. And first one I've got from a Worcester fan is, I've just tuned in and I wish I hadn't. So there we go.
You were just talking about the upbeat positivity that you've received this season.
Yeah.
Going back to that last over though, what I love from Stevens, having those 2 men catching in mid wicket and the 3 slips, it just says to the batter that I'm going to challenge you both edges of the bat, and it just puts that doubt in their mind.
Couldn't agree more. Yeah, if I bowl outside off, you might nick it, and if I drift a bit, be careful. Be careful if you have a go at me and on your leg stump. Gilchrist in, bowl short, and Cox on the back foot just pushes this up to mid-off, and there's no run. Yeah, because if you overpitch on leg stump, if you're Darren Stevens, you overpitch on leg stump, the batsman should be very comfortable about thinking, well, yeah, that runs for me. I'll clip you through mid-wicket, through square leg. But if you got those 2 men in there, and we're talking about a man in front of square, just in front of square, and somebody tight on at mid-wicket, quite testing, quite challenging. Gilchrist in, bowls to Cox, who pushes up to mid-on, and no run. 1 ball left in this over, which is 2 balls left in the over, the 22nd of the innings. It's been all Kent this morning. 48 for 5 Worcestershire, as Gilchrist comes in from the pavilion end to bowl to Cox, who's forward again, pushing up to mid-off, and it's fielded there by Joe Denley, and there's no run. I'm going to nip off actually slightly before the end of the over and bring Ben Watts back in, and I'll go off and update listeners to BBC Hereford Worcester, and he'll do the same with BBC Kent.
Nice little tickle around the corner down towards fine leg, brings about the half century for Worcestershire. Straying on his line there, Nathan Gilchrist, but nicely played. And the long leg fielder unable to cut that off. So Barnard 23, Cox 11.
I was just talking into a mic that wasn't turned on there, so
there you go.
Saved everyone a minute of listening to me. But
we've got you back now, Dave.
Now this is again, you spoke about the last partnership. This is a huge partnership for Worcester, and Kent know that, and they're attacking, which is a really, really good sign.
52 for 5 as Stevens is in. Interesting field already. I had an email a moment ago on kentcricket@gmail.com from Andrew Goatley getting in touch to say thanks for the commentary. More interesting than the test match today. He says, on the morning conditions, living in Blean near Canterbury, I'm pretty sure I drove through Blean because the A2 shut. I'm pretty sure I was diverted that way.
I did too. Yeah.
So there we go. So we've driven past you this morning, Andrew, as Stevens is in. Nicely played, soft hands by Barnard, and just guiding it beyond third slip down towards third man for a single. He says, I cannot remember more dew on my windows this morning since I moved here 8 years ago. And I suggested that maybe that was why Kent had bowled first. 10:30 start in September, bit of early moisture might give them something. And he's saying, yeah, that must account for Worcestershire's difficulties in the morning of this match in part. And thanks very much for your input there, Andrew. KentCricket@gmail.com if you want to get in touch. As Stevens bowls, is that a nibble through to the keeper? It is. And Kent brings Stevens back into the attack. And he wasn't going to be out of the action for too long, was he? Darren Stevens, his first wicket of the match, removes Barnard, caught behind by Robinson. He goes for 25, and Kent have a 6th Worcestershire wicket. Here comes that radio update. Well, they've literally just struck to claim a 6th Worcestershire wicket. The visitors having been put in by Kent this morning, 54 for 6. Ed Barnard, probably the one batsman who looked like he was finding some sort of a rhythm at the crease for the visitors. Out for 25. Darren Stevens coming back into the Kent attack, swapping ends to the Nackington Road end and getting a little outside edge through to Ollie Robinson, the wicket keeper. 4 wickets in the first hour of play from Matt Milnes, making advantage of some of the early conditions here at Canterbury, possibly a bit of September dew with his 10:30 start. Gilchrist as well getting in on the act, removing Haynes for 8, and now Stevens has struck as well. So commentary continues online via the BBC Sport app and website, with Kent making the most of winning the toss and putting Worcestershire in. The visitors are 54 for 6.
I think, again, it's just the way they've changed the field to attack. They've tried to trying to get Barnard out is what's led to that dismissal. They could so easily have sort of settled in. Barnard looks set, he's on 25, he's being positive, let's just sit a bit more defensive. But Kent have been brave, and Zach Crawley, that's testament to his captaincy. They've looked to attack, bring Stevens back in, and it proved dividend. Yeah,
I do wonder if, as the day goes on and as the match goes on, this pitch might turn out to favour the batsman more, as he goes for the in-swinger there, the one that comes back in, Stevens, and it goes over the top of Leach's stumps through to Robinson. Sometimes that can happen here at Canterbury. You get day one or first session, bowling team gets something out of it, and then as the game goes on, it can just flatten out. And I guess those early starts each day this week will mean it's important at the top of the day. And there's a bit of moisture for bowlers. As Leach pushes at this one, hard hands towards the ball as it's a player miss through to Robinson. Well, we saw what Leach is capable of. Those of you that managed to maybe catch some of the game at Worcestershire via live stream, or perhaps went to New Road, a stunning knock from him, which pretty much almost single-handedly managed to win the game for Worcestershire when Kent were favourites. At one stage, I think they were, Stevens is in and bowling. Oh, that's a big inside edge onto the pad. They were ready to come up in a bill. At one stage, chasing 323 to win in that one-day cup game earlier on in the season. Worcestershire were 184 for 6. Joe Leach came to the crease, and possibly the innings of his life. 88 from 51 balls. He hit 5 fours and 7 sixes. And Ed Barnard not out in the end, managing to see Worcestershire home for a famous victory. But yeah, we're just seeing that Joe Leach perhaps not going to have quite such a enjoyable time against Kent in this one if Stevens bowling in that over is anything to go by. He now has figures of 1 for 10 from 7 overs with 3 maidens. And
so change of bowling, Grant Stewart, looks like he's coming going from a different end.
Kent certainly still looking to really press home that advantage, aren't they? And now Leach joining Cox at the crease. Stewart's going to swap ends.
I do like the way that Kent have managed this morning, and that Zach Crawley has. He's not let the game settle. And I know it's sometimes you can take early wickets and you're almost waiting for a partnership because you know it's going to come. But actually, Kent haven't done that. They've not taken their foot off the throat. They've not relaxed it at all. They've kept pressing to try and get wickets, and it's led to them being in a really, really strong position this morning.
54 for 6 Worcestershire as Stewart is in and bowling. Push drive out towards extra cover when Marcus O'Riordan does the fielding. So you're praising Zach Crawley's captaincy, basically.
Certainly. I think he's managed the game really, really well this morning. Like I said, don't get me wrong, the bowlers deserve massive amounts of credit for how well they've run in and bowled. They've created opportunities. They've set a real challenge to the Worcestershire batters. But the fields that we've set and the way that Kent have tried to go about playing this morning has been really, really impressive. And it looks like a team that's confident as well. The bowlers look confident after that last performance out of Leicestershire.
There might be some movement behind the bowler's arm, which got a slight delay. But again, going back to what we were saying earlier on in the piece about Kent having so many players that have captained the side this season. You've got different styles as well of leadership as Stewart bowls. There's a defensive stroke from Cox into the onside. You've got Billings, who's, you know, all energy and vibrant and chatty and very tactically astute from his various experiences playing cricket around the world. And then you've got Daniel Bell-Drummond, who's so cool and calm and collected and very composed captain, and now we're seeing Zach Crawley manage his bowl as well.
Yeah, he seems very, very laid back as well as a captain, doesn't he, Crawley?
But at the same time, like you say, setting these aggressive fields and looking for wickets as Stewart bowls, defended back down the pitch.
And the way that he used Darren Stevens, I felt potentially earlier that he was taken off quite quickly, given how in control Kent were at that point, with Matt Milnes taking wickets the other end. But he's obviously just taken him out, got some of the seamers on just to try and change the pace up a bit, and now the way brought him back on at the other end, and looks like a really inspired move.
Certainly does. Like you mentioned earlier, Dave, never one to be out of the game for too long. Darren Stevens getting in on the act as this one's turned away pleasantly by Cox out towards the onside, but James Logan, I think it is, under the white floppy hat, or is it Matt Milnes?
Matt Milnes.
Yeah, it is Matt Milnes. He likes to wear that wide-brimmed sun hat.
Certainly a day for it today, like I say. Maybe it's where it's been held in here, but the heat's certainly coming through to us, isn't it?
Yeah, it's
nice.
just a slight more of a breeze out there, I think, for the spectators, rather than our greenhouse commentary position in the early session. This was a full delivery by Stewart outside the off stump, left alone.
It's interesting to see how Cox approaches this now, because when he was in with Barnard, he was looking to be positive and looking to try and score. It allowed him to go about getting himself in, whereas I know that, I was talking to Frank, that Leach is likely to be positive, but does Cox go, right, we're going to try and both be positive, or is he going to try and settle in and bat through and give everyone around him more of the licence as the tail order?
Stewart bowling the final ball of his over, steered away nicely. This is a really good cricket shot. Away to deep square leg for 4 runs, ruined what was potentially a maiden on the cards for Grant Stewart there, but we've seen already Cox play a couple of nicely kind of glided little turns of the bat towards mid-wicket. That time he managed to get that extra timing and turn it further away from the fielder and through square leg. So the boundary brings him to 15. Worcestershire are 58 for 6 with Leach yet to score. Stewart 4 overs, number 16 so far.
Also the first boundary I think we've seen this morning to that side of the ground as well.
Yeah, because you're commenting how long it is, how far away it seems, and then it's up the slope slightly as well. Seen a few strokes.
There may be some dew in the outfield as well, as you discussed.
Well,
so
absolutely. We've seen a few that have gone in that direction, haven't we? The ball has not managed to make it all the way to the rope.
I think in those situations, the batters are having to run extra, but the fielders having to chase it all the way out there. I think it's almost, you're relieved to save the 1 or 2 runs, but
here comes Stevens again. In a bowling to Leach, who lets this one go outside the off stump, the away swinger.
I think this is the sort of batsman that Darren Stevens would enjoy bowling to. Somebody who likes to try and come at him and play shots. I think he enjoys getting into battles, Darren Stevens. I think what you'll see is you'll see him really toss, almost sending it a little bit wider just to suggest to Leach, do you want to go and have, especially with the big boundary this side, do you want to try and hit me?
Comes again. Oh, he's gone for it. There is the stroke from Joe Leach. He's got to get 4 runs. It wasn't quite out the middle of the bat. Sounded a little bit toey, but certainly there was a bit of width from Darren Stevens. Leach went after it.
Sounded like I planned it, didn't I?
Yeah,
to try.
well, there you go. Got enough out on it. Let's take it for 4 runs. He's off the mark. Worcestershire 62 for 6.
Again, I don't think Kent would be too disappointed seeing that, because it's a sign of intent. It's good from Worcestershire that they're going to still try and keep adding to that score, trying to get it up, keep chipping away, see if they can get to 100 and then maybe to 150. But from Kent's point of view, if they're playing shots, if they're looking to be positive, then there will be chances coming. So
Yeah, Stevens won't mind that too much, will he?
I think that's part of the plan, where he's going to look to bowl a bit wider and just say to him,
Just got a slight delay here. I can't quite work out why.
it's like a drink's coming out. But again, I think the easy thing to happen now is for Kent batters to start slipping into that mindset of a couple of early wickets. They're starting to think about batting today, and they're starting to think about the pitch and the conditions. And I think Worcestershire now have just got to try and keep Kent out there as long as they can. Try and, as much as it's important to try and put a big score on the board first up, they also need to try and keep Kent in the field as long as they can, because if they're able to get the last couple of or the last 4 wickets reasonably quickly and get back into the changing room, then they'll feel completely on top. Whereas if Worcestershire are able to bat through to even the last session, it just gives them a little bit more of a stronger position in this game at the start of day 1.
Yeah, because sometimes you see, look, just even say going to you were talking about the kind of parallels with the Test match, and you go, if you bowl a team out cheaply in the first innings, and then sometimes your openers can come out and make it look like a different wicket if they get off to a good start or something like that. Whereas if Worcestershire maybe only get a bite at Kent later on in the day, and there's an awkward little period to bat, and then you've got the morning dew tomorrow morning, then there's going to be certain times where it's going to be better to bowl in this game, you feel, and other times maybe with the sunshine that we've got today, this pitch could just flatten out a little bit. So Kent certainly winning the toss and having a bowl first, helping them. We're just seeing the a sheet being put over the super sopper, I think, by the ground staff. So maybe just the sunshine, the way it's moved around and the angle it's currently at, just glinting off some of the silver metal, which has now been covered up. And Stevens bowling a full delivery, which Leach handsomely drives up towards mid-on for a dot ball. It's straight to the fielder.
Again, though, it's you're sort of looking at it there. Leach is looking to try and play as much as he can, and it can go one or two ways. If this partnership goes into this afternoon and goes into that second session of the day, then it's a good start of a rebuild, but it could also be over very quickly.
Stevens bowls, pushed away by Leach. They think about a quick single wide of Milnes at mid-off, and it comes through. Gets up the other end. Well judged in the end by this batting pair. 1 ball remaining in the Stevens over. I might just get Frank to come back on commentary just for the last 15 minutes with you, Dave, before you're heading off to do some coaching later.
Yeah, off for some coaching this afternoon.
What group are you working with?
It's the county trials for the under-11 girls. So it's the start of a season starts already. Looking to pick the squad. Feels like it never ends.
3 slips in play for Stevens, as this one's left alone outside the off-stump, sort of the winter squads, the winter training and that sort of thing. Yeah,
just looking at getting the numbers, sort of see the standard of the players around the county now, and starting to get an idea of what the squads will look like for the winter starting in January.
Lovely stuff. Worcestershire 67 for 6. You're listening to Dave Hathrill, the Kent Women head coach, and shortly you're going to be listening to Frank Watson of BBC Hereford and Worcester alongside him.
Yep, I'm back. More toils for Worcestershire. Great sympathy with you, Dave. I know exactly what you're going to be doing, because I was involved with the Warwickshire pathway until a few years ago, so I used to be there on those winter evenings, making notes on my clipboard about who we thought would get into the squad and who might not, as Darren Stevens bowls, and this one is pushed away square on the leg side by Ben Cox. Last ball of the over, end of the over, 63 for 6, and Stevens now 8 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 15. Yeah, it's a busy time, but it's very important work for you guys, isn't it?
Yeah, it's one of those things really. It's the beauty of cricket is it goes on all year round, or at least it feels like it does, because you come to the end of the season, then you're picking the team for next year, and then you're getting a little bit of work in pre-Christmas, and so it's, you have that little break sort of through October and into November, but it's just nice to start. Hopefully, like a lot of people talking about this late summer we're going to have, so maybe there will be a bit more cricket played into, or even October at this rate.
Yeah, well, I still do quite a bit of little, one-to-ones and stuff privately and so on. It's always nicer to do it outdoors than indoors, isn't it? Always, for as long as you can, really. As Grant Stewart comes into the attack at the pavilion end, and starts with a really good one outside the off stump with Joe Leach pushed at, missed it, taken by the keeper Robinson, who's picked up 2 catches this morning. Ollie Robinson behind the stumps, a good one. Well, both fairly straightforward, I suppose, but as a keeper myself, one down the leg side. We call them strangles now up here, but it's always nice when you're a keeper and you pick one up like that, because it tells you your feet have moved and you've picked up the line quite nicely. That was the 3rd wicket to fall this morning. I'll just break off as Stewart comes in and bowls to Leach. And Joe Leach, what a shot that was. Just hammers it through the covers on the up for 4. Magnificent shot. He's that kind of batsman, Joe Leach. I mean, he did start as a batsman. A lot of people don't know that. He's kind of linchpin of the bowling attack now, but he did start as a batsman. And at school, he was always a very capable batsman at Shrewsbury School, and just leaned into that, hit it on the up, and that was just, well, it just doesn't get any better than that, Dave, does it? It's a great shot for 4.
No, and again, it's moments in games that just start to sort of, if you're in the Worcestershire dressing room, you almost strangely relaxing, because you say, right, he's going to play his natural game. And
great shot.
A lovely shot.
Stewart in again to Leach, bowls, and this one is going to be 4 more, less convincing, it must be said. It's off an outside edge down to wide third man, but he goes at it hard, Joe, and that on that occasion, the pace of his hands meant that even though it was an edge, it raced away for 4 successive boundaries. Just changed things a little bit. He moves into double figures where he joins Cox. Cox is 15, Leach is 13, and Worcestershire 71 for 6. If you're a Joe Leach kind of player, it's much better, even in circumstances like this, to come out and trust your instincts and play positively than to come out and just think, I've got to stick around. Joe's best way of sticking around is to play shots. Stewart is in, bowls, and he beats him as he goes back to this one outside the off stump, and it's taken by Robinson. 71 for 6 it remains.
You're right there, Frank. We spoke earlier about how to navigate periods of the game like this, and the sort of mentality can be just to sit back and you're almost not even looking to play shots, and you're waiting to get yourself out. Whereas Leach has come out and said, I'm going to play the way I'm going to play, and actually, if I'm still here in
an hour,
we've put a
40 or 50 on probably.
Yeah,
it's the way he plays. Here's Grant Stewart in, bowls, and he drives again very firmly, but this time straight to the fielder at extra cover. Is that O'Riordan at extra cover? Yeah, not a player I've seen before.
Takes a lot of pressure off Cox as well, because it just allows Cox to go about his business at the other end.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, what happens is they'll just attack.
Yeah.
Kent will just try and attack at Barnard, and he won't get much time. Whereas now, if it's even, they might start to just drop the fields a bit and give Cox a chance to get himself in.
More. Absolutely. Stewart again from the pavilion end, bowls and squares up Joe Leach completely, but he's got a thick outside edge and it's raced away for 4 more. So 12 off the over, 8 of them admittedly off the edge, but that won't worry the Worcestershire captain when he looks up and sees the score. We're just looking a little bit healthier. That's 75 for 6 and he's gone to 17. Ben Cox is 15. Very quickly, if you're just joining us, the men out for Worcestershire today. Mitchell 4, Libby 2, Fell 3 and Oliveira 1 in a 4-wicket blitz from Matt Milnes. 7 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 18 for him. And since then, Jack Haynes bowled by Gilchrist for 8 and Ed Barnard caught behind by Robinson off Darren Stevens for 25.
But again, I don't want to focus too much on him, but I just think the way Barnard's come out and played, sort of picking the game up, and then now Leach carrying on in that way, and Cox being positive as well.
It changed it a bit, didn't it? Stevens bowls to Cox, who gets 2 more here off the outside edge. The ball running down towards third man, and pursued from the slip cordon by Jack Leaning.
It just
2 more, 17 each now, Leach and Cox.
It just starts to just slightly, ever so slightly, change the momentum and the impetus of the game, because like I say, it's so easy just settle into Kent being on top and Worcestershire trying to survive, but now actually look up at the score and their runs are ticking over.
Darren Stevens comes in again and bowls to Cox, who's forward playing defensively on the onside. No run. Yeah, and we've all been there. I'm sure you've been there. I've been there loads of times. There might even be a league game, you know, and you knock over 4 in the first 10 overs and you think, here we go, we're going to bowl them out for 80, be in the pub by 6. But actually, usually somebody digs in, somebody comes along, a catch goes down or something like that, and a score gets cobbled together. Not always. Stevens in again, bowls. Cox slightly over-pitched, and Cox squeezes it between those 2 men that we talked about before, catching close on the leg side, one at short mid-wicket, one at short square leg. He didn't really hit that well. He got a sort of thickish inside edge, but 2 more.
Again, great bit of running.
Positive, good running, yeah, really good running.
And it's that almost dangerous position where when you get early wickets, you're trying to settle into this mindset the game's going to be over, and then it becomes frustrating. The longer it goes on, you're not getting wickets.
Yeah.
And that's when you can go searching too hard and the game changes. So
yeah, it's very important that Kent keep a good mindset as well. Stevens into Cox, bowls. Just rolled his fingers over that one a little bit, little leg cusser, and Cox just pushes out on the onside.
It's
19 now, Cox.
It's the way they say in football, sometimes actually a 2-goal lead is more dangerous, because when someone gets 1 goal, you start to panic, and it's like you think it's crazy, how could 2-goal lead be? And I think in cricket it's similar in the fact that you get early wickets, your expectations build, and then the longer you're out there after that, the frustration comes around, and all of a sudden chances start to go down, and balls that were going for 1 go for 4. And
Darren Stevens in, bowls, and Cox is hit on the pads, looking to work this one on the leg side. Fell over it a little bit, kind of strangled up. It was probably going down, I think. Might have got a nick on it too, but it runs away, well, back up the pitch to the bowler. 79 for 6 it remains.
You can see the way that Cox and Leach are looking to try and play Stevens. They're looking to go at him. They're not going to sit there and try and play the ball like they're trying to look to impose themselves.
He comes in again, balls to Cox, who drives at this one, and again the bat kind of turned in his hand and he squeezed it up to mid-on when he was aiming it to the offside. He's asking for a new pair of gloves now. Maybe just feels that his grip slipped a little bit. I just watched the replay of that, the shout on that 5th ball, and Darren Stevens it's shaped a little bit away from the right-hander, but started outside leg and probably hit him just outside leg as well. But you know, at that pace with that shape, it's I don't mean it disrespectfully, because I've already said what I think of Darren Stevens, but it's like a league bowler. It's like I've faced so many bowlers over the years who run in and shape it away, and if you can get on top of them, you can score runs off them quite easily. It's not desperately difficult bowling to face, but he just nags and nags and nags. And you've only just got to make a little mistake, and he's in, as he proved earlier when he got the big wicket, didn't he? You talked about how well Barnard played for his 25, and that 1 wicket that Stevens got was
really good delivery.
The big wicket, yeah. Anyway, it's Grant Stewart from the pavilion end, bowling now to Joe Leach, and Leach is very profitable. Well, he's found 3rd man very profitable in the last couple of overs. A couple of boundaries down there in the last over, and he gets 2 more runs down there this time. Full face at the bat this time. Fair play. It wasn't a real edge. He just got on top of it and steered it down between gully and cover point, and he comes back for 2.
I spoke briefly earlier with you about the field set for Stevens and the 2 catches and the 3 slips.
Yeah.
Looks now like we've dropped sort of mid-wicket's gone out for Grant Stewart, which is maybe getting Leach is forcing these changes. We're saying actually, would Kent want him to be bowling short right now? Probably not, but Leach is forcing that change.
Yeah. First sign of any kind of change that Worcestershire have forced, isn't it? And this one is a bouncer from Stewart. Nice change from him. He hasn't threatened to do that yet, and might have taken Joe Leach by surprise a little bit. No great pace, and he just leaned inside it. The Worcestershire captain allowed it to kind of pass over his left shoulder. We spoke to the keeper.
Spoke briefly about how to use Stewart and how to get the most out of Stewart. And it looks like what Kent are looking to do now is maybe have 2-3 overs of him just running in and trying to bowl quick and a little bit hostile, a little bit back of a length, and trying to create something.
Well, he comes in again now and he bowls down the leg side to Joe Leach, who's taken on the pad, I think, as he tries to turn this one down to long leg. And they only get 1. Ran the first one quickly, looking for a second, but it's not there. And leg by, signalled by umpire Hassan Adnan. And the score moves on to 82.
I would like to see when Stevens is bowling, potentially Oliver Robinson looking to come up to the stumps, because it just looks like the way they're trying to play him is get outside their crease and try and nullify the LBW threat. and try and get the ball on a half volley, and actually just bringing like Robinson maybe coming up, it just forces them to sit back in their crease, which could be the difference between the bringing that, because how often do we see Stevens getting LBWs with that late movement he generates, and
you're right.
if they are back outside the crease, they're almost nullifying that threat.
As Stewart is in again and bowls to Cox, who gets a run tucking this one down to long leg for a comfortable single, and he moves on to 20, so he's the second player to reach 20. Ed Barnard having made 25, Joe Leach is on 19. It's 83 for 6. Yeah, I agree with you, and I think another thing I'm slightly surprised by is that we didn't see Matt Milnes come back for a little burst just before lunch. I thought, 7 over burst was spot on, absolutely excellent, 4 for 18. But I thought we might have seen him come back for a couple, but probably he'll open up from the Nackington Road end after lunch, I would have thought.
Imagine, yeah.
83 for 6 as Grant Stewart comes in from the pavilion end and bowls to Leach, who drives nicely, sweetly, but straight to Stevens at mid-on, and there's no run this time. So one ball left in the 28th over, then we'll have one more over before the lunch interval, I think. It's been an outstanding morning for Kent.
It has, and I must admit, now the game actually feels a lot more even at this stage than potentially it would have done even as much as 15 minutes ago. And I think that's testament to the way that mainly Leach but also Cox has gone about batting in this period, because again the forced changes of field, the fact that Kent are now trying it, they're searching. Before they weren't having to search, it was very much in their hands.
As Stewart bowls a no ball, which Leach steers, I think it's fair to say, rather than just edges down to third man for another 4. So third man has been extremely profitable for Worcestershire in the last 15 minutes, hasn't it? With 3 boundaries and a 2 in Stewart's last 2 overs. And just a slightly different feel now with it ticking over to 89 for 6. Leach moves on to 23. And that's off just 18 deliveries. And that's the way he plays. Stewart comes in again and bowls, and make that 25 or 26, because I think he's going to get, he's got 2 more, working this one through mid-wicket, fielded by Matt Milnes, running round the boundary from square leg, and that's the end of another useful over as far as Worcestershire are concerned. 91 for 6 after 28, 1 more over before lunch, and 90 for 6 with Joe Leach 24 and Ben Cox on 20.
Yeah, and it seems crazy for me to be saying that it feels like the game's more in the balance at 90 for 6, but change has been really positive. Yeah. No, Stevens in a good place at the moment. I think is this almost like a free shot for him now, this last over before the break. Be interested to see what Kent's plan will be now. Stick with the same field with 3 slips in and the 2 catches in mid-wicket. And again, I was just saying, Ben, to Frank before, I just feel like it'd be at this stage, maybe not the last over before lunch, but with Stevens bowling, maybe Robinson might consider coming up to the stumps.
He's in and bowling to Cox, who's off the back foot, playing this one out towards cover point. Yes, something we've seen from him. They've got a helmet out there, haven't they, in case he wants to do that.
Yeah, just the amount of times we've seen Stevens just getting those LBWs and sort of forcing batters back in their crease. You just feel like the way they're batting at the moment, they're trying to nullify that option. And
yeah, it's a sound idea. Cox the man on strike at the moment. Lets this one go outside the off stump. Maybe more for Leach, who's looking to be that. Well, he's playing his natural game, isn't he? 25 off 19. We've seen some nice shots from him. A few slightly streaky through third man, but yeah, maybe if you want to pin him to his crease a little bit more. Dave, are you a Bexley? Is Bexley your club? Are you?
It was, yeah. I was moved to Sidcup 2 years ago, but yeah, Bexley. I've still got affiliations there.
Stevens bowling, defended back down the pitch. Feel like we ought to say congratulations to Bexley for winning the Kent Premier Division yesterday. The likes of former Kent players Adam Riley, captaining the team, Adam Ball, and then new Kent player Jazz Singh. He's played a couple of times this season, hasn't he? Involved in that group that have won the league. So
that's fantastic performances over the season. They've been brilliant, and a good blend in that squad, good balance of a lot of younger players as well. So congratulations to Bexley.
Stevens bowling, this one pushed away into the offside. Yeah, they beat Tunbridge Wells yesterday, who are going to be involved in the national T20 final against Barnard's Castle coming up the day after Kent are involved in their own T20 finals day. So yeah, good to see success from Kent cricket sides, and so congratulations to Bexley. I remember being on the end of a few Tunbridge Wells defeats to Bexley as a youngster, because Adam Ball and Adam Riley were my age group. So
Yeah.
yeah, losing to them then happened a few times in fairness, as this one's outside the off stump. Just seeing a short leg go in as well for Kent.
No, you wouldn't be the first person to have been on the end of that. It's been a great performance this year. They've done really, really well.
So yeah, Kent just attacking with these final couple of balls before the lunch break. They've got a kind of a short catching mid-wicket, and then a short leg just going in with the helmet on. 2 slips in a gully. Stevens bowling to Cox, who plays out the maiden with a defensive stroke back down the pitch. Good little partnership and little fight back from Worcestershire to close out the session after Kent had almost entirely dominated the opening hour, thanks to 4 for 18 from his 7 overs from Matt Milnes. Gilchrist taking a wicket, Stevens removing Barnard as well. Top scoring at the moment with 25, along with Leach, 25 not out, 20 for Cox. Radio update on the way. Yeah, very good morning session for Kent after winning the toss and choosing to field first. Early wickets, 4 of them thanks to Matt Milnes, reducing the home side to, or the visiting side rather, to 18 for 4 at one stage. Little mini fight back as we go into the lunch interval with Worcestershire on 91 for 6. This partnership between Leach, 25 not out, and Cox, 20. A little counter punch against what had been all the momentum going Kent's way. Of course, in September we start at 10:30, and we suspect that there might have just been a little bit of dew, bit of moisture out there, which enabled Kent to get some early movement, and particularly Stevens and Milnes in that opening spell. Very, very impressive, and put Worcestershire under all kinds of pressure. So an interesting remainder to the day to come, because we suspect it might get better for batting as the day goes on, with the sun baking the outfield here at Canterbury. Lovely day for a bit of cricket. At the lunch interval, 91 for 6, the Worcestershire score. Good start for Kent. And here on BBC Sport Online, we're going to take a break for the next 40 minutes before the second session of the day gets underway. So at this point, I say thank you to Kent Women head coach Dave Hathrill. Thanks very much for joining us this morning. We look forward to having you back on Wednesday.
Pleasure, Ben. Thank you very much. Cheers, man.
Top man. Thanks, Dave. And thanks to Frank as well. Frank and I'll be back. We'll have some help as well in the afternoon from Fred Atkins from the ECB Reporters Network. But in the meantime, I'm going to go and enjoy a spot of lunch. So for those of you listening online and watching the stream, I'm back with you shortly.
Ladies and gentlemen, you will probably notice the presentation that is taking place in front of your very eyes. In one of the many traditions of Kent cricket, county captains presented to players that have excelled for their county or given meritorious service to Kent. To date, 219 county caps have been awarded so far. Kent's men's players starting way back in 1882. Well, the pubs delighted to confirm that our 220th county cap has just been awarded. You will see the photographic presentation. This 27-year-old joined Kent from Nottinghamshire in October 2018 and has gone on to make 66 appearances to date for the county across 4 formats, taking 148 wickets at an average of 25.52. He's currently Kent's top wicket taker in this year's Vitality Blast with 18 from 12 matches at 16.66. He also has 24 wickets in 7 matches of the LB Insurance County Championship at 20.87. Against Leicestershire, the Chippewa best 6 for 53 in the second innings on his way to match figures of 9.77 as Kent picked up victory in the East Midlands inside 3 days. The right-hander also recorded the current first-class best to the bat at the Spitfire Ground against Yorkshire back in April. He's British 78 with 210 deliveries. Kent did right up until the final session. He's been very good with your applause so far, but could I ask you one more time
Yeah, lunch on day one, and Kent have had a good morning of it so far, at least a morning and afternoon that we've seen. They started off ever so well. Matt Milnes taking 4 wickets in an opening hour burst, 4 for 18, that took out the Worcestershire top order after Kent had decided to field first on a September start, an early start, 10:30. We suspect that a bit of moisture and dew out there in the early stages helped the Kent bowlers. Stevens and Gilchrist getting further wickets before the close, although Cox 20 and Leach 25 not out. Just putting a little partnership together for Worcestershire, so they are 91 for 6 at the break here at Canterbury. And just another piece of Kent news to bring you. We saw a cap presentation take place during the lunch interval. Matt Milnes, after taking 4 wickets this morning, has been awarded a Kent cap as well. So a lovely day for him and for his family, and a good start to the match for Kent cricket.
And a good day for Matt Mills receiving his pink cap. Also an apology for the team to Boss. You were right to correct the first great catch. Dismiss Darryl. Well done. Here come two Worcestershire batsmen, Ben Cox and Joe Lee. And Nathan Gilchrist from the Pavilion.
Afternoon, welcome back to Canterbury. Second session of this match between Kent and Worcestershire here on BBC Sport Online. Ben Watts and Frank Watson about to get the commentary duties back up and running as Nathan Gilchrist is ready to bowl. From the pavilion end to Joe Leach, who defends into the offside in a good partnership between this pair. Leach 25 not out, Cox 20 prior to the lunch interval. Just giving Worcestershire a little bit of grip back in this game after the early momentum all about Kent, and Matt Milnes taking 4 wickets, and then 1 for Gilchrist, 1 for Stevens, and Milnes presented with his county cap as well during the lunch interval, so congratulations to him. This one's pulled away out towards long leg by Leach. Scamper back for a couple of runs, and I bumped into Matt Milnes' mum and dad and partner in the little supermarket just outside the ground at lunchtime. So I was grabbing my bits, and I said, "Oh, is this the Milnes clan?" And they said, "Oh yeah, you're on the radio, right?" Sort of recognised my voice. We haven't met in person, and I tweeted his dad a couple of times as well. He's quite active on social media, so it was nice to say hello. This one defended back down the pitch, and they were saying, because they knew that Matt was getting his county cap today, and there was going to be this presentation. And they were kind of saying, well, I didn't quite know how he'd bowl this morning. He could have come in and got his cap off the back of a nunfer and hit around all over the place or whatever. So they were really quite pleased that he got it off the back of a splendid spell this morning.
Yeah, well, he did bowl really well, didn't he? It was a top effort.
Gilchrist from the pavilion end, trying to follow those early efforts. Kent Seamers as this one's defended out towards Joe Denley.
I mean, I've been trying to get myself into the mindset of the Worcestershire fans. You know, we said this morning to get in touch on Twitter, and 1 or 2 did, and you know, they were pretty pessimistic and pretty disappointed, as you can imagine, with the way things went this morning. Worcestershire 18 for 4 at one stage, but let's put it into perspective. Kent bowled really well.
Gilchrist bowls. Oh, it's on the pad. I don't know if there was an inside edge at all. There's a kind of muffled appeal which died out in the end.
Kent bowled really well. Tom Fell was strangled down the leg side, but you know, you wouldn't look at the others and say anybody did something awful to throw their wicket away. It was just good bowling and helpful conditions and catches well taken. Good catch low down at first slip to get things underway when Daryl Mitchell was out. Tough work for the Worcester boys this morning.
Yeah, certainly was. Kent really did bowl well. I think Matt Milnes might be having another go soon, just doing some warming up as this one beats the outside edge of the bat. Leach just feeling for a little pushed drive off the back foot perhaps, as goes through to the keeper. Gilchrist 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 16. Looks like it is going to be Milnes to fire up another spell from the Nackington Road end.
Yeah, I thought it would be. We called it this morning when I was on air with Dave Haswell. I said, you know, we thought he might come back for a couple before the interval, but I think Zach Crawley, as captain, just was keeping his powder dry and waiting for this moment now. And I think Milnes. Well, is it going to be Milnes actually, or is it going to be Stevens? I think it is going to be Milnes. He's going to come back at the Nackington Road end, as you said, and he'll come down that little slope with a lot of confidence, having got his county cap. He'll just be walking a little bit taller than he was this morning, Matt Milnes, won't he? Having got that recognition, a county cap that says, you know, you've become an established member of this Kent lineup. And he bowled like one this morning. Really, really good spell. 7 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 18, sending back Daryl Mitchell, Jake Libby, Tom Fell and Brett D'Oliveira in the space of 6 overs. And here he is now, and he's going to be bowling to the Worcestershire wicketkeeper Ben Cox. 3 slips in place, as well as a short mid-wicket on the drive, and he bowls and Cox flashes at that one outside the off stump and is beaten, taken by wicketkeeper Jordan Cox, and the score stays at 93 for 6. It's a beautiful day here at Canterbury. I'm delighted to say that the sun has just shifted its position slightly and is no longer blazing straight into our commentary box. It was uncomfortably warm in here this morning. Felt like a young tomato plant.
It really is a greenhouse in the mornings.
In comes Milnes again and bowls to Cox, who gets his first run after lunch, tucking this one away behind square on the leg side. And they have to hurry as the fielding is done by Marcus O'Riordan, who's come into the side today. And they go through for a single. So Cox goes on to 21. And Worcestershire 94 for 6, 40 then added so far for this 7th wicket, which doesn't sound a great deal, but in these circumstances it's a really impressive foundation, shall we say, for what might turn into a recovery. Too early to call it that yet, as Milnes is in again and bowls to Leach, who is taken on the pad, and there's a big shout. Looks a good shout, might just have done a bit too much and be running on down the slope, that one, I think. I'll have to have a look at the replay in a minute, but umpire Paul Pollard says no, not on this occasion. He did uphold a shout for Milnes this morning against Brett D'Oliveira, but this time keeps his hands in his pockets. I'm just going to watch a replay of that one, and oh no, well, I'm not actually, because the live feed is a bit behind at the moment. Maybe come back to it in a couple of minutes. Here's Milnes again anyway, from the Mackinson Road end, shouts again as he takes Leach on the pad. I think might have been a bit of bat involved in this one, and it was a bit high as well, this one, and the appeal was sort of strangled, but it's uncomfortable, noticeably more uncomfortable against Milnes than against anybody else just at the moment.
Yeah, I've just seen the replay of the previous one, and it looks like it's probably umpire's call. It might have just been clipping leg, but probably is running down. He bowled it from quite wide on the crease.
Yeah, that was my impression. He's in, he bowls, and this time Leach does get a bat on it and punches it away through the covers. Didn't time it perfectly. He'll only get 2 as Darren Stevens goes back to do the fielding. Probably picks the ball up 10, 15 yards inside the rope. It's a big boundary out on that side of the ground. And they take 2, so Leach goes on to 29. He's the top scorer in the innings so far. Worcestershire captain, whose best performance with the bat of the season really came against Kent in that Royal London Cup game at New Road earlier this year. Pugnacious cricketer Joe Leach, bowled really well the other day against Sussex in both innings of that game. And leading by example here again today, stands with his bat raised as Milnes comes into him. And he's forward to this one, plays the ball back up the pitch to the bowler. So good over from Matt Milnes. It did concede 3 runs, but as I said a few minutes ago, I think he probably made the batsmen look more uncomfortable, Ben, than they've been at any stage in the last sort of hour of play or so in that over.
Yeah, he's just got that bit of extra zip, hasn't he, Matt Milnes, and been really dialed in as well with his line and length, fuller length. He's been attacking the stumps, attacking the pads, keen to cap off his day. Excuse the pun, with a 5-wicket haul if he can. Worcestershire 96 for 6 with Gilchrist ready to continue from the pavilion end with 3 slips in play. Cox just crouching in his guard and playing defensively back up the pitch. It's been a sort of quiet knock from him. You've not really necessarily noticed him be too extravagant, but he's gone about his business really nicely, Ben Cox, this innings.
He's run well, hasn't he? Dave Hasro was saying this morning how when he was in with Barnard, they ran well and were quite positive.
Gilchrist in. This one's just pushed away out towards backward point, and yeah, you know, for young cricketers these days, they see batsmen playing all the shots and whatnot, and want to go and hit boundaries. And sometimes not so young cricketers as well who want to just go out and whack the ball. But you know, the Cox and like I say, Barnard showing the strengths of just getting bat on ball and running hard and batting with sensibility as he goes for a drive outside the off stump.
You nearly got him.
Did my best to know talking about there. Played a miss outside the off stump with a big drive.
Had a chat with Ben this morning just as he was queuing up to get his coffee down below us near. This ground's a bit like that, isn't it? The players, you feel a bit closer to them than you do on some grounds where they just disappear into the distance. And you know, just seemed in a good frame of mind. I don't suppose he was actually expecting to be out there with the bat in his hand before 12. That's how it was.
Gilchrist bowls to him. Oh, a nice shot, really. Just a gentle push forward, soft hands, thick outside edge, but played with control, and that brings up the 100 for Worcestershire. Some might say that was a full stroke, but for me that was...
No, it was a steer, wasn't it? Rather
quite
than
well
edge,
played.
Yeah, soft hands, and like you say, that's what I suppose the best way to describe that is running it down to third man rather than slicing it down to third man, isn't it? If that's fair. But anyway, 4 it is. And these two, they just had a little chat then, and I'm sure they were just saying, come on, let's just make sure we just do it. Well, it's almost over by over, I would think, at the moment.
Gilchrist bowling. Oh, inside edge onto the front pad from Cox as he pressed forward there. Thudded away into the offside. I was playing a match yesterday, Frank, and batting partner that I was in with was being offered a little bit of width outside the off stump, and he kept trying to either sort of hit it over the top of cover. Inevitably, most of it went down towards third man. The umpire, and not the umpire, the bowler was getting a little bit grumpy and getting a bit upset with the whole situation. And as Gilchrist bowls, and this one's defended back down the pitch. The next one, he bowled it a bit straighter, inside edge, went to fine leg for 4.
Yeah.
And the batsman just had a little walk down the wicket and just looked at him and gone, "Do you need a hug?" And he just hugged him in the middle of the pitch. It was really funny.
Oh, I like that.
It was such a good moment.
That was
actually.
a league game, was it?
Yeah. Our last league game of the season, sort of big game for.
Well, I like that because it suggests that there's proper humour there as well.
It was a nice moment actually.
Yeah.
Full delivery from Gilchrist. Appeal for LBW, probably going down the leg side. Cox was trying to flick it away. Umpire agrees with our opinion. We're at a kind of long on position, so we can't quite see compared to those of you that might be watching the live stream. End of the over, Worcestershire 102 for 6. Good little recovery this between Leach 29 and Cox 25.
Hassan Adnan, the umpire at this end, former Derbyshire batsman. It's a small world, the cricket world, isn't it? I mentioned earlier that I saw Richard Ellison and Paul Downton up in the stand, and I played against them a long time ago, and Richard and our paths crossed a few times as coaches when we were in various schools. But Hassan Adnan started with Derbyshire, and when I was at Master in Charge of Cricket at Repton, Derbyshire seconds would play there quite often, and I can remember seeing Hassan as a young player who spoke very little English coming into the side and making runs and playing in the Derbyshire Premier League as I did for a year or two, and you know, here he is, our paths cross again years later out there. Hasn't done many first class games, as Milne's bowl short to Leach outside the off stump, probably the worst ball that he's bowled in the whole game, and Leach is on the back foot and hammers it away up the hill. Hit that really well, the Worcestershire skipper, and the 50 partnership is raised between Joe Leach and Ben Cox. Very good rear guard, fight back if you like by these two, and that milestone brought up with a beautifully timed back foot cover drive by Joe Leach, which takes him on to 33, and he's still only faced 30 balls.
So he's quite enjoying facing Kent this summer, Joe Leach.
That's right, like I said, it was his best performance of the season, I think, in that game at New Road. He just plays one way, doesn't he? But that's not to say he's a slogger, because he isn't. He's got a perfectly sound technique. Milne's bowls to him again, and he's on the back foot and gets another single, this time pushing out 2 extra cover. Nicely played. Good footwork from Joe Leach He moves to 34, and it's 107 for 6. And I was saying earlier when Dave was on, Ben, that he began his life as a batsman, Joe Leach. I mean, at school he was always a batsman who bowled, and he came into the Worcestershire Academy, and he came into the side originally as a batsman. And his bowling then developed to the extent that his batting almost became secondary. But he's got that background really. Ben Cox waits now as Tom Milnes is in and bowls to him, and he leaves this one alone, which is injudicious because the line of it was far too good for that. But he's got away with it despite the appeal on bounce, I think, because that's obviously, I think, hit him quite high up.
Milnes was keen, but nobody else really was.
Just watching a replay, it hit him high up. I mean, he was outside the line. That doesn't matter, of course, because he wasn't playing a shot. But it hit him quite high on the right thigh, I think. Food for thought, though, for Ben Cox. And Milnes turns again. 3 slips. And that short mid-wicket on the drive, waiting as he bowls. And Cox is very positively forward and pushing up to mid-off. You can play forward defensively and in various ways, can't you? And that was actually what I would call a proper positive forward defensive. He didn't go at it hard, but his feet moved well. He got his head well forward over that front knee and let the ball come then and played it under his eyes. But it was a positive shot, which was important after that previous leave. And he's forward again this time and driving nicely on the onside for a single past the diving man in at that short wicket. That's Joe Denley diving to his left, didn't quite get a hand on it, and Cox picks up a single to take him on to 26, and the total on to 108 for 6 in the 33rd over of this Worcestershire innings on the first day of this LV Insurance County Championship Division 3 game at the Spitfire Ground in Canterbury in bright sunshine. Milnes in again, bowls, and Leach drives and he's dropped at 3rd slip / gully, really sort of 5th slip really, by Jack Leaning, diving high to his right. It went hard. It's the first mistake Kent have made today, you'd have to say. It's the first black mark against Kent, and it wasn't an easy catch by any means, but he disappointed that he couldn't hold on to it. And Leach survives. End of the over. Nearly a 5th for Milnes. 9 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 27. His figures. It's 108 for 6 at the end of the over.
Would have been a stunner of a catch, wouldn't it, if Leaning had held on. Great reflexes to dive away to his right, and it was high as well. Got both hands to it though, so with that in mind, he might feel like he was capable of holding on. Just got hands on hips at the moment, frustrated. He'd just been pushed slightly wider as well by Crawley into that gully area, as this one's a short ball from Gilchrist, pulled around the corner by Cox, down towards long leg. Good running again between the wickets from this Worcestershire pair, and then come back for 2 as Holly Robinson makes a mess of the off stump.
You only need to take 1 bail off, don't you?
Not the most subtle piece of wicket.
I think sometimes the stumps are watered in, aren't they? And they come out very easily.
Yeah.
I don't think he really quite meant to demolish the furniture as much as he did.
It's
good running though.
Yeah, it certainly was. It was interesting you just saying there, Frank, about Joe Leach playing his natural game, because in that game at New Road when they're chasing 320 and they were 180 for 6, he came out almost playing some shots, and it almost felt like it was last chance saloon. It was almost like, right, I'm going to have to go for it. If I come off, then we might get back in the game, otherwise we're going to lose this. Edge, past 2nd slip, and away for 4 runs. Cox adds to his tally, moves to 32. Disappointment for Gilchrist. I wonder whether if Leaning had been at 3rd, like I was saying, they moved him wider a moment ago. Had he been at 3rd, would that have quite carried to him? Maybe just. So unfortunate for Kent, but Cox played it with soft hands, so deserving a little bit of fortune in that sense.
Just that feel that Dave was talking about before, about how you just feel the mood changing slightly.
Suddenly it's not all going Kent's way, is it? As Gilchrist bowls to Cox. Little quick run to Stevens at mid-on. He's just dabbed this into the onside, sprinted down the pitch. Stevens barely moved. He just sort of jogged in and was
you can have that one.
Yeah,
chap.
go on then. You can have it.
I'm going to nip off and do an update for BBC.
Thank you very much, Frank Watson. Here for BBC Hereford and Worcester for the 4 days. I'll have an update for BBC Radio Kent in a moment, which I think is going to be the last one for the day, actually. Shared programme on a Sunday afternoon today. Gilchrist bowls. Oh, Joe Leach, sorry. That is a shot and a half. Just all hands bashed it through the covers. And away for 4 runs. That was quite something. Moves to 38. Cox 33. Worcestershire 119 for 6. I'm joined by Fred Atkins from the ECB Reporters Network, who's joining us on the commentary this afternoon. And Gilchrist bowls, all beats the outside edge of Leach's bat. Good afternoon, Fred.
Hello, Ben.
Been taking in the game this morning. What have you made of the action so far?
Well, it's one of those games where you always feel like if you're a Kent supporter, there's always going to be a partnership in there at some point that's going to check the momentum. And certainly I thought the 5th wicket one might have done that, but this one is definitely tilting it back towards Worcestershire at the moment.
Gilchrist bowling, driven back to him by Leach and just getting a hand on it in his follow through. End of the over. Worcestershire 119 for 6, 33 Cox, 38 Leach. Cox a moment ago dropped in the gully by Jack Leaning off Matt Milnes. But, well, it was one of those that would have been a heck of a catch, wouldn't it, if he'd have managed to hold on to it.
It would, and yet I imagine he's probably feeling pretty upset with himself.
I think that's because of the, the sort of standards he'll set for himself, I guess, in that sense.
And we've seen him cashing in the deep, particularly in the Blast series earlier, and he's been very reliable under the lights when he's had, in fairness, he's had a lot more time to think about it, whereas that one just flashed at him. And I think he'll be a bit upset. Just one of that other one that went through 3rd slip in the last over as well. He had his hands on his knees slightly then.
It's Milnes to Cox down the leg side. Good take from Ollie Robinson, moving away to his left. Yeah, do you think it would have carried if Leaning was at 3rd rather than gully?
I think it would have been down around about his toes, and I would have backed him to take it. Yeah,
I guess Crawley had sort of pushed him wide. Probably the right way to go is push him that little bit wider for Leach, who's going at it with harder hands, and then for Cox, have him a more orthodox 3rd slip. Milnes has that field now as he bowls to the wicketkeeper batsman, pushed back down the wicket. Couple of dots in this over so far. Update on the way for BBC Radio Kent, and I'll make way for Frank. Milnes in again. Just going down the leg side.
it was a very strong shout.
Yeah, just seeing an LBW shout for Matt Milnes. Kent trying to build on that early momentum. Andy Worcestershire 119 for 6 though in this partnership between Leach, who's now got 38, and Cox 33. Certainly putting the brakes on what was a Kent charge this morning. Matt Milnes taking 4 wickets and 1 apiece for Nathan Gilchrist and for Darren Stevens. We saw Matt Milnes as well during the lunch interval, handed his county cap with his family here as well, the former Nottinghamshire man. So a lovely moment for him, and following it on from his excellent figures this morning, he's now going in search of a 5-wicket bag. Saw a dropped catch a moment ago, Leach going hard at a ball which flashed to Leaning in the gully. He managed to get 2 hands on it, but it would have been a spectacular catch if he'd have held on. So unfortunate for him. Worcestershire just managing to get back into this game, and we have a bit of a contest on our hands here at Canterbury. Commentary continues online with Worcestershire 119 for 6 against Kent. So I'll just take us through to the end of this over as Milnes is in and bowling, and just pushed away by Cox up towards mid-off. Grant Stewart is there to do the fielding. Just seeing Simon Cook, I think it is, having a conversation, the bowling coach for Kent, with Nathan Gilchrist down at long leg. Interesting that Gilchrist getting the nod in the last couple of games for Kent. Him and Stewart with the likes of Harry Podmore and Matt Quinn not in the side. Full delivery from Milnes, pushed away defensively out towards mid-off, end of the over.
Him. This summer when they signed Gilchrist, they were very happy to get him from Somerset. Somerset far from thrilled that Gilchrist had opted to join Kent. And he's just breaking his way into the side. Very impressive in the Royal London, particularly that win at Middlesex, I thought. Looks like we're just having a bit of a pause for sanitation break, which is still a thing. It's one of the few things, few remnants, if you like, that reminds you of what happened earlier in the season. Because if you walk around the ground now, you would almost think that nothing had happened. Very few people wearing masks. There's not really any kind of distancing on the bookshop is back, which is great to see round at the sort of near the Ames stand.
Like you say, that hand sanitizer break is one of the things that's kind of stuck around from, say, even last summer when we had no spectators in the ground and we were playing this very short season due to the pandemic. And Crawley just having a bit of a discussion with Gilchrist. I think he's saying what he wants from his field. They're sending a third man out in front of the scoreboard as Gilchrist bowls Leach and removes his off stump. And whatever bowling coach Simon Cook said to him, just hit top of off, mate. It's obviously worked. Nathan Gilchrist celebrates with a big roar, sends Leach on his way. Big wicket for Kent, important one to remove Joe Leach for 38 and to end this partnership.
And I think Jack Leaning will be feeling a whole lot better because he's only added 4 runs since he was put down. We say put down, it was a very difficult chance, a diving chance at third slip or gully. But there's absolutely no debating that one. He has absolutely pinged his off stump back. And that little revival of Worcestershire's has been checked. They're 119 for 7 now.
38.
And I think they'll be reasonably happy with the progress that that particular duo made. Obviously they would be hoping they would hang around for a lot longer if they're going to be posting a competitive target. Of course, you never can tell till you see how Kent bat on this wicket. It was an interesting choice that they decided to put Worcestershire in this morning. With a bit of fog around it, has to be said. It was actually, visibility was quite poor on the edges, not quite to the level that we had in the T20 here against Somerset, where the fog was actually rolling across the pitch and making it very difficult to see from one end of the wicket to the other. It was one of the very few times I've seen fog affect a game.
That was quite extraordinary, wasn't it, that one?
Yeah, I mean, that was almost surreal.
It was kind of something out of a horror film, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That haunting, gloomy scene, as it was, you know, sometimes when you're by the coast and
it's like it could have been directed by John Carpenter. And that was pretty much how it worked for Kent, really. It was one of the sort of few black evenings in that blast campaign here.
They got thoroughly Tom Bantoned that night.
They did.
It's Gilchrist bowling to the new man, Baker. Solid defensive stroke out towards extra cover because, of course, Tom Banton's brother, Jack, plays for Worcestershire, played in the One Day Cup game between these two at New Road.
What was interesting talking to him afterwards was just how underwhelmed he seemed by it all. It sounded like he just finished a shift at DPD or something, rather than just hit one of the career-defining innings of his life.
Well, it was a sort of knock that, oh, another one. Nathan Gilchrist in, shouldering of arms from the batsman, and the off-stump cartwheeling backwards. He's got 2 in and over, both bowled, 2 in 3 balls. Nathan Gilchrist reduces Worcestershire to 119 for 8, and Baker has completely misjudged that one, departs for a 2-ball duck.
Yeah, it's a great-looking leave when it doesn't hit your stumps. He's shouldered arms beautifully, but it's just cannoned into his wicket, and I'm not sure he's going to be too happy explaining himself to his coaches back in the dressing room. So Gilchrist has got 2 in 3 now, 2 bowled, stump sent cartwheeling. Worcestershire 119 for 8, and having said that, we thought Worcestershire were just about getting themselves back into this contest. That twin strike from Gilchrist has firmly put Kent into the ascendancy.
Well, there was me talking a moment ago saying about how, you know, he's got the nod over the likes of Podmore or Quinn, and, well, showing fully what he is capable of doing and ripping a couple of stumps out there, Nathan Gilchrist. I wonder if it was a, you know, how much of a misjudgment it was. Just didn't, yeah, Frank having looked at the stream saying it didn't really do much. The way he sort of left it.
But it was one of the most elaborate
Was he leaving it
leaves.
on height? Was he trying to leave it on length, or I don't know? Your instant thought was that maybe it jagged back, but
It was almost theatrical, the way that he left it.
well, disappointment for Baker. I'm sure we'll see him later on in the game. Talented young spin bowler. But a new man to the crease, Pennington in at number 9, or at number 10, sorry, now. For Worcestershire. Nathan Gilchrist bowling to him as he defends back down the pitch, way out towards a wide-ish mid-off. He's 22 years of age, from Shrewsbury, Pennington. I was there for a football game the other week. That was a lively one.
Got a bit feisty at the end,
there was
from what I hear.
4 red cards at the end. Sub-goalie, assistant manager, a couple of players. Full delivery drive out towards deep points by the young man who's been with the Birmingham Phoenix in the 100 as well.
It's the sort of game you're not supposed to admit that you enjoyed, isn't it?
But secretly.
Not even secretly in a lot of cases.
Secretly, they are finding the it all rather entertaining. As it wasn't the result that certainly BBC Radio Kent listeners in the majority were looking for.
I guess it depends which part of Kent you're talking about.
It does, actually, yeah.
The part that I'm coming from,
The Maidstone part.
the Maidstone area, they might well have been quite pleased.
Worcestershire 120 for 8 then. 2 wickets in the over for Gilchrist. This is the last ball of it. Cox, there's a bit of a mix-up as he was just turning it into the onside, thinking about a quick single, but Grant Stewart was on it very quickly indeed. Worcestershire 120 for 8 here on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Hereford and Worcester. BBC Sport Online, let's get Frank Watson in alongside Fred Atkins.
So yeah, real setback for Worcestershire then in the last few minutes. Those 2 wickets going down, and Joe Leach first to go, bowled by Gilchrist for 38, and then Josh Baker misjudging the line on his second ball and allowing it to. It didn't just flick his off stump; it absolutely clattered into it, and disappointed because he's not the worst. Josh Baker, he's a good young all-rounder, really, mainly a left-arm spinner, but he's not the worst batsman by any means. Milnes in, bowls to Pennington, takes him on the pad, big shout, but turned down by umpire Paul Pollard, possibly on height. Tall man Pennington, and that one hitting him quite high up, I got that impression, and he survives, but it's suddenly turned again. You know, I mean, it was very much Kent's morning, of course, with Worcestershire at one stage 54 for 6. But that's a good partnership for the 7th wicket, adding 65 between Cox and Leach. But now it's all turned again as Milnes bowls again, and Pennington is taken on the pad as he tries to turn this on the leg side. But Ben Cox, whose running has been very positive ever since he came to the crease, as it always is, to be honest, and he calls Pennington through and they go through for a leg bye. They had to hurry, but home comfortably enough. And the total goes on to 121 for 8, and Milnes will continue from the Nackington Road end, bowling to Cox again now with 3 slips in place, and as he has when he's bowled at Cox, and in fact as Zach Crawley has put himself into that sort of short mid-wicket position on the drive for Cox, for all the seamers that have bowled at him from that end, They obviously think they've got a chance of picking him up there as Milnes bowls, and the Worcestershire keeper Cox is on the back foot pushing down on the offside, and there's no run. 121 for 8, but the mood's changed again, Fred, hasn't it? You just felt that as that partnership between Cox and Leach developed, it was just tipping, not exactly tipping Worcestershire's way, but parity was kind of in the air for a while, but it's gone the other way again now, isn't it?
The score quite freely, I thought, and it was just beginning to irritate.
Yes,
the home side.
That's it, yeah. Milnes in now, bowls, and Cox is forward again, pushing down on the onside. It has to be said, I did say to Dave this morning that Pennington at number 10, he got a 50 at Chelmsford this year in the Red Ball game, and Finch, who follows him at 11, neither of them are, you know, absolute bunnies by any means. I mean, they both are capable of hanging around in reasonable circumstances, but with Milnes bowling the way he is, and Gilchrist, who has been impressive since lunch, it's not easy. Milnes bowls, Cox drives, good piece of fielding at mid-off, diving down to his right by Grant Stewart. Really good work for a big man, got down well, wouldn't have gone for 4, but it certainly would have gone for a couple, and no run is added. 121 for 8. Yeah, it's tough again, and a lot of responsibility on Cox's shoulders now to try and push Worcestershire onto something more substantial. He plays this one defensively square on the leg side. There's no run. End of the over. Pennington will be on strike. 121 for 8. Maiden from Milnes. His figures now are 11 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 27. And he got his county cap this morning. He's having a pretty good day, I think it's fair to say. Going back to Nathan Gilchrist, we saw the bowling coach have a little chat with him down on the boundary. He came back up and picked up 2 wickets.
Yes,
what a coach!
Whatever he said, it worked. I'm just going back to Milnes. He's had an exceptional week because he was outstanding at Leicester, and before we write Worcestershire off in this match, that was a game that was effectively decided by last wicket partnerships.
Yeah.
Stevens milking the tail. I forget the exact sum that they got for the last wicket, but it was substantial.
Here's Gilchrist from the pavilion end, bowling to Pennington, pushes up to mid-off, no run. Yeah, he came into this game in form, in 9 wickets in that game, Matt Milnes, so came into this game in form. Joe Leach got 9 wickets for Worcestershire in the game against Sussex as well, so he's in good form as well, and we'll see him out there fairly soon, I would have thought, with Worcestershire 119 for 8, and it's only coming up to 10 to 2. Here's Gilchrist in again, bowls, and Pennington's beaten, felt for this one outside the off. No run. Lovely day, sun shining across the ground here at Canterbury, and I know I'm retired now, semi-retired, Fred, and you know, I don't know whether I've managed to achieve what I wanted to in retirement. Watching a bit of cricket now again, which is great, and you know, doing a bit of gardening and trying to keep fit, and I've got a grandson and everything else. I just break off with Gilchrist bowling to Pennington, who edges into the slips all along the ground. No run. People think, what's he going on about? I was going to say is I always used to think that when I retire I'll have a little flat alongside a cricket ground, and I've looked at the ones at Bristol and I've looked at the ones at Taunton, and now I'm looking at these. What a magnificent life it must be for those people sitting on their balconies under their parasols watching this cricket. A lovely development alongside the ground here as Gilchrist is in again. Bowles. Pennington plays a lovely shot, driving a full ball on middle and leg straight down the ground. He's picked up 2, he'll come back for 3. He won't come back for 3 as Darren Stevens does a fielding, but a nice shot from Pennington takes him on to 3. 123 for 8. I mean, honestly, it just looks lovely, doesn't it, sitting up on those balconies?
I was walking past them earlier on, because it's the first time this season we've actually been able to walk around the boundary, and they are apparently, I think, about an extra 50,000.
Yeah, just to have the
on
view.
This side.
That's quite an expensive membership.
It is.
Gilchrist in, bowls. Pennington taking on bad big shout for LBW, and it looked a good one, that one, and it was upheld by Hassan Adnan, the umpire, and he almost walked. I got the impression there, Dylan Pennington, a fast bowler himself. He kind of knew he'd gone across. He's trapped in front. A 3rd wicket since lunch for Gilchrist, a 4th of the innings, And between them, Gilchrist and Milnes are pretty much wrapping this up. Dylan Pennington has gone for 3. And, well, Worcestershire in real trouble now. 123 for 9 as Adam Finch comes out. I did say I didn't think it'd be long before we saw Joe Leach bowling. And that decision means that it'll be less time.
Still 1 wicket to come.
Yep.
And anybody that was watching the stream from Grace Road on day 3 last week will just have been having flutters. There's one point where I was thinking, well, all right, it's ridiculous to think that they could win this. But then I thought the same thing when Ben Stokes batted against Australia, and they were scoring so freely at one point that you just thought, well, if I sort of go out of the room or something, maybe a wicket will fall, and that is pretty much what happened in the end.
But in these circumstances, although, I mean, I completely agree with you, and we've all seen games turn massively and anything can happen, but in these circumstances, with the ball having moved around all day and Gilchrist having just hit this little golden spell after lunch since his little pep talk from the bowling coach down on the boundary, it's unlikely. Adam Finch is the new batsman, coming out to join Ben Cox, who's on 33. And the men out since lunch. Joe Leach bowled Gilchrist 38. Josh Baker bowled Gilchrist without scoring. And just a couple of minutes ago, Dylan Pennington LBW to Gilchrist for 3. So Gilchrist now 4 for 36, comes in and bowls. And Finch is on the back foot, pushing up to mid-off. And there's no run. It's the end of the over, 123 for 9. And Gilchrist enjoying the post-lunch session.
Well, we were saying during the lunch interval, there must have been something that Kent saw in this wicket that persuaded them to put Worcestershire in.
Yeah.
And at the moment, it's looking like a very sensible decision. We're not obviously going to know until we see how Kent deal with the conditions. Am I right in saying it looks probably a bit easier to bat now than it was at half-10?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I wasn't surprised, I must say, because I was recalling this morning on air, Fred, the old NatWest finals at Lords and Gillette Cup finals always played in September at Lords on a Saturday morning, packed house, and I was there for 2 or 3 of them with Worcestershire, and even if the weather was good, if you won the toss, it was a no-brainer to put the other team in, and the game was often decided in that first hour, by how few wickets the team that had lost the toss could lose. As Matt Milnes is in, bowls to Cox with the field back there, offering him a single pretty much here on the offside certainly, but he declines the single on offer on that occasion as the ball dribbles up to mid-off, and the score remains 123 for 9. It all started to fall apart in the very first over for Worcestershire this morning when Daryl Mitchell was really well caught down at first slip by Jordan Cox. Off this man, Matt Milnes, who's in bowling to Cox, who drives and again could have a single if he wanted it, but turns it down as the ball runs up to mid-off. That's interesting in itself, I think, because if the ball wasn't doing a great deal and it wasn't nipping around and it was fairly flat, I don't think Cox would be that worried about protecting Adam Finch. As I say, Finch he's a reasonably capable batsman, but to turn down those 2 singles off the first 2 balls suggests that Cox is going to play the long game on this surface. Slightly slower ball from Milnes, little off-cutter, just running his fingers across that one, and it's quite full, and again Cox could have had a single if he'd wanted as he steered it out square on the offside, but
I was just thinking back,
decided against it.
What you were saying about the finals and low scoring. Was there a Worcestershire-Warwickshire final in the 90s?
The one I'm particularly thinking of was a Worcestershire-Middlesex one where Angus Fraser knocked over Tim Curtis and Graham Hick in short order, and it was a very low-scoring game. It's Milnes bowls. Cox takes the single this time, running it down to third man. He's in fact going to come back for 2 and see if he can pick up a single off one of the last 2 balls. So he goes on to 35, 125 for 9, and then Mark Ramprakash, a very young Mark Ramprakash, won the game. 18 years old, I think, won the game for Middlesex late on in the day. But yeah, there were various finals that you can think of. I'm sure almost any supporter of almost any county that was involved will say that they used to hinge on the toss. Here's Milnes in, bowls down the leg side to Cox, who tries to heave that one away over square leg and misses it. One ball left in the over. Field's in now. Cox will be really keen to try and get a single off this one. I hope Finch is on the same wavelength, because Cox is very quick between the wickets and liable to just drop this down and set off. And Milnes, I would reckon, I mean, if he would try and get out of the over, he might well bang this one in and try and keep Cox down at that end. Or he might still fancy his chances of getting him out, so he pitches it up, and he does. And Cox picks it up over square leg for 6. It was in the slot, it has to be said, and Cox is that kind of player. He's capable of scoring all around the wicket, very good white ball batsman. And well, I can't get a single and keep the strike, I'll do the next best thing, and I'll have the first 6 of the day. And he clips it over square leg, fairly short boundary on that side of the ground today. And he goes to 41, and the total at the end of the over, 131 for 9.
Yep, we've had a number of 6s that have actually disappeared into the flats during the Blast series, and we've been reliant on the generosity of the neighbours here to fling the ball back, and then of course it has to be sanitised before it can be used.
Reinforced glass, I suppose. That's probably one of the things you get for your extra 50,000.
I don't know, actually. I don't know what the situation is. If the club,
you'd want it, wouldn't you?
You would. Certainly, Daniel Bell-Drummond gets into form when he's been playing in the Blast. He's been putting it in there.
Yeah,
leaning as well.
Yeah, I bet. Anyway, it's Gilchrist from the pavilion end to Finch, who gets in behind this and pushes out on the onside, and Gilchrist does his own fielding. So 131 for 9. 3 men out since lunch for the addition of 40 runs, all falling to Nathan Gilchrist. And the men out: Leach 38, Baker without scoring, and Pennington for 3. And here's Gilchrist again bowling to Finch, who pushes out on the offside, and there's no run. Talking of the finals and early starts in September, I'm indebted to my colleague Dave Bradley for a text which he just sent me. He says, today this is Glamorgan 97 all out, Gloucestershire 76, Hants 89 all out, Somerset 9 down. 10:30 starts in September. As Gilchrist is in again and bowls, and Finch plays a lovely shot off the back foot, driving away through the extra cover area. He's going to pick up 2. Almost made it to the ropes, but very, very nicely played. Chased down there by Marcus O'Riordan, flicked back just inside the rope, and Finch is off the mark with that 2.
See, just at the moment, it doesn't feel like September.
No, I think that's it, isn't it? Yeah.
Normally you'd think it would be just a little bit cooler.
Yeah.
It's probably one of the warmest days we've actually had here at Canterbury this summer.
But it's a September scoreboard. As Gilchrist finishes it off by bowling Finch with one that possibly nipped back, and Finch has gone for 2. Worcestershire are all out. Cox is unbeaten, and Worcestershire are all out. Cox unbeaten on 41. Finch bowled by Gilchrist, and Gilchrist finishes with a lovely little 5-foot. 4 of them picked up since the lunch interval. And one thing I did notice is that Adam Finch very quickly jogged off the field. Can't wait, I think, probably to get his bowling boots on and see if Worcestershire can make inroads into the Kent top order, because their innings has been finished off in fairly short order. I'll give you the bowling figures for Kent. Matt Milnes, who probably the pick of the bowlers, even given Gilchrist post-lunch burst because of the way that he saw the top order off. 12 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 35, and then Darren Stevens 10 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 19. Grant Stewart bowled 6 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 39. The one slightly expensive bowler, and the impressive Nathan Gilchrist since lunch particularly finished with figures of 11 overs, 11.4 overs, 2 maidens, and 5 for 38. Worcestershire 133 all out. 4 wickets for Milnes, 5 for Gilchrist, And the only batsman that made really significant contributions, Ben Cox, who was unbeaten on 41, Joe Leach, who made 38, and Ed Barnard, who made 25. Good morning for Kent, Fred.
It is, yeah, and it's interesting that Matt Mills has actually been upstaged by Gilchrist. The thoughts that when we got here and Mills was ripping out the top order, that on the day that he got his county cap, he was going to be the star name, but it's actually Gilchrist who's taken 5 for 38. And four of them since he had that chat with Simon Cook down on the boundary just a few moments ago.
What a coach. What a coach. It's like making a substitution. The sub goes on and gets a hat-trick. We'll have a little break here at Canterbury. Thank you for listening, and we'll be back in around about 8 minutes' time when Kent begin their reply to that total of 133 for Worcestershire.
Kent Cricket would like to acknowledge our principal and major sponsor of our county championship team, WW Martins, major sponsor of our Royal London Cup team, Shepherd Neame, our dual beer supplier and major sponsor of our Vitality Blast team, and the Spitfire Ground St Lawrence. FGS Plant, official sponsor of Kent Cricket. Barrett's Boating Group, our official training kit partner, and Samurai, our official kit supplier. Our two umpires, Paul Pollard and Hassan Adnan. Worcestershire team, led by Joe Leach out in the field. And the two Kent openers, Zach Crawley and Jordan Cox. Joe Leach bowled a brilliant end.
Here we go then, the second innings of the match. Leach to Crawley. Oh, what a delivery that is first up. He's slipped out of his fingers. He's bowled an absolutely rank long hop that has bounced a couple of times before it got to the keeper. It was so wide that Crawley didn't even bother to chase it. After some of the extraordinary cricket we've seen so far this morning, it seemed a very bizarre way to get up and running with the second innings. You're listening to BBC Radio Kent's Ben Watts, Fred Atkins of the ECB Reporters Network alongside me. I've also got Frank Watson from BBC Hereford and Worcester here with us. He's just run off to the press box to go in search of some refreshment. Oh, he's managed to find one water bottle that he's salvaged as Leach is in and bowling, and that's more like it, on a decent length outside the off stump. Crawley letting it go through to the keeper.
Just had to do a quick double take there because we thought Darren Stevens was out on pitch bowling.
So yeah, Leach with his stature compared to Stevens, at first glance, you could be forgiven for thinking that he fancied another bowl. I'm not sure who will find that more flattering, Fred. As Leach is in, bowling a delivery, just heard the grunt of...
During that 190 that he made against Glamorgan earlier this season, when Stevens was in, you know, the most astounding form that particular innings. When he got out, we looked up at the screen in the press box at BBC News 24, and he looks almost exactly like the weather forecaster on BBC News as well. So that's two potential lookalikes.
You've got getting your list of Darren Stevens lookalikes. I mean, if you've got any more listeners, you can get in touch with us as Leach is in. Crawley just guides this down into the gully area. Good running from Jordan Cox, actually, to make him aware that after the parry there might be a single there. So Crawley off the mark. Kent 1 for none in reply to Worcestershire's 133 all out. Yeah, kentcricket@gmail.com is our email. And then you can get in touch with us at Frank Watson 58, at Ben Watts Sport, or at BBC Kent Sport. Fred, what's your Twitter? I've got it somewhere, but
I can never remember it, actually.
It is at media_back.
That's right, yeah. I ought to know that, really.
So right, Dave Hathrill couldn't remember his when we asked him earlier on as well. You get used to reading it out.
Doesn't see a huge amount of action, that Twitter account.
Here comes Leach. Bowling then it's Jordan Cox, the other opener. He lets this one go, and the Worcestershire players seem to think that that might have come back a little bit.
Yes, it didn't seem to miss by much. I think he's more confident of his stumps were than some of the Worcestershire batsmen.
Yeah, the Baker
on.
was particularly.
Thinking Baker in particular, yeah.
There was a couple that Kent had, didn't they, that they animated, that maybe it was a little bit close to off stump. I'm just seeing the replay of that, and Cox has judged it well, really. There's a little bit of theatre going on out there. He did come back, admittedly, just letting the batsman know that he's got that in the locker. In behind this solidly, confident young batsman Cox playing this away into the offside.
Just on the subject of lookalikes, just chucking another one out.
Okay.
There. I think Ollie Robinson looks a bit like Mark Cavendish, the cyclist.
Ooh. It's kind of facially, right?
Yeah.
I guess Cavendish is a bit stockier, isn't he? But yeah, I get that. Sort of the dark hair, the fair
About the same sort of height as
yeah,
well.
fair skin, sort of slightly freckled. I like that. Any more-
Cavendish is a bit angrier.
Yeah, Cavendish is definitely angrier. Ollie's very chill. Yeah, any more lookalikes, get in touch with us. kencricket@gmail.com, and then the Twitter addresses I read out a moment ago. Going to see Pennington from the Nackington Road end. It's one of those where, you know, when a team have been skilled out for 133, you're sort of saying, oh, what's the pitch doing? What's it doing out there? What's the conditions like? And yeah, it's one of those, well, of course, we reckon we had the early moisture, and that could still be having an effect, or could still have an effect as the afternoon goes on, but you suspect that the way that we've had the sunshine all morning, if Kent can get through the new ball period, it could turn into quite a nice afternoon to have a bit of a bat later on. So top order wickets are going to be crucial for Worcestershire to respond, as this one is left alone by Crawley opening the innings for Kent, having of course batted at 3 for England earlier on in the summer.
So just when Leach was batting, it certainly looked like it was getting easier. There was just that sort of irritation value. There's 2 stands that looked like they were going to put Worcestershire back in contention.
As Pennington bowls. Oh, Crawley goes for a big drive and plays and misses at this one outside the off stump, and it's one of those that
immediately regretting saying putting it back in contention.
But we've seen that a couple of times from Crawley, haven't we? Where you've got a guy who's trying to prove a point to the test selectors that have dropped him, and just sometimes, although he's got the capability to score absolute hatfuls of county championship runs, sometimes he's just trying to be a bit too aggressive, a bit too early. Get those shots out that he's got in the locker, and he drives, and there you go, hits it away for 4 through the covers. And I think that's the thing, in Zach Crawley's mind, he knows, I've got that, I can do that to this bowler on that length.
He's had a strange sort of season in a lot of ways.
And yet sometimes he'll get out playing that shot.
Yes, he's had the odd failure, and then he's had quite a few innings where he's made big scores, and you think he could push on here, and he's got out in the 70s, and you'd be thinking, well, if we could have had another hour of him, you know, just another hour at certain places.
So this season, 60 here against Lancashire, 90 at Headingley against Yorkshire, 85 in the drawn game at Hove, 50 last week at Grace Road. As Pennington bowls to him again. Kent 5 without loss as this is pushed out towards point. And yet, he's also got 14, 19 not out, 1, 4, 36, 33, 1, 7, 0, 18 not out, 0, and a 26. And it's those kind of 30s, isn't it? You're saying that if he probably looked really good for that 30, and then
he has
got out.
That's it. I seem
or hasn't gone on and got his 100.
The Lancashire game in particular, I think they were absolutely delighted to get him for 60, I think it was.
Because didn't he come in at the end of the day and smack it everywhere?
Yeah, he
and got 50 in no time as this one's defended back to wide mid-off, and then got out cheaply the next morning. Was it first ball of the next morning?
I've got a feeling it was first ball, or certainly the first over.
Yeah.
And it was pivotal, really, because against a side like Lancashire, you need Crawley to make a big inning. Those first 2 games, Yorkshire and Lancashire, they weren't out, they weren't disgraced or anything, but they were well beaten, and that was a sort of key moment, I think.
Pennington with 3 slips in a gully, bowling to Crawley. Edge behind, gone. Kent 5 for 1, and Pennington strikes. And there, in a nutshell, is exactly what we've been saying. Zach Crawley, while on the one hand is capable of sticking a drive on the up through the covers, he also is almost wanting to play his shots and prove a point and prove how good he is a little bit too early in his innings, and has been caught out there trying to play the big drive. He's walking off shaking his head. I don't know whether that's disappointment in himself or in the decision.
He did linger a little, didn't he?
But he's on his way, and Kent are 5 for 1.
Certainly didn't wait for the umpire's finger to go up.
Yeah, I thought there was 2 noises, but yeah, maybe inside edge onto back pad, and I don't... Hard to tell, but Crawley shaking his head, like we're saying.
Joe Denley in probably a similar sort of position as well. He's had a few starts this season,
yeah, Denley's kind of had the starts without the big scores, really, in truth, that Crawley's had. His best score, a 63 in the drawn game here against Northamptonshire, but other than that, that's the only half century he's had in
I'd say he's justified his
Championship.
spot in the Blast series with his bowling as much as his batting. He has traditionally been used as an opening bowler, and he has picked up some very handy wickets.
Bit of a golden arm, isn't it?
Yeah. And it's probably one situation where the batsman comes on and is not perhaps expecting to see Joe Denley open the bowling.
Yeah. Although it's obviously a tactic of Kent that we use quite a lot actually now. 5 for 1 then, Kent. Cox plays defensively out towards point.
Yes, I mean, you couldn't say it has any shock value, because if you have done your research, you'll know that he opens the bowling.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, you just wonder if subconsciously a batsman looks at Denley and thinks, well, I'm glad it's him that I'm facing and not Adam Milne or Case Ahmad or Matt Mills on today's form.
So Worcestershire then getting an early breakthrough, and we're saying a moment ago that for them it would be crucial to do as Kent did and take top order wickets. Cox with a little dab and was after a quick run, but Joe Denley sending him back. You just feel like if Kent can see through the new ball, there ease runs out there to be had. Now the early morning dew that took out, say, the Worcestershire top order has gone, and we saw Fred mentioning a moment ago about Leach making it look that bit easier with his 38 before Gilchrist got him, and that spell from Gilchrist as this one's left alone outside the off stump by Cox, taking out the lower order really with some good full quick straight bowling, really just off stump, LBW on middle, and then taking the stumps out again to get his 5th wicket. And
I say he's stolen the show
upstaging
slightly from
Milnes a bit.
But I think if you were a bowler, you'd probably value 4 top order wickets higher than a few tail enders, I guess. But
I'll tell that to Gilchrist with the 5 wicket in the column. I know what you mean though, as Leach is in. 3 slips, left alone by Cox. There was a really nice moment actually in the middle, wasn't there, as Matt Milnes kind of gave him a big hug and handed him the ball. Having been seeking it himself, really wanted a 5th wicket, didn't he?
I'm sure they're both delighted with the way that they bowled. It doesn't seem to be the sort of squad where there'd be any kind of rivalry. It's certainly not the sort of rivalry where it would become a problem. I remember that sort of married couple routine that Darren Gough and Andrew Caddick had a few years back. I was never quite sure if it was put on or not.
Leach bowling a full delivery to Cox, inside edge into the onside. They're going to scamper a single. Denley's fairly quick between the wickets, shuffling through. So Cox off the mark, is he, with that? Yeah, the scoreboard, like Frank was saying earlier on, is pretty swift. Already had that single up.
Yeah, it's incredibly swift. And Cricinfo as well. I find I've counted it. You usually get about 20 seconds from the time that the run has been completed to the time that it appears on the screen. It's so quick sometimes that you wonder if you've actually seen it with your own eyes.
Leach with the final time in the over, a thick outside edge from Joe Denley, having taken a big stride down the wicket and then angling it away down towards 3rd man for a boundary. So Kent's 10 for 1 at the end of the 3rd over. Denley up and running with that. Cox on 1 after the dismissal of Zach Crawley in the previous over from Pennington.
He looked like he was in control of that shot, didn't he? No, it went through the slip cordon, but it went pretty low. It looked like he just sort of dabbed it down there almost.
Yeah, I think you're right. It was almost a glide, wasn't it? A glide down to...
There was certainly no umming and ahhing from the fielders, which probably would have got if there'd been a whiff of a chance there.
A few words of encouragement you can hear on the effects mic from the Worcestershire fielders to their bowler. Come on, Dill. There's Dylan Pellington at the top of his mark. Oh, in and bowls a good delivery to Jordan Cox, which he just kind of got in line and prodded forward towards, and it beat him on the outside edge.
It's been a feature of this season, actually, the atmosphere. What you can hear out in the middle. Even from the other side of the ground, Sussex batsman getting out. I forget which one it was, right at the end. You could hear him cursing himself in the, in the pavilion, right at the other end of the ground.
3 slips in the gully still. Oh, as again, Cox just jumping on that front foot and playing forward as if to defend, but the ball passing by his outside edge.
This is a dicey spell, isn't it, for Kent?
Yes, good new ball bowling from Pennington. Umpire just having a word about where he was following through, presumably. I don't know. There's a conversation going on. Worcestershire have got Cox behind the stumps with the wide floppy hat on. Fell Mitchell at first and second slip. And as Cox lets this one go. We've also got Haynes at third and Barnard in the gully. And down a long leg as well as mid-wicket. Point, mid-on and mid-off. No extra cover. Perhaps that vacant gap was what enticed Crawley into, well, playing and missing at 1, hitting the next one through there for 4, then edging inside edge behind. Pennington edge down towards third slip, but dropped short of Haynes off the outside edge of Cox's bat.
Maybe about a yard short of the fielder there. Again, he looked like he was in control of it.
Game going on a pace so far. It just does tend to be here at Canterbury sometimes if there has been that bit of moisture and that early morning dew, and then the sun is on it and it just kind of brings it up out of the surface, and you do see some assistance for the bowlers as this one's fired down the leg side. Good footwork from Cox, widely rated as one of the most technical wicket keepers. Outstanding gloveman on the county circuit.
Of course, we've got these half-10 starts now, and that's going to have an effect.
I think that was one of the reasons probably why Kent decided to bowl first, thinking that if there was going to be some assistance, that was the time to have ball in hand. Here comes Pennington to Jordan Cox. Full delivery, defends on the front foot, has to just walk back to make his ground as Pennington throwing at the stumps. End of the over. Kent remaining 10 for 1 after the maiden.
Bit of an alpha gesture there.
Yeah.
By Pennington, just hurling it quite tetchily at the stumps, it seems.
Frustration that Cox had blocked out what was a
very decent over, in fairness.
Good over. Good start from the visiting team with the ball in hand.
But do you want your bowler to be angry like that at this
Well,
stage, or would you
sometimes.
rather have him control? I suppose it varies from bowler to bowler, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'd say so. Some individuals will thrive off just being that little bit more pumped up. Inside edge from Denley onto his front pad as Leach is in again. Denley getting really quite far forward, almost looks like he's well out of his crease when he's playing that stroke. Sometimes you get those graphics, don't you, where the point of contact, and Denley's so far to Leach is well forward out of his crease.
Just what you're saying about being fired up. I'll return to it after this delivery.
We're seeing Leach again. In and bowling to Denley, it hits him on the thigh pad. Again, he's so far forward. Any appeals that they were somewhat muffled.
Shane Warne used to say that when Alan Border was captain of Australia, if the session was dragging a bit or it was a bit of a lull, he would tell him to go and pick a fight with somebody. He would deliberately go and rile someone.
Yeah.
I can't imagine he needed too much encouragement to do that, but it would just get things going again.
Yeah. It's amazing what stuff can just kind of spark a game to life as the keeper's up to the stumps to try and entice Denley back into his crease. Leach bowling on the stumps and this one defended. Just that, yeah, a few words here and there, just like you say, a little duel that develops between a
not everyone's like Colin Cowdrey, are they? You've got a huge range of behaviour on a cricket field. Where it's a famous example of Colin Cowdrey introducing himself to an Australian on the field of play, so very formally, politely, and it completely nonplussed him. It might have been Ian Chappell, I'm not 100% sure.
Leach bowls a full delivery. Denley defending into the onside. They think about a quick single, but it's straight to Finch.
And then you've got prickly characters like David Warner, who seem to thrive on. He used to seem to thrive.
Yeah.
Before that incident, where he seemed to take him down a peg or several.
Struggled in recent tours over here as well, hasn't he? Recent Ashes series against, say, Broad. Seems to have had his number a bit. Leach bowls a full delivery. Denley defends. Again up towards mid-on.
Because I don't know who the spikiest characters are in the Kent dressing room at the moment.
No, they're pretty meek. A lot of the Kent players, I would say.
Meek, polite, maybe.
Yeah, yeah, meek's probably a bit too far, isn't it? Like you say, polite. I don't know. I mean, Stevens is a bad loser, isn't he? Which is, I'm saying that in a good way. There's Leach bowls, and this is clipped nicely by Denley, but good fielding at mid-wicket. You know, you see the gestures, don't you, from Stevens? The teapot, the double teapot when he.
You don't want people to get too comfortable losing, and you don't want them to get too comfortable getting hit for 4.
And if somebody drops a catch off his own bowling, he'll give him a big stare, won't he? And
he will, yes.
There's definitely a persona around Darren Stevens.
You wouldn't want to.
He's got the ball in hand.
You wouldn't want to get out in the last over before stumps, would you? If he was next man in, either.
Matt Quinn's quite feisty when ball in hand. He's really relaxed off the field when you chat to him. Pennington bowling to Cox.
He's been spoken to a couple of times, hasn't he, by umpires?
Yeah, I'm just thinking that
this season.
But I've had some quite pleasant conversations with him when he's not been on the field of play. You get players like that, footballers as well, who kind of out on the field of play will try and kick lumps out of people, but then you chat to them and they're really.
Tino Best is a classic example of a cricketer. One of the nicest people that you could meet off the field. Yeah,
big fast bowlers that are trying. Bowl some. Oh, it's chipped away. Jordan Cox has been dismissed. Full delivery from Pennington. And straight to the man at mid-wicket. And Baker with a catch. An easy one, really, as it was, well, timed quite nicely by Cox, but in the air. And straight to the one fielder on the leg side. And Worcestershire cock a hoop that they've managed to remove both the Kent openers. And Cox looks disappointed with himself on his way. Just a little turn into the leg side, and straight to the man.
I'm sure for a moment I thought it had bounced, and it just seemed to loop up. And Jack Leaning is going to come in for Kent. It's 10 for 2 in reply to Worcestershire's 133 all out. And as we always say, you never know how the pitch is going to be until both sides have batted on it. Kent now losing both openers.
Well, earlier on, Frank was saying about how, a lot of the Worcestershire wickets weren't necessarily mistakes. Okay, Baker's misjudged the one that he left, but they were got out by the Kent bowlers. Okay, Pennington's put it in the right areas, but Crawley going for the big drive. Cox has made an error of judgment there and scooped it to the man. I'm pretty sure I had heard a Worcestershire fielder go, "Come on, lads, 10 for 2," prior to.
They're on schedule.
Prior to the wicket. I think prior to Denley's boundary, even it was 5 for 1. I think they said 10 for 2 or something. And indeed, that is the score. As like you say, Jack Leaning comes out at number 4 to try and rescue the situation for Kent. Got runs last week, didn't he? 75 not out at Grace Road, 34 second innings. So in a decent bit of nick. What can he do in this situation? We'll get Frank on the mic again with Fred in a moment. That's Pennington. Back of length. And turned away off his hip by Jack Leaning. Really impressive opening spell this from Pennington. We've seen some fine bowling so far today from Matt Milnes with the new ball from that Nackington Road end that Pennington's operating from earlier on.
We have had some low-scoring games this year. Thinking specifically of Cardiff, where Kent and Glamorgan was, I think it was over in 2 days.
I mean, that pitch though was very green.
Was, and the conditions were fairly well. I can't remember a ray of sunshine for the whole on the whole day.
It wasn't the nicest, was it?
Quick change round in the box here, and I'm back. Fred gives way, and it's me alongside Ben for a minute. No, it's not. Ben's given his headset to Fred, so Fred's coming back in. So Ben Watts dipping out, and Fred Atkins coming back in a minute. And I'm Frank Watson of BBC Hereford and Worcester, and we're bringing you live coverage of a game that is moving on at some pace here at Canterbury. Kent are 11 for 2 in reply to Worcestershire's 133, and Dylan Pennington bowls to Joe Denley, who pushes this one to mid-wicket, and there's no run. So Pennington, who's done the damage for Worcestershire early in this innings with the first 2 wickets. Zach Crawley caught off an inside edge by Ben Cox, the wicket-keeper, and in this over Jordan Cox caught by Josh Baker at mid-wicket, also off Pennington, a full delivery on about middle and leg, and he clipped it away in the air and was caught by Josh Baker. So here's Pennington again, and he's in and he bowls, and Denley works it away on the leg side to that man Baker. The end of Pennington's 3rd over, 3 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 5, his impressive figures, 6 overs gone in the innings, and Kent have lost their first 2 batsmen. They are 11 for 2 in reply to Worcestershire's 133. Bright sunshine, looks as though it'd be a lovely day for batting, but we've seen 12 wickets already, Fred.
Certainly the forecast for the rest of the week would suggest that you're probably not going to see a huge amount of action on day 4 unless the batting improve drastically from both sides.
Yeah, might see a bit of sunbathing on day 4. Joe Leach is going to bowl from the pavilion end, the 7th over of the innings. The Worcestershire skipper, 23 on his back, burly figure. He's going to be moving away from us. We're in an excellent position, kind of high up over long on here at the pavilion end, but not too high. I don't like it when you're too high and it lose perspective a bit, but we've got quite a nice angle here. I don't know what we are, probably 30, 40 feet up in the air on a sort of, at long on, sort of level 1 of this stand. As Leach is in and bowls, and forward comes Leaning and pushes this to mid-wicket, where Josh Baker does the finish. Got that feel about it, Fred, at the moment, hasn't it? Has had all day, really, where you kind of hold your breath every time a bowler bowls because you think something's going to happen.
Yep, and something usually is about to happen the way it's gone so far.
Yeah, it's got that feeling about it. I'm sure people that are regular listeners and watchers will know exactly what I mean by that. You know, when you're expecting something. Every ball's an event. And there's Leach with the next one. He's in, he bowls, and pushed square of the wicket by Leaning. D'Oliveira fields at cover, and there's no run. If you're just joining us, and I know people are just joining us all the time, you might have seen the score. Worcestershire put into bat and in trouble straight away, losing a wicket in the first over. Darryl Mitchell out for 4, 9 for 2 when Jake Libby was out for 2, 16 for 3 when Tom Fell was caught down the leg side by the keeper, and 18 for 4 when Brett D'Oliveira was LBW, and all those first 4 wickets falling to Matt Milnes. Just break off as Leach moves in again and bowls, and this is defended by Leaning, and there's no run. And then 2 more wickets before lunch. Haynes bowled by Gilchrist for 8, and Barnard caught by Ollie Robinson off Stevens for 25. 54 for 6 at that point. 91 for 6 at lunch, with Cox and Leach fashioning something of a recovery, but their partnership of 65 for the 7th wicket ended by Nathan Gilchrist when he bowled Joe Leach for 38, and he didn't waste much time in wrapping the innings up after that. Leach in, bowls, and Leaning is turned around by this when ends up playing a quite awkward looking defensive shot up to mid-off. Gilchrist wrapping things up quickly, bowling Josh Baker, offering no stroke without scoring, and then having Dylan Pennington LBW for 3, and then bowling Adam Finch to wrap it all up. Finch made 2, Cox was left 41 not out, and Gilchrist 5 for 38, even eclipsing the man of the morning, Matt Milnes, who took 4 for 35 and got his county cap at the start of the lunch interval as well. Nice day for him. Leach in, bowls and beats Leaning outside the off stump as he pushes at this one, and it's taken by Cox. So 4 for 35 Milnes, 5 for 38 Gilchrist, 1 wicket for Darren Stevens, and Worcestershire 133 all out, but the wickets have continued to fall, with Zach Crawley and Jordan Cox both having dismissed by Dylan Pennington, and Kent are 11 for 2 as Joe Leach comes in to complete the 7th over of the innings, and again he beats Leaning outside the off stump, and it's taken by Cox. It's a day for the bowlers so far here at Canterbury, and the over finishes. Joe Leach 4 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 6. Pretty good crowd in, particularly on the side where the new flats are, and they're bathing in the sunshine. And well, if you're a Kent supporter, you're enjoying what you're watching, but you might still be a little bit uncertain how it's going to go. If you're a Worcestershire supporter, just enjoying the weather.
You are? Well, I don't know. I think if you're a Worcestershire fan, you'd probably be quite encouraged by the start that the bowlers have made.
Although the 2 wickets have been slightly different from quite a few of the Worcestershire wickets, haven't they? And that they've involved a little bit of batsman error, you would say, in both cases.
Yes, I'd agree with that.
As Pennington comes into bowl to Joe Denley, who plays defensively back up the pitch, and then he does that thing, Denley, quite often, doesn't he, where he takes his right hand off the bat and holds it up as if like a policeman stopping the traffic, saying, no, we're not going to have a run there. Little habit that he's got, I've noticed, Joe Denley.
I wonder if that's been memed.
Yeah,
because there's an extraordinary number of Joe Denley memes out there on the internet.
Yeah, he's one of my favourite players. I don't know why. You have a lot of favourites around the circuit. Pennington in, bowls to him, and he pushes up to mid-on, does it again, takes that little right hand off and just says no. He doesn't just say no, he indicates no as well to his partner, and there's no run. Yeah, just going back to those wickets, I mean, I'm not saying that batting's become easy, but Crawley's drive was a bit loose, wasn't he? And I heard you and Ben just talking about the fact that I don't know, he's almost too good, it's almost too confident, isn't he, sometimes, and he wants to get on with it maybe a little bit early in the innings. Pennington in bowls, and Denley turns us on the onside to mid-wicket. No, having said that, he looked disappointed by the decision, shaking his head as he came up. Whether that was just dismay or disappointment, or whether he actually thought he maybe didn't nick it, I don't know. And
No,
then,
I mean, you could
Cox
never tell,
mistiming
can
it.
you?
No, you can't. No.
He did seem to linger slightly
Yeah,
while the finger went up.
but it was a looseish shot. That's what I'm getting at, really. And Jordan Cox just as you can, just mistiming it and chipping it in the air on the leg side. Pennington into Denley again from the Nackington Road end, bowls slightly over pitch this time, and Denley capitalises. He's been waiting for that one, and he drives it through extra cover. He'll get 3, quite get enough of it to get it all the way up the slope for 4. Jake Libby is in pursuit, and they take 3. Good batting from Joe Denley. He's waited patiently for the one that is slightly over pitch, and Pennington's length has been good. His line's been good. He's made the batsman play. That's a big improvement that we've seen in Dylan Pennington's bowling this year. He's always had pace, he's always had promise, he always gets a bit of lift, but he's really improved his line this year. He's attacked the stumps a lot more. I think that's what got him the little gig in the 100 with the Birmingham Phoenix at the end. Came into the side at the end of the competition and did pretty well, actually. Just aborts his run up on this occasion, something not quite right. 3.4 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 8 for the tall young Worcestershire seamer, and Kent 14 for 2 now, with Jack Leaning on strike. Leaning, the recruit from Yorkshire, good player, Jack Leaning, well organised, good technique, and gets a bat on this one as it dips in from Pennington. Late movement, gets an inside edge down to Adam Finch at long leg, and they pick up a single. There's a bit of excitement there in the slips behind the stumps because they felt that Leaning was late on that one, and he was, but got enough on it to pick up the single and take the score on to 15 for 2, and to bring Joe Denley back on strike for the last ball of this 8th over of the innings. Pennington, tall blonde figure, moves towards us, right arm over the wicket, bowls to Denley down the leg side, missed by the batsman, and only half stopped by Ben Cox diving away to his left, and they go through for a bye, and that means that Denley will keep the strike. Joe Leach will bowl from this pavilion end. It's 16 for 2 off 8.
Just thinking about leaning, we're getting towards the time of the season where you would be thinking about your player of the season, and I think he would be a fairly strong contender from a Kent point of view. Been impressive in both formats, really. Certainly in the Blast group stages, he was man of the match on at least 2 occasions. And the way he batted at Old Trafford as well.
Yeah, he's a good player, isn't he, Jack Ling? I've always, ever since I first saw him for Yorkshire, I've always thought he's a one to watch, really.
He's got a level of belief about him as well, which is he's not diffident or shy or anything.
Good temperament. Yeah. Joe Denley on strike against Joe Leach. Ben Cox standing up to the stumps, as we saw previously. As Leach bowls and he beats Denley outside the off stump, and Cox doesn't gather cleanly. But Denley had started to try and use his feet against Leach, just to try and disturb the bowler's rhythm a little bit and make him change his length. And he was quite successful in doing that. Not necessarily picking Leach off for runs, but just disturbing his rhythm a little bit. And Cox has come up, whether it's his decision or Leach's decision or a joint one, we don't know, but he's come up to the stumps to force Joe Denley to stay at home. As Leach comes in now and bowls, and Denley is just steering this one square on the offside. Oliveira fields at backward point, there's no run, and it's good cricket from Cox and from Worcestershire. Leach bowled really well in the recent game against Sussex. I mean, you know, we were arguing whether or not he was back to his best in inverted commas. He had a bad back injury 2 or 3 years ago, and it's taken a while to rediscover his best form with the ball. But he certainly bowled impressively in that game at New Road this week. He's in now and bowls again to Denley, who pushes out on the onside. Baker fields at mid-wicket, and you just feel, don't you, Fred, that this, with the keeper standing up and Denley being forced to stay where he is, that Leach bowling at stumps is quite an important little period, this, and the bowlers managed to sort of wrestle control back just a little bit, really.
It is. If they can see this out, you'd fancy Kent to go on and build a lead, but they're just still in a very dicey situation here at 16 for 2.
They don't want to be 4 down with less than 100 or so, do they, really? As Leach is in and bowls, and that's down the leg side. There's a shout for LBW. He's not going to get that. It's going for 4. Away down behind the wicket keeper. Leg byes, little flick of the pad. That's the price you pay, I suppose, for the keeper coming up. It was misdirected slightly from Leach. Not that much, but Denley got inside it, tried to work it away on the leg side, didn't get a bat on it, flicked the pad. Cox had no chance of gathering it, and it's 4 cheap runs, really, as far as Worcestershire are concerned, off the pad down to the boundary at the Nackington Road end.
Exactly, the bowler appealed quite vociferously, but didn't get any support from his colleagues, did he?
I think it was a frustration appeal as much as anything. As Leach is in, bowls, and this one is much straighter, and Denley covers up and plays up to mid-on, where Finch is the fielder. Finch, who I'm no doubt we'll see introduced into the attack fairly shortly. I would imagine Leach's opening spells are usually 6 overs or 7 maximum. Pennington similarly. I think we'll see Finch replace Leach, possibly, or maybe replace Pennington. Leach will go a bit longer, and then Pennington will come back and replace Leach. That's the way it often works, as Leach bowls to Denley, who drives off the back foot. Initially, it looked as though they fancied a single. They weren't going to get it, and then there's a bit of, well, it's pretty poor cricket, it must be said, from Worcestershire, as the ball's played out into the covers, and a single given away, really, because it's fielded by Ed Barnard, who threw it in, and I don't think Cox was looking, or he wasn't expecting it, but anyway, he missed it, and it gone for a silly overthrow. So frustration for Worcestershire, and Denley keeps the strike, which might be a little bit even more frustrating because he's been in for a bit longer. He's faced 21 for his 8, and it's 21 for 2.
Yes, it initially looked like quite a good shot that wasn't going to get a reward, and then it got a reward that he probably wasn't anticipating.
Yeah, sloppy cricket, really, wasn't it? The sort of thing that, as a coach, you sit there and shake your head and think, why on earth have we done that? But if Denley gets out this ball, it'll be a masterstroke. It's Pennington is into him, and he gets a run, actually, just nicely getting inside that and steering it off his hip down to long leg. Finch the fielder, 1 run more to Denley. He goes to 9, 22 for 2 Kent. This is all in reply to Worcestershire's 133 first innings score after they were put into bat here at a sunny Spitfire Ground in Canterbury. Still find it hard not to say St Lawrence Ground. Still the St Lawrence Ground.
I think
really,
you'll be forgiven for saying. I think
Yeah.
it's officially the Spitfire St Lawrence Ground to give it its full title.
Here's Pennington in bowls, and this one's pushed out square of the wicket on the offside by Leaning. I was a wicket keeper when I was a youngster, and Alan Knott was my absolute hero. When I was in the under-13s, I think I wrote to Alan Knott, care of Kent County Cricket Club, and I've still got the letter that he wrote back, handwritten on St Lawrence Ground, Canterbury, headed notepaper with a signed black and white photo. It's one of my most treasured cricket possessions, and I always think of it when I come here, and when I see his name on the stand as well, the Notton Underwood stand. What a player. Here's Pennington from the Lackington Road End, bowls outside the off stump to Leaning, who lets that go through to keeper Ben Cox, and there's no run.
There's quite a good interview with him, and Chris Cowdrey did took the David Frost role, if you like, during lockdown when. No, I think he lives out in Cyprus.
Yeah, he does, that's right, yeah.
But he was stuck here during the pandemic, and during that time he filmed an interview with Chris Cowdrey. It was a good hour-long session.
Yeah.
Now it's well worth
I'll look
digging
for it
out
on YouTube or something. Yeah, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Pennington in, bowls, and forward comes Leaning, pushes out on the offside. I in those days I did, I remember cheekily in this letter saying, could you send me an old pair of your gloves? And he wrote back and said, I haven't got any old pairs, I'm still using them all. But he gave me lots of tips. He sent me a sheet as well of wicket-keeping tips, and I bought every book that he ever did. And if he'd have said, keep with 2 left gloves on, I'd have done it. Whatever Alan Knott said when he was just my absolute hero. Pennington in, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Leaning, taken by Cox, and there's no run. I remember going to watch him in a couple of test matches at Edgbaston when I was a boy, and having binoculars and simply training on him keeping wicket, even when he was standing back, not looking at anything else, just watching the way he moved, and he was just brilliant, wasn't he? And a great batter, and I mean, Bob Taylor was a great wicket keeper. We've had plenty since, but for me, there will never be another like Alan Knott. 22 for 2. He might be watching, in Cyprus with his feet up on the deck. Might be watching the feed, listening to our commentary if he is. Thank you for inspiring me.
He's
as
one
a
of
youngster. This last ball from Pennington is play and a miss from Leaning. End of the over. 22 for 2 Kent in reply to Worcestershire's 133.
A long tradition of excellent wicketkeeper batsmen, and at the moment Kent have got 3 excellent wicketkeeper batsmen, all of whom could keep. And I understand Sam Billings might be coming back. It depends on what happens in India's second innings, or when, or if it ends. I'm not actually sure what's happening there.
Yeah, we understand that that he will be here.
But
He'll be released here.
He might not be able to keep wicket. I'm not
And
entirely
he
sure
won't be
of
able
the
to bat in
rules.
this innings, will he? Because this innings has actually begun. But he, I can just see he's going to come in and play a match-winning knock in the second innings, isn't he? Here's Joe Leach from the pavilion end, moving in now and bowling to Denley, who's taken on the pad, moving across his stumps. There is an appeal, but I think that
It was stifled,
not too
wasn't
much concern really. I think that one's running down the leg side, but it's one to put in the bank, isn't it? They're trying to build a bit of pressure, and just watching the replay of that one, yeah, a little bit high as well, but it wasn't that bad a shout. It was in line, I think. But it's one, like I say, put it in the bank. Get one, have another one, and then maybe when you get the one that you really think has got a chance, you really go for it. As Leach is in and bowls, and that's the one I'm talking about, and that's it. I couldn't have described it better. He's got his man. He's built them up, he's got it in the bank, and he's got one. Joe Denley disconsolately walks off, but he's been adjudged LBW, and I'm going to watch the replay now and see what I think. And yeah, that looks a really good shot. Back leg, he's moved across, and well, I don't often call him right, but I think I did on that occasion. Joe Denley, LBW to Joe Leach, and Kent 22 for 3.
And Kent still 111 in arrears, with 3 wickets down. We always say you have to see how both sides bat before you can judge a wicket.
Yeah.
And it's not looking that easy out there.
No, it isn't. And nobody's looked comfortable, have they, to be fair? Jack Crawley wasn't in long enough to look comfortable. Nobody on either side has looked comfortable for any length of time. And Joe Denley, LBW to Joe Leach for 9. 22 for 3 in the 11th over. And yeah, I mean, looking at the replay, I have to say I thought that was a good decision by umpire Hassan Adnan. And the new batsman is Ollie Robinson, and there's a bit of work to do. 22 for 3. Worcestershire was 16 for 3, 18 for 4. But at the moment, this game moving rapidly on. And when I was driving down yesterday afternoon, Fred, I said to my colleague, you know, I don't really fancy driving back. It's a long way, and it's quite a long journey. I don't really fancy driving back sort of late on Wednesday night and getting back about 1 or 2 in the morning and having had a long day and it's been hot and everything else. I'm not worried about that now. Joe Leach from the pavilion end to bowl to the new batsman Ollie Robinson. He's in, he bowls, and Robinson is beaten. I think he's beaten. He might just have pulled his bat away. Ben Cox is standing back now. He's having stood up to try and keep Denley in his crease, which worked, I suppose you could say, to some extent. And that one goes past the outside edge of Robinson's bat. Did he play at it or did he pull the bat away? He played at it, and I think he pulled the bat away a little bit late. It's one of those sort of horizontal leaves where he does the curtain rail, pulls the bat inside the line, but I reckon he'd had a little push at it. Leach again, 3 slips waiting, he's in, he bowls, and Robinson is forward, gets a bat on this one, steers it out behind square on the offside. Brett D'Oliveira, the fielder, at backward point, where he usually is to be found, and there's no run. So it's fascinating cricket. There's one thing about it, when a game's like this and wickets are falling and every ball, you know, fills you with expectation, there's quite, you sense a kind of attentive buzz around the ground, don't you, amongst the crowd. There's nobody drifting off to sleep or reading the paper or anything like that. Everybody's focused on the action in the middle. Leach in, bowls, pushed out to mid-on by Robinson, and there's no run. Do get in touch, I'd love to hear from you if you're listening, Worcestershire fans in particular, but Kent fans as well. I'm on Twitter at FrankWatson58, and Ben is on Twitter at BenWatsSport. Capital B, capital W, capital S. Is that right, Ben? Yeah. And don't know if you're on Twitter, Fred, are you?
I am, but I was just saying to
remember
Ben
the
earlier.
handle.
Like
I asked you before, yeah.
At media_back.
Right. But let us know what you think, if you want to. As Joe Leach is in and bowls, and Robinson gets his first run. He's going to get 2, actually. He's turned this on leg side, and it's just gone past Josh Baker, the youngster at mid-wicket, who pursues it back, and they pick up 2 runs. So not a maiden over for Joe Leach, but a wicket-taking over. 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 9. His figures: Pennington 5 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 10. And Kent, in reply to Worcestershire's 133 first innings score, limping along, I suppose, at 24 for 3.
Yeah, just what you were saying about the level of attention in the crowd. It is that sort of game where it's not going to be a huge run festival here. I know it's not popular with administrators and accountants when sides produce low-scoring matches, but I think from a spectator's point of view, they're often a lot more compelling than when one side racks up 600.
Yeah, absolutely, couldn't agree more. It is compelling. And you do, you get these games in April and May, and you get them in September, and that's one of the reasons that I and 1 or 2 others, Ed Barnard is coming into the attack at the Nackington Road end, Worcestershire seamer. That's why I and 1 or 2 others, as this first ball is played defensively by Leaning and there's no run, are a little bit frustrated about the fact that red ball cricket has been pushed to either end of the season, and at the same time we get people saying our test batsmen aren't capable of coping with a moving ball. I mean, it's an old argument and people have heard it before, but it does frustrate me a little bit. It's not a great time to be a batsman against the red ball in April and in September. As Barnard is in, and Leaning gets a run here, or gets two in fact, steering this down to third man. Brett D'Oliveira in pursuit, slides a la mode these days, and jumps to his feet, throws the ball back in, and Leaning moves on to 4. Barnard has not been at his best with the ball this year. I don't think he'll mind me saying that. He's come on leaps and bounds as a batsman, played well today for 25, made 2 red ball hundreds this year. He's a young cricketer that I have tremendous respect for. He comes in now and bowls outside the off stump to Leaning. He lets that go, and it's through to Cox. But he just hasn't quite found the rhythm and the consistency with the ball this year that he's shown in the previous 2 seasons. Does a lot with it. He's a very skillful bowler. He's good in white ball because he bowls lots of different variations. But this year in the red ball game particularly, just hasn't quite found, well, just rhythm and consistency. Just hasn't found his best form. He's in now. Lovely easy action. He's in. He bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Leaning, and taken by umpire Cox. He's one of those bowlers that can bowl long spells because he doesn't take a great deal out of himself. He's got a nice fluid action. He kind of runs through the crease. There's no massive delivery stride. Doesn't bang his left foot down and jar his body. He's been virtually, I think I'm right in saying he's never missed a game through injury in about 5 seasons. I enjoy watching him bowl. He comes in now, right arm over, bowls, and Leaning is forward, pushes this one out square on the offside where D'Oliveira fields. And there's no run. 26 for 3 it remains. The 3 men out. Zach Crawley caught by Ben Cox off Dylan Pennington off an inside edge for 5. Jordan Cox caught at mid-wicket by Josh Baker off Dylan Pennington also for 5. And Joe Denley LBW to Joe Leach for 9. The wickets falling at 5, at 10 and at 22. Barnard in to complete his first over, and he bowls a very full delivery, swinging a little bit. Leaning drives it up to mid-off. End of the over from Barnard. 2 runs came from it, and Worcestershire made 133. Kent in reply are 26 for 3, and Fred Atkins will have a few words, and then I'll nip off to update BBC Hereford and Worcester's FM listeners, and Ben Watts will be coming back in.
Like, just thinking about the scheduling, as long as I've been watching cricket, which is for a number of years, I think it's been in a permanent state of flux. I don't think they've ever managed to come up with an ideal solution for 3 formats, and now they're suddenly pitched in with 4, and I think whoever was doing it was going to struggle to come up with any kind of thing that would please everybody this year.
Leach is in, bowling to Ollie Robinson, drive up towards mid-off, straight to the man. Yeah, like you say, even just the last few seasons, we've gone from Friday night T20s, constant changing of formats, players want it played in blocks.
Well, I mean, I'd like to know, if you were here for the quarter-final, how you'd think that could be improved on as a spectacle.
Leach bowls.
That was
way into the onside.
Best night of cricket I've had in years watching that. The atmosphere was fantastic. And
the only thing for me is I'd like it to be closer to the group stage and closer to the final.
Yeah. Yeah, because what was it, 6 weeks between...
Crazy amount of time.
Yeah. 6 weeks between the final group stage game and the quarter-final. Another 3 weeks between the quarter-final and the final.
And because of that, Kent are not going to have Adam Milne, who's going off to the reorganised IPL. So it's not going to be the same team. Same weaponry at Kent's disposal as back goes Robinson, playing away into the offside.
Well, you'd say at the moment, Matt Milnes may not, you know, the way that he's bowling, might not feel the absence of Adam Milne quite as much.
I still think Milne, as in the New Zealander, rather than Milnes, is just, you know, that bit experienced, that little bit quicker, and in white ball cricket, you know, just the ability he has to bowl dot balls, to get early wickets, to take stumps out.
Because it was
bowling
originally
and pushed away out towards point.
Originally it was going to be Mohammed Amir that was going to play for Kent, and that fell through.
Yeah, and I don't think he had the best 100, to be honest. I think actually Kent That turned out better for Kent in the end. That Adam Milne came back, and I feel like his stock has risen actually off the back of the 100 and his efforts for Birmingham Phoenix. Whereas Kent supporters have known for a couple of years now how good he can be in short format cricket. Seems to have got a bit stronger as well. Seems a bit more resistant. Previously would pick up little niggly injuries a lot, wouldn't he? As this one's turned away into the onside.
It's also quite interesting that when he came into bat, he was facing the hat-trick ball, and he smeared it for 4, didn't he?
Yeah, that was the 6 he hit as well.
Yeah, he was in a...
Biggest one of the night.
Those runs, can't underestimate the value. Because that did not look like a huge total that Kent had posted at halfway point. I think certainly with some of the Warwickshire people, Birmingham people I should say, when they were pretty confident at halfway.
They've been pretty pleased with how they did. They can't just generally have out-bowled teams in T20 this season, haven't they? As Robinson drives very straight down the ground and almost might have thought about a single there. Didn't quite manage to sneak it past Libby at mid-off.
They've really stifled teams. Particularly there was a game here against Surrey where they were defending 191. And at one point, Surrey seemed to be coasting to it, but 191 runs on the board still takes quite a bit of getting.
Yeah.
And I think Ahmad came on and slowed it down so much. The run rate just grew and grew and grew. And before you knew it, you went from thinking that Surrey were almost unassailable, and it just changed almost completely.
Yeah, I think that's the beauty about short format cricket for me. The way that can change so quickly. As this one's clipped away by Leaning slightly in the air for a moment, but down towards the mid-wicket boundary for a 4. There were shades about the Jordan Cox dismissal about that, but maybe Leaning just slightly further across to the offside with his head and his balance, and therefore able to get it a bit squarer. And away to the rope, Kent 30 for 3. Leaning moves to 8 not out. Robinson 2.
We were saying he's the sort of player that has that belief, and I would imagine he transmits it to his teammates.
Leaning with that high back lift, playing forward defensively. Yeah, I've been impressed with Jack Leaning ever since he's come from Yorkshire to Kent. I guess in that Yorkshire dressing room, you're one of a number of good players, aren't you? And never quite established himself across the formats. And since he's come to Kent, he's shown how good he is, really, no matter what form of cricket you're playing.
Yeah, I imagine that's not an easy dressing room to get established in.
No.
They've got, when they came down here for the first game of the season, the amount of talent that they had at their disposal was pretty frightening, really.
Yeah, and the players they didn't have playing. And
Adam Live must have made at least 200 runs net, I think. He got out for 97 in the first innings. Joe Root was being asked whether he was worth a recall.
Barnard from the Nackington Road end, continuing, Leaning, playing back, just jabbing it down to the offside.
It's still a very tight phase of the game, isn't it, here? Kent still over 100 behind. Very finely poised.
Yeah, just haven't quite been able to build anything so far, and those wickets that Worcestershire will have felt they needed at the top of the order have come. Managed to get 1 to 3 all back in the hutch. The dangerous and experienced Crawley and Denley, and Jordan Cox as well as Leaning defends into the onside. Just the sort of response Worcestershire will have wanted and probably needed. India's leading the test match now, over 300.
Well, that's the game, is it's just how it fluctuates.
6 for 6 in their second innings, like you say. And this one left alone outside the off stump. I do just wonder whether this pitch might have that in it, in the sense that, under cloud, you saw wickets fall on day 1 at the Oval, and traditionally it's quite a flat deck, and seems to have become so as the game has gone on.
It's been that sort of series, England versus India. It's been just sort of sweeping from one side of it to the other.
One side gets on top, then the other side hauls themselves back into the game and then wrestles back almost total control.
Adam Finch to bowl at the pavilion end.
In the bowling change over the Tannoy there, we're going to see a bit of Adam Finch. Coming on to bowl at the pavilion end to replace Joe Leach. Past the umpire now, couple of slips. Full length delivery, which leaning drives up towards mid-on. In fact, it's Robinson.
Good tumbling stop, that. Certainly would have been worth a couple if he had dived to halt it.
Quite difficult to tell the difference between these two at a little bit of a glance. Both got short sleeved tops on. Same helmet. Leading tight, slightly taller. As Robinson plays a lovely shot. Off the back foot, which his head coach enjoys. Him and Mike Guiardi, Matt Walker just watching on from the upper pavilion away to our left. And yeah, back of length, and Robinson with a full flourish laying into that off the back foot. Send it away for 4.
Let's say that I know the bar isn't that high, but I think that might be the shot of the day so far.
The bar isn't the highest, in fairness. Maybe the Leach one. He kind of hit one on the up over cover, didn't he? But yeah,
he did. Yeah, there was a 6, wasn't there? A lovely swept 6.
But yeah, that's up there, isn't it? And there's 4 more. Robinson again, just good transferring of his weight onto the back foot, and this time just pushing it behind square and beyond the fielder at point with a much sort of squarer back foot shot. Moves to 10. It's a lovely player, Ollie Robinson, when he's in good nick and in flow. He's bounced around the Kent order a little bit this season. A couple of games where they trialled him opening the batting, and he was quite keen to take the opportunities. Batted up the top of the order a lot. Club cricket and youth age group cricket over the years, and back he goes to play defensively to Finch. But I guess largely since he's been in the Kent team, this kind of number 5 role has been where he's operated in general.
And he was offered the chance to open, wasn't he? And it was a time when Kent weren't really batting very well, so it was a risky move and it paid off.
Yeah, no Crawley, who was with the Test side at the time. Beau Drummond was struggling for a bit of red ball form. Adam Finch, tall, lean figure, crop of blonde hair. In and bowling to Robinson. Because he's looking to force it away, but just running it up towards mid-on.
He's captained the side as well in the Royal London Cup. I'm not sure, 6 or 7 captains Kent have had now. I have lost count
I think
slightly.
it might be 7. I was chatting about that earlier on, actually. From Billings, Beau Drummond, Denley, Crawley, Leaning, Robinson, Kuhn, I think, as well.
Yeah, Heino Kuhn on that. Just break off for a second.
Is that a Sussex game? Finch bowls. Back goes Robinson, drives to cover.
Yeah, it was the Sussex game. It was the day that we found out that pretty much the whole squad had to isolate, and half the commentary team as well.
Yeah. Say yourself and Lewis Browning stepped in very kindly for myself and Matt Cole, who both got pinged in the same week. Luckily, I got to. I was meant to be at the golf for a couple of days. I got out of isolation on Saturday night. I managed to get there on the Sunday to Royal St George's.
Did it take you a long time to get home? Because I seem to remember coming back from St Lawrence on that Sunday.
Yeah, because there was a bunch of road closures, wasn't there? And
yeah.
I think it might have been worse for being at the cricket actually later on in the days. This one's pushed away by leaning out towards point. Took me ages to get in because it's a bit of a single track road into Sandwich towards the parking for the golf.
Yeah, I think the standard was about 2 hours. I know people on the Facebook group were talking about going back to Medway, and it was taking them 2 hours.
Gee.
And it took me about not far off 2 hours to get back to Maidstone.
Yeah, I think I got lucky. I had the commentary to keep me company on my way home actually that night. As Barnard bowls, leaning, defends, up towards mid-on. England have just burgled a wicket through Joe Root. Black has edged it to slip, gone for 60, Pant 49 not out. That's, well, much needed wicket at least. Different kind of game there. Or at least it's moved on to one. Worcestershire 133 all out. Kent 38 for 3. Oh, shout for LBW, maybe a touch leg side. Leaning was trying to turn it away.
It was quite a loud appeal. And as always, you look at the umpire's arm to see where the movement's going, and it was just that couple of seconds.
He was considering it, wasn't he?
He was certainly thinking about it.
Yeah, my instant thought was going down. The way that Leaning tried to shape to play it. Inside edge, this time less convincing from Jack Leaning. He's going to get a couple of runs through square leg. Move to 10. Oh, bit of a wild throw in from the boundary, which goes over the head of Cox.
Well, this time they were backing up. There was that overthrown single earlier when Denley was batting.
In a bowling Barnard. I have to learn that to the off stump. I was thinking, what was the one from the other day? Wasn't it Stevens at Leicester the other day? I think he got it to a ton and then he hit one to point and well, somebody threw down the stumps and it went for 5.
Yeah, I think it did. It was a strange inning. A lot of Darren Stevens' innings are strange, aren't they? But was he on 40 when two fielders basically ran into each other?
The one into the leg side and it bounced between them. Barnard bowls. Oh, leaning edges down into the slip cordon, but short of third slip, and it will run away in our direction for 4 runs. It was a attempted forcing stroke off the back foot and just maybe caught the lower end of the bat and diverted it down towards the slip cordon.
Difficult to say how much control over it he had. It did fall well short. And the bounce has done the fielder.
He's gone for, he's gone on to 14. 44 for 3. Without looking convincing at the moment, these two are just kind of managing to negotiate the situation okay.
Yeah, I mean, you'd say that every over that ticks by is a victory for the batsman at this point. The ball gets older. Someone, somewhere, will have to make a score for Kent. Both of these two have got starts.
Here he comes. Finch. Oh, Ollie Robinson, lovely hands to play that out towards. Backward of point. Straight to the fielder though.
Yeah, a lovely shot for no reward.
Had an email in actually, one from our earlier conversation, Fred, about lookalikes. One has particularly tickled me as this one's defended, expertly played, good technique from Robinson. Trayborn getting in touch saying Zach Crawley resembles a very tall Richie Cunningham. Brackets Ron Howard. Forget lookalikes. Matt Quinn is a World War II Spitfire pilot. He needs to wear a cravat on the field, Douglas Jardine style. I think it's the tash, isn't it? The tash and the sort of the flick of the hair.
I think we said before he looked a bit like Lord Flashheart from Blackadder.
Oh, he's a stylish man, Matt Quinn. Finch bowls, pushed away out towards point once again by Robinson. He's also saying he was hoping to see a bit more of Tawanda Mier as the season drawing to an end, but I guess we've seen the big stint from him in the One Day Cup competition. Seems unlikely that with the sort of the batting available to Kent, the likes of Crawley and Billings, that we'll see too much of him in this format. But I did enjoy seeing him in the One Day Cup. Young player. Zimbabwe born. Full delivery, over pitched, and Robinson tucking this one away. This will be 4 runs down towards the Frank Willie stand. And well played, because it was a loose delivery, low full toss. And
I wonder if the pace slightly deceived the fielder there.
yeah, I thought for one moment that the fielder might be able to stop it, but as soon as he chose kind of not to dive and it got beyond him.
He's already pulled off one diving stop in this innings, hasn't he, Leach?
He was never going to catch it after that.
You get to a point where diving isn't such a good idea.
Well, yeah, it's a bit hard in this ground. That's well, just generally.
It's more of an age thing. I'm thinking, you know, when you're 22,
Well,
the sliding fielding.
No, that's a good point. Here comes Finch again. Oh, Robinson, that's a lovely stroke. That really is. Off the back foot. Just the poise as he gets into position and brings up the Kent half century with a back foot punch down the slope. Really nicely played, Ollie Robinson. I was playing stall ball on Wednesday. My my cousin plays in a sort of local league, a local mixed league, and I got roped in. They needed an extra body on Wednesday, and yeah, the ground was a bit hard for Hildenborough Eck. It was being played at. The ground was a bit hard for. I was diving around a bit in the field because I hadn't done anything else, but it was a bit hard for that sort of behaviour. It's Robinson again, pushing nicely out towards deep cover where there's now a fielder posted out there.
No, I'm just thinking about the way this sliding fielding technique that we've seen quite a bit of. That can't be great on knees beyond a certain age. Patrick Vieira getting injured, celebrating a goal when he was about 19, sliding on his knees and
Players do that, don't they?
putting himself out of action for 6 weeks.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I get the whole euphoria of the sort of running, slide on the knees celebration over by the corner flag in front of the fans, but if you land a bit awkwardly, it's going to cause you a little bit of pain. 53 for 3, Kent. Just in the last couple of overs, these two have hit a few boundaries. Oh, Robinson feeling for this one. Good stuff from Barnard. Back on the line and length. Just to keep them contained a bit. I wonder whether we're going to see a bit of Baker. The left arm spinner's just loosening up. Maybe a bit too soon for spin. 18 overs in, unless they want to see what he can do, get a little bit of extra bounce with a newer ball. For now, Barnard continuing from the Nackington Road end. Ollie Robinson looked like he was trying to drive it through mid-on and ended up towards mid-off. Straight to the fielder.
Just thinking back to Tawanda Miye not getting in today, and well, he had a number of good starts, didn't he? He would get to 20 and 30 and he'd look fantastic, and then he'd get out.
I think that'll potentially come with experience, but this one's playing a miss outside the off stump. Some of the almost like swagger that he played with, and some of the style of the strokes.
And he was a surprisingly handy bowler as well. That final Royal London game against Gloucestershire, he was pretty unlucky, really.
I remember when he signed, it was said that, you know, bowls a bit of off spin, but that was the first chance we got to see of him have a little go, didn't we? Can't hurt as a batsman these days when you can turn your arm over in some capacity. So this one's defended by Robinson. You've got to be either able to keep wicket or bowl a bit as a batsman, it seems, or certainly in this Kent team. There's not many players. It's basically only Crawley that doesn't bowl or doesn't keep wicket.
And he can turn around and say he's that Crawley and point to various achievements.
He just does batting very well on his day. Ollie Robinson, that is another gorgeous stroke. This time off the front foot, little bit of width from Barnard, and he has pelted that away.
He looked the most stylish batsman so far.
But far and away, I would say. Out of both teams.
I suppose we're out of the era now when you don't really see rabbits anymore.
No.
And now the new thing is that you can't just bat. If what you're saying is true, like
Yeah.
we've gone from the era where you couldn't be like Phil Tufnell and you could just turn around and say, well, you know,
You just bowl and
Yeah.
bowl a bit of spin, that's it. Barnard in, good delivery, beats the outside edge of Robinson's bat. You have to be a two-pronged cricketer, in inverted commas,
his
or
attitude was
three-pronged cricketer.
when people asked him whether or not he should improve his batting, he'd
Yeah.
turn around and say, well, why don't you bowl to Brian Lara then? Which is quite a good line, but I wouldn't imagine, certainly can't imagine Duncan Fletcher being that impressed with it.
But you say, for even with Crawley, we're looking at him and thinking what a good fielder he can be at times and catches in the slips, etc. Robinson with the drive, straight to the fielder. Speaking of Phil Tufnell, have you seen that show on the show on Netflix with him and Brendan McCullum?
No, I haven't actually. I've seen it listed.
It's the most random thing ever. They just shoved Brendan McCullum and Phil Tufnell into a TV series together, and they basically go and play a bunch of golf courses in New Zealand. But at the same time, it's just so funny because Tuffers is Tuffers. McCullum's such a kind of typical New Zealander, like competitive but quite laid back and enjoys a bit of a chat, and it's gorgeous scenery, and they do a few touristy things in New Zealand, and Tuffers has to, as a forfeit for losing a game of golf, has to throw himself off the sky deck in Auckland, and they're trying to ping a ball into a hole which is kind of 100 yards into Lake Taupo, and it's actually quite a good watch.
I did see it come up. I was scrolling through and I thought that it just seems too weird.
It is super weird, and it's just on paper you're thinking, why? Where's this come from? But it actually works. Right, we are going to see that left arm spin that we mentioned. Baker was loosening up, and he's going to have a little go from the pavilion end.
It's just a useful partnership building here for Kent, and maybe that's what's prompted the change.
Yeah, see what Josh Baker can do.
Doesn't look unlike Nathan Gilchrist while we're on the subject of lookalikes.
Yeah, tall, lean. Left arm spinner. He's got a slip and a short leg to put pressure on the batsman. Forward comes Jack leaning and plays defensively into the ground. Right on the money straight away. Kent didn't use any spin in their earlier bowling effort, despite the fact that it was pointed out that 4 of their players quite handy spinners. Baker bowls, brings leaning forward and playing defensively into the covers. Here with Denley and Leaning being sort of part-timers with the batting, or more than decent part-timers really. And then Logan and O'Riordan as well. But neither of them bowling. Here comes Leaning down the pitch and playing a drive square of the wicket out towards deep cover. Single for him, moves him to 15. Kent 60 for 3. But yeah, Worcestershire handing the ball to Josh Baker to see if he can make something happen.
He's wearing long sleeves as well, which is unusual on a day like this.
There's a little bit of a breeze out there. Just forward comes Robinson. Again plays it away square of the wicket for a single run. Certain players will always go for a certain type of kit, won't they? You know, Darren Stevens will always bat in a jumper, even if it's piping hot. Sleeveless jumper. Keepers generally always wear long sleeves, don't they?
Yeah, you can understand the logic behind it. It's just a bit of extra protection.
Here he comes, Baker. Leaning go for a quick single, a little push into the offside. At the moment, Kent happy to just milk a few singles off this opening over a spin that we've seen in the day. We can't be far away from tea.
We can't.
Down the pitch, Ollie Robinson's hit this one up in the air. Leach chasing it down, isn't going to quite get there, neither Libby at mid-off. And they'll come back for 2. That's something that Ollie Robinson does like to do. He likes to use his feet and dance down the pitch and hit spin over the top. Normally he does it a lot better than that. That was a big skyer into the air, and
a heart in mouth moment, wasn't it? Because when it left his bat, it looked like it was going to come towards us.
And then you thought it just
2
got straight
seconds
up.
after that, it looked like it was going to end up in somebody's hands, and then the foot race was on.
And then just as you were seeing Leach and Libby chase it back. He just thought, I think it's got enough carry. And they couldn't quite get there. So 64 for 3. Robinson, first full stroke we've really seen from him, apart from maybe a couple he's played inside the line. 26 he's got. And leaning on strike 16. Robinson 26, so that'll be 17 in fact for leaning, as it's off the inside edge of the bat into the leg side. Off this delivery from Barnard.
It's the biggest partnership of the innings. Kent now 65 for 3, 68 in arrears. 19.1 overs gone.
Yeah, I reckon it must be this one and one more till tea.
I'm not sure actually.
Or is it straight?
Could it be?
Or is it done timed this time of year? Barnard bowls, clipped away out to mid wicket. No run. Normally 32 overs, isn't it, that we play to?
Yeah, apparently so, yes. So it could be the last one. 4 balls to come and 2 minutes to bowl them.
Barnard bowls. There's appeal for LBW. I thought he got bat on that. Slip Cordon, hands on heads, thinking that almost snuck through the defences.
That was one of those where certainly didn't lack for conviction from the bowler's point of view.
Did his best.
Yeah, that was that was that convincing. I thought, I think he could be on his way here.
As it was, didn't quite get backed up with the same ferocity of appeal.
Yeah, that's when you need your fielders with you.
Yeah, Barnard bowls off the back foot. Robinson pushing this one out towards extra cover. It's one of those players, Ollie Robinson, that doesn't look particularly powerful necessarily, and sometimes you just think, oh, where's his sort of boundary option coming from? But then he just times the ball so well without really trying to overhit it. So kind of graceful to watch, and the timing he gets is impeccable. Hands through the ball, just pushing this one back towards the bowler. And until Pontmarie went down the pitch and skied one, and was fortunate that he didn't go to hand off Baker. Been a very good innings indeed. He's got 26, 17 for leaning. Kent trying to recover from the loss of Crawley for 5 to Pennington, caught behind. Cox caught a mid-wicket by Baker off the bowling of Pennington for 1, and then Denley LBW to Leach for 9. As Robinson edges this through the vacant third slip. Down away to third man for a boundary.
Now, was that a great shot or was that fortunate?
Why, certainly a bit of both, maybe. I wasn't convinced it would have carried to a third slip. It was kind of angled down. Hard to say you deliberately mean to aim it between second and gully, but he did manage to do so.
I don't think anyone's complaining from a Kent point of view at the moment. Robinson's up to 30 from 36 balls, so it makes him the top scorer for Kent. Leaning on 17.
Baker to bowl what I think might be the final over before tea. Got through their overs pretty well actually, Worcestershire. Considering the amount of wickets we've seen today. Quite impressed that we're sort of on time. There
was
defended.
another delay in the morning session as well, wasn't there?
When they had to cover up the blotter. I think
it's still covered now actually. You might be able to see it on the stream behind the Nackington Road end to the right of the sight screen.
Yeah, it must have been sort of glinting off the metal at one stage. I wasn't noticing it myself, but maybe from the middle. Baker, the left arm spinner bowls, making room for himself for a back foot drive, Jack leaning.
Yes, I was in the press box at that point, and certainly from that vantage point, it was noticeable.
Okay.
There was quite a glare coming off.
So you'd have probably had
2 or 3 of the windscreens there.
Probably would have had a slightly better angle to see that there was something going on. Leaning's gone to 18. Robinson now defending into the covers. Kent 70 for 3. 3 balls to go, so that's a dot until the end of the session.
We think. We think it's the end of the session.
Yeah, we're assuming. This one's dropped short, and Robinson cutting away. There is a sweeper out there on the cover boundary, and he's done particularly well, actually. Diving to his left to stop that and keep it to a couple of runs. 50 partnership between these two.
And a very needed partnership from a Kent point of view.
Baker Bowles driven up towards a wideish mid-on. I was about to say the sort of partnership that might not get too much of an applause if it was the opposition.
Yes.
We're having an earlier conversation about how one-eyed the Canterbury crowd can be sometimes. Only interested in Kentish milestones. There's appeal for LBW, but there was definitely bat involved from Robinson. Question of whether it was pad first. So, we're carrying on to 340.
I think we are, yeah. I think it's going to be 340 because the umpires are getting back to their positions.
Yep. Does indeed look like we're going to keep going for a bit.
Yeah, talking the crowd being one-eyed.
Yeah.
I mean, I think I mentioned earlier something about Graham Hick got dropped for England. I just remember being here as a fan the day that he found out he got dropped, and he was playing for Worcestershire.
Yeah.
And he was getting some abuse from the fans. He was, people were asking him what he was doing on Sunday. And
Crikey.
yeah,
That's pretty low blow.
And
Left
then
alone and by leaning.
there was a game when Kent played Surrey in I think it was the Sunday League.
Yeah.
Jason Ratcliffe was playing for Surrey. And he was getting smacked around the ground by Trevor Ward and Matthew Fleming, I think. And he was getting some stick as well from the crowd. He just turned around and laughed it off and said, "Well, it's less than 10, isn't it?" And less than 10 now would actually seem like quite a good bowling performance. But there are some players that can take it, and then there are some players that definitely get riled.
Pushed off the back foot by leaning into the covers. You sometimes get it at, you get it at certain grounds, sometimes you get it at out grounds. Tunbridge Wells, I'm thinking the fielders can be quite close to a certain position.
You wouldn't think of Tunbridge Wells as a bear pit of passion, would you?
No, but sometimes because you get all the marquees that are on the, and sometimes people have had a bit too many, haven't they? In the marquees, and might say something to the fielder in the deep. Compare that to as this one's pushed out towards point at a Western Terrace at Headingley. Okay, it's not quite as daunting, but
the other night,
the one at Birmingham, the big stand there.
Chris Wokes clearly heard something.
Yeah.
From the fans in front of the flats as he was about to take that catch, because as he took the catch, he turned around and went shush.
Oh yeah, I remember seeing that. That was very pointed. 72 for 3, Kent. Barnard bowls and leaning defends. It's the Hollies at Edgbaston.
Yes.
I'm sure that will be noisy on finals day. Inevitably. A very different feel to the crowd that are in watching this one. A bit more of a sensibility about them, if you will.
It's more of a purists crowd in today, isn't it?
Kent 72 for 3 as Barnard bowls and leaning gets well forward.
Well, having said that, I mean, test matches by the afternoon can get pretty raucous.
Because the spectators tend to be a bit lubricated by that point, don't they?
Except at Lord's, where they tend to look down on that sort of thing.
Well, at Lord's, you just get
you're just lucky to be let in.
Well, you
aren't
get corks all over the outfield, because didn't one Indian fielder almost get hit by a cork from a champagne bottle which went flying somewhere? As this one's left alone outside the off stump by leaning.
It wouldn't
Over
surprise
from
me.
Barnard, and that might be tea time. Because Jack Leaning's turn to walk off. And the Worcestershire fielders look like they're heading away to the Les Ames stand. So there we go. 32 remaining in the day's play. We have reached tea with Kent 72 for 3. It's been an intriguing day's cricket so far, and like you guys were saying, sometimes get a game of cricket where runs just get piled on runs. It's actually sometimes more low-scoring games that provide the intrigue. 133 all out Worcestershire. Some excellent bowling in the morning session from Matt Milnes, and then a spell from Nathan Gilchrist. 5 for 38 to clean up the lower order. In reply, Crawley, Cox and Denley all removed before this unbroken stand between leaning 18 and Ollie Robinson 32s. Arguably look like the most fluent batter of anyone out there so far on day one of Kent against Worcestershire here on BBC Sport Online. From me, Ben Watts, from BBC Hereford and Worcester's Frank Watson. And in this session as well, thanks very much for joining us, Fred Atkins from the ECB Reporters Network. We'll be back for the final session of the day in around about 20 minutes' time.
Worcestershire team returning to the field, led by captain Joe Leach. And resuming the Kent innings, Ollie Robinson and Jack Leach.
Welcome back to Canterbury, final session of day one between Kent and Worcestershire. On BBC Sport Online with BBC Radio Kent's Ben Watts, with BBC Hereford and Worcester's Frank Watson. 72 for 3 Kent in response to 133 all out earlier on in the day from Worcestershire. I was just over in the press box and somebody said, oh, the umpires are coming out. And I said, oh gosh, I'm going to have to leg it over there. So I'm just catching my breath slightly, having gone
No
up
worries,
a few
I'll do the
stairs.
first over then, shall I? And I've got to shoot off and do an update then, so I might as well. It's Joe Leach back into the attack at the pavilion end after tea, and he moves in bowls to Robinson, who drives that out on the offside, and he'll get the first run after tea, no more than one because he didn't really time it, and Ed Barnard was quickly after it from cover. But a single it is. 73 for 3. He looked a little bit stiff as he ran up for that one, Joe Leach. I thought he bowled his first spell this afternoon. 7 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 9, very well. And probably stiffened up a little bit after that. And he's had his tea, and now he's just had a little loosener. Bowled a few at the side of the ground before they came out. And he comes out now to bowl in this second spell. He's now going to be bowling to Jack Leaning, who's on 18. Robinson's been the standout performer in this partnership, though, with some really attractive shots just before the interval. Leach in and bowls, and Leaning leaves that alone outside the off stump. I mentioned Leach 7 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 9. The other bowler who was impressive for Worcestershire was Dylan Pennington, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 10. He sent back the first 2 Kent batsmen, and I think he will be joining the attack at the Nackington Road end shortly, judging by the vigorous warm-up exercises that he's putting himself through down at long leg at the moment. Leach in bright sunshine. It's been bright sunshine all day here at Canterbury. Comes in now and bowls outside the off stump, and or just on off stump, and pushed back up the pitch by Leaning to the Worcestershire skipper. So Worcestershire put into bat 133 all out. Cox 41 not out, the top scorer. Leach made 38. They shared a good partnership, the only really significant partnership of the innings. 65 added for the 7th wicket. And Leach made 38, Barnard 25, and nobody else made double figures. So it was a sorry tale for Worcestershire in difficult circumstances against good bowling, as Leach comes in and bowls, and again Leaning is defending out on the offside. There's no run. Matt Milnes sent back the first 4 in a burst of 4 for 18 in 7 overs this morning, asking a lot of questions of the batsmen and supported by some decent catching. First catch of the day actually by Jordan Cox down at ankle height at first slip was impressive. And then after that, it was the Nathan Gilchrist show. 11.4 overs, 2 maidens, 5 for 38 for Gilchrist. And the other wicket taker, the evergreen Darren Stevens, 1 for 19. 73 for 3 in reply, Kent, as Leach bowls down the leg side. Missed by Leaning, taken by Cox. And no addition to the score. Good crowd in, mainly gathered away to our left as we look out from our position in the pavilion here. And they're mainly of a Kent persuasion, although I have seen 1 or 2 parents of Worcestershire players, and I've also seen 1 or 2 other Worcestershire supporters in the ground. who've made the trip won't have enjoyed what they've seen too much so far. Leach in bowls and leaning is forward, pushing out on the onside, and there's no run at the end of the over as Josh Baker comes in to do the fielding, and I think it is going to be Dylan Pennington who will continue the attack from the Nackington Road end. 73-43. This in reply to Worcestershire's 133 low scores all around the country in Championship today. Well, not all around the country, but plenty of low scores in the County Championship today. Could well be to do with the early start, the 10:30 start. We've discussed that quite a bit during our commentaries today. I'm going to leave you briefly just to nip next door for a very quick update, and then I'll be back.
Some of those scores then. Somerset 134 all out in Division 1 against Yorkshire, 51 for 1 in reply. Hampshire 89 all out in the same top division. Warwickshire 53 for 5 in response. It's Pennington in and a grunt as he digs that into the pitch, and Robinson defending. Nottinghamshire 211 for 4 against Lancashire. Sam North East on loan there. Former Kent captain scoring 65. Elsewhere, Division 2, 206 for 4, Surrey against Northants. Partnership between Smith and Jacks developing. Essex bowling Gloucestershire out for 76. 88 for 5 in response as Pennington is clipped around the corner by Ollie Robinson down towards the backward square. Gets back for 2. Glamorgan 97 all out against Durham, who are 117 for none in response. Then in Division 3, Leicestershire 211 for 2 against Derbyshire. As in comes Pennington. Oh, Ollie Robinson, a big swing and a miss as he tries a drive through the covers. I don't think there's another game going on in Division 3, apart from this one, of course. 73 for 3, responding to 133 all out. Looks like Sussex Middlesex starts tomorrow in this division. Pennington with 2 sips in the gully, in and bowling, and a little tickle around the corner from Robinson. Has he got it fine enough to get it all the way to the boundary? No, it's well cut off by a long leg. These batters get back for 2. Nicely played away, deft stroke from Robinson. Ground bathed in sunshine, but it's at this point of the day, having been an absolute greenhouse in the morning, that commentary box gets just a little bit chilly with the windows open. Oh, good delivery this from Pennington. Robinson looking for a drive, playing inside the line. Still a glorious day though out there if you're a spectator, particularly on the side of the ground where the flats are situated, and sun beating down. This is well wide the off stump, and Robinson feels like he's missed out potential opportunity to cash in, going for a cut stroke, which he plays and misses at. Through to the wicket keeper. Yeah, if you're sort of down by the cafe, there's a few tables and chairs that have some shade, but away to the left of that, I reckon that's prime spot to be sunbathing this afternoon. Prime scorching spot.
Put your sweater on, Ben. You're getting
I'm a bit,
chilly.
yeah, so just the windows open up here, and you go from the greenhouse in the morning, suddenly it gets a bit chillier as the day goes on.
It was really warm in here this morning, wasn't it? It really was.
Here's Leach. Leaning, pushing into the offside. But you'll have heard it from him. No run.
Yeah.
Big call.
So did you win this game you played in yesterday?
Oh no, we didn't, unfortunately.
What level was that? Is that the Premier League? Or?
No, so I play. Well, it's Division 1, but it's
Right.
the Kent Village League.
Right. Okay.
Or the Kent County Village League.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and unfortunately we were in a 4-way battle to stay up.
Right.
So start of the day yesterday as Leach is in and bowling. Both of us so our team were in the bottom 2 and the team below us. And then the 2 teams above were separated by, a handful of points. Possibility that all 4 could go down. And at one stage we thought we needed 1 more wicket to stay up on a head-to-head record against the team above us, who we've ended up finishing 1 point behind.
Oh, tight then.
But turns out bottom of the table beat second in the league,
right.
and so they stayed up instead.
Wow.
So we went down bottom of the table, unfortunately. It's Leach bowls and it's defended up towards mid-off.
Bottom of the table beat second.
Yeah.
Because they pulled it out when they needed to.
Yeah, they
didn't
pulled it out of the bag.
Yeah.
Fair play to Sissinghurst.
Sissinghurst.
Yeah, Sissinghurst staying up.
They have to have a really beautiful ground, don't they? At
It is quite nice, yeah. It's in the middle of nowhere, but it is nice.
Because there's famous gardens, aren't there, at Sissinghurst? I am right in saying that, aren't I?
I think you're right, yeah.
Anyway.
My mum used to teach in Sissinghurst, actually, once upon a time. As Leach is in. Defended into the offside. Yeah, so my club Shibburn, just out the other side of Tunbridge, going down along with Locksbottom, who must have thought they'd done enough, having got promoted the year before, but they've gone down as well. Mepham stayed up with the other team. They won. I think they won actually as well, so they guaranteed their survival.
Good stuff. News from the Kent Village
Yeah, the
League.
County Village League.
Yeah.
We were saying earlier on in the Kent Premier Division, Bexley won it yesterday.
Yeah.
Likes of Adam Riley and Adam Ball, former Kent players in that team. It's Leach bowls, and this one's left alone outside the off stump.
77 for 3 then Kent. 133 all out earlier today. Worcestershire. Milnes 4 for 35. Gilchrist 5 for 38. He was a real star after lunch, wasn't he, Nathan Gilchrist? Feeling on the boundary. Had a little chat with the bowling coach.
Yeah, it was
walked
amazing.
back up and started knocking them over. Got the next 4.
That's a very good point. What did Simon Cook say to him?
Goodness, I bet he was just saying something like, "You left your car lights on," or it was probably nothing to do with cricket at all.
Leach bowls, 4 comes, leaning in defence, end of the over. 25 gone in this Kent innings. So we've got 29 left in the day. Leach so far figures of 1 for 10. From his 9 overs, he's been pretty miserly. 4 maidens as well. But this is an important partnership for Kent. The home side with Robinson there, with leaning at the crease. 37 for the wicketkeeper batsman and 18 for the former Yorkshire player. 77 for 3.
It's got flatter, definitely, I think, since this morning. Worcestershire.
Yeah, I had a feeling it might at some point.
The wickets that Kent have lost, certainly the first 2, involved an element of batsman error rather than them just being dismissed, didn't they? Not they weren't horrendous, but
no, I agree.
You know, Crawley got an inside edge to a loosish drive as this one's pushed up to mid-off for no run, and then Cox chipped one to mid-wicket, and you didn't feel that about the early Worcestershire wickets. You felt that they were just dismissed by good deliveries in helpful conditions. Maybe they just bowled a bit better, Milnes particularly and Gilchrist, but it's got flatter, I think, and you would have expected that with the sun on it. And it looks around the country, if you look at the low-scoring games, most of them, not all, that's been the pattern really. As Pennington is in again and bowls short to Robinson, who, well, he smashes it away for 4 through mid-wicket. We had a couple of these in the game against Sussex, and I agreed with my co-commentator Adrian Holmes that the best verb to use was dismissed rather than pulled or hooked or slammed or bashed or whatever. Just dismissed. Sure, don't bowl that to me. Whack. And Robinson, who's played very attractively, but I offer the judgment, Ben, that Robinson's made batting look easier than anybody else today.
Yeah, I agree with
so
you.
far. 41 off 49. Maybe Joe Leach, the same as Pennington bowls. That's down the leg side, taken by Cox, and there's no run. But he's played really well, Ollie Robinson. He's 41 not out off 50 balls. He's hit 7 fours, and quite a few of those fours have been as impressive as that one just then, where he just basically dispatched it with an air of utter confidence, almost disdain actually. It was a bad ball. He looks a confident, busy young player. And he waits now, bat raised, as Pennington comes into him and bowls and clips this one off his pads. Down to long leg, Finch is the fielder, they take a single. Robinson moves on to 42, and it's 82 for 3. Bonus point situation, Kent have 3 so far, Worcestershire have 1. And there are 28 overs left in the day after this one. Day that began with a wicket in the first over, and it's been a game of cricket that you can't really take your eyes off. It's almost as though you're expecting something to happen almost every ball. Pennington in, outside, leanings off stump, and he just tickles this one around the corner for a single. Just sort of thickish inside edge. Played it quite late, and through they go for another one. Leaning happy to play second fiddle in this partnership. He's on 19. As I say, Robinson has been the more impressive, the more purposeful, the more dominant partner of the pair, but it's been an excellent partnership. 61 added so far for this 4th wicket. Worcestershire's best partnership was 65 as Pennington bowls and Robinson drives again very sweetly on the up. Just a sort of check drive, but nicely executed. He picks up 2 as Jake Libby goes back from long off to field. It's the end of the over from Pennington, who disappointedly makes his way down to long leg, because that's where he's fielding for Joe Leach, and it's 85 for 3 at the end of the over.
See, if I'd have played that shot that Ollie Robinson just did, he would have barely made it to cover, and he just seems to, like you say, it was just a little push drive, and he timed it so well that it went through the infield and got a couple of runs for it.
The other thing is, Worcestershire listeners will tire of me saying this because I go on about it all the time, but they've got some decent bats, these boys.
They do, to be fair.
I mean, the bats now compared to when I played are completely different. I had a long chat the other night actually with Paul Fernley, son of Duncan, who now runs the company, and they don't make many bats anymore. Fernley's are more into clothing and stuff now.
Leach in and bowling to Leaning. Plays defensively into the onside.
He was telling me they do all the umpire stuff actually, all the clothing for the umpires, and not just the first class, but all the most of these umpire stuff in the country, and that's a big earner for them now. But Paul was talking to me about bats and telling me about who makes the best bats these days, and it's not many people actually. Doesn't matter what the stickers are. There are only a few real top craftsmen making them, but it's all about I mean, I said about. I've picked up some of these lads' bats, and they're massive and they don't weigh very much.
Yeah.
And apparently it's all about moisture content.
Here comes Leach. Oh, Leaning hit on the pad. He's on the floor. As if to try and get out the way so the umpire couldn't have a good look.
Can't make a picture of it when he's lying down like that. He's in pain. Inside of the knee, maybe.
Yeah, that must have hit him higher than I thought.
Those are they really hurt, don't they? I think it might be the inside of the knee. I'm watching a replay now. Ooh, I tell you what, it's a good shout.
I thought it was a good shout.
It might have hit him an absolute fraction outside off, but I reckon it's that one. That inside of the right knee there.
Ouch, that's
back
ugly.
leg it was. He's in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, he's taken his helmet off and he still has barely got up.
I'll talk about this moisture content of the bats then, shall I? So you've probably noticed, I mean, certainly players of my age notice that the bigger these days, they're much bigger, the bats,
they are, definitely.
But they don't weigh much. So you look at them, you think, crikey, in my day, a bat that big would have weighed 3.5 pounds, and these are only weighing 2.8, 2.10.
Yeah, they're picking up
and
great.
It's all to do with moisture content. They're not as pressed as much, obviously.
No.
But the moisture content is very, very low.
Okay.
And apparently that's what makes them absolute flyers. It's like batting with a tennis racket, I said. But you can go through. So I think Paul told me that Liam Livingston went through 15 bats in a season or something like that. Whereas in the old days, I remember Phil Neal, the old Worcestershire captain, telling me that he had one bat for 4 years.
Wow.
That Duncan Fernley would take back to the factory in the winter and strip it back and glue it and put
Yeah.
new face on it and so on. So it's changed a great deal in that respect. And when, don't get me wrong, he timed it beautifully, didn't he? But I know what you mean. When a player leans into one and times it well like that and it absolutely pings off the bat, you think, goodness me, he's hit that one. It was just a push. And sometimes they go all the way, don't they?
Yeah.
A push like that down the ground. But they have got really, really helpful implements, I think.
I definitely wouldn't mind a cheeky Ollie Robinson hand-me-down. And this is a very big unsubtle hint if anyone's listening in the Kent Cricket office.
Yeah.
Get me one of his hand-me-downs at the end of the season when he's going to get some newbies in the winter for next season. Somebody hoard me a Ollie Robinson hand-me-down.
Shameless begging.
that was
shameless begging on the BBC.
I've been doing this job for 5-6 years, and I'm still waiting for a cheeky hand-me-down from Darren Stevens, because I need to get something of Darren Stevens before he retires.
85 for 3 here. You're not missing anything while we ramble on, because Jack Laning's getting treatment for a very painful blow that he's received on. Well, I thought it was on the inside of the knee. He's actually rearranging the furniture in terms of his protective equiment at the moment. It definitely hit him knee-wise, though.
Did it maybe deflect off the knee into the midships?
It could have done. Yeah, it could have done, and just sort of into the box. But anyway, there's not the usual amount of laughter when you get that kind of injury.
That is true.
So I don't know. He's been in trouble, and it's quite a long delay, this, as he sorts himself out. Just having a little chat with Ed Barnard about what might have happened, and he's going to carry on, but he'll be discomforted for a few minutes, I should think. 85 for 3 in the sunshine. A few Worcestershire players taking the opportunity to sit down and rest their wearies, although, to be fair, not many of them have been out there and done that much. It's not exactly been a long day out there for anybody. And the game moving on apace. Worcestershire 133 all out. Kent in reply, 85 for 3, and still we wait.
The best bit of stash hand-me-down that I've managed to acquire from doing this job is got a shirt from the Regional Super League. So Kent played for a couple of seasons in this. Effectively for them, it was a pre-season tournament out in the West Indies.
Right.
But it was like the West Indies kind of domestic 50-over competition.
Right.
And Kent had a special kit for this competition, and it was red with the sort of old-fashioned kind of design a little bit to it, harking back to a kit from a previous year. And the old press officer, when he left, had one of these shirts knocking away somewhere, and on the back is Northeast 17.
Right.
As Leach is in and bowling to Leaning, and he gets it off the inside edge down towards long leg. But of course Sam Northeast never actually wore this top because he left Kent in the winter, and so what would have been his top to go on this tour, he never actually got hold of, and so it now belongs to me. I wear it at nets.
There you go. Back in the day, I used to get a few. I mean, I played league cricket with, a few bits and pieces of pads and gloves and that kind of thing that had been given to me by Worcestershire players a long time ago.
Leach bowling. Oh, Ollie Robinson extending in a cover drive, but that's a really good bit of fielding. Is it Baker in there? Got a hand on it? Barnard.
Yeah.
Super work. That was 4 runs if he hadn't got a hand on it. He saved 3 runs there. Just 1 to Robinson, 87 for 3.
Robinson continues to make it look easier than anybody else, I think. Again, just there. He hasn't faced for a while. There's been that break for the treatment of Leaning, but it wasn't a half volley. Just leaned into it, didn't he, and let the hands go.
And even Leaning, who got runs last week at Grace Road.
He's not finding it that easy, is he?
He's, strike rate of 33.9, 20 off 59 balls. Leach bowls to him. Oh, it's hit him again. There's an appeal for LBW. The umpire's twitching. Leaning survives again.
Testing. He's putting them in the bank again, Joe Leach, just like he did earlier. And then he got Denley. Couple of shouts, and then get the wicket with the next one. Just having a look at this one again.
Just sliding.
What do you reckon? It's close, wasn't it? It's close.
Just sliding.
It's close.
I think that was what the umpire indicated.
Yeah. He was a batsman, Hassan Adnan, so yeah, he's probably I always think it's always you can always. Well, you can't always.
It's the bowlers
You
I worry
sometimes get
about.
an idea, don't you, from an umpire that used to be a batter.
Leach driven up towards mid-office. Bowlers like Martin Saggers,
Yeah.
who I worry about. You know, guys that would have appealed for everything back in the day.
End of the over, 87 for 3. The most famous one, though, the biggest outer of them all, Ray Julian, was a wicketkeeper.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, lives in Worcester now. And I remember that in the old Who's Who, it used to say, well, you know, little just like the players, they had all their things, and claims to fame. You know, once gave 8 LBWs in one innings. And when I was having that chat with Dean Edley the other day, Dean had a world record, 3 hat-tricks in one season for Kent.
Yikes.
And also had an Ashes hat-trick, not in the same season. But he said, oh, it could have been 4, but Nick Knight dropped one. But he said, but honestly, the third one, when it was a world record, this is a great one. He's listened to our Dave Bradley and my I'd Rather Be a Pair podcast. If you'd like to hear this, just Google it. Here's Pennington. He bowls. That's a lovely shot from Robinson, but well stopped by the bowler. At some cost, I think. He's got a bit of pain. I think he stopped it with his foot. Anyway, no run. But he said
Was one of them contentious?
the third hat trick was Dean was bowling. It was the third hat trick in the same season. It's astonishing.
That's crazy, isn't it?
And he got 2, and Ray Julian was umpire. And as the third batsman came out, Ray Julian turned to Dean and said, "This will be a world record, won't it?" And
just get it on the stumps, lad.
In comes Pennington and bowls, and that's just, well, talk about dismissed. That's short, and it's just smashed away over mid-wicket, 1 bounce for 4. Absolutely brilliant shot. Robinson, as I say, continues to make batting look easier than anybody else has all day, and he goes on to the highest score of the day, 49 not out now, off 55 balls. So he said, yeah, this will be part of a world record, and they laughed and giggled, and Dean ran up and he said it hit him on the foot, and I didn't even bother looking. He said, I just set off with my sort of celebration.
Celebrity.
Yeah, and there it was. So yeah,
Brilliant.
Ray Julian, he was a big outer. Still around. Used to live in Taunton, now lives in Worcester. I think I'm right in saying this. Pennington is in and bowls, and this is driven up to mid-off where Jake Libby fields, and there's no run. 91 for 3, leaning 20. Robinson at 49, and this partnership is now 69. So very, very significant in the context of this game, and I think it's fair to say that the sun on the pitch all day has really made it quite a bit flatter now than it was in the first session, that's for sure. As Pennington is in again and bowls outside the off stump, and he beats him with a good one. It just shows that when you get it in the right area, still a little bit there. I'm just going to watch a replay and see whether that actually did anything or whether he just played down the wrong line. But he's bowled well, Pennington, to be fair. I mean, a couple of boundaries in this spell, but 2 for 26. He's in his 8th over. Got those first 2. Yeah, maybe just didn't just played down the wrong line to that one. The length was good. It was just in that length where he had to push at it. He's not a very tall man. There's Pennington in again. He bowls, and Robinson pushes this one out on the offside. Again, like you say, Ben, no more than a push, but it travelled that one, and Ed Barnard had to be quite sharp in the covers. 91 for 3. 27 overs. 26 overs left after this. So we'll finish fairly promptly. It's been a lively day. It's been a busy day, interesting day. September sunshine. Here's Pennington in bowls, and Robinson turns this on the leg side. Bakerfield's at mid-wicket. There's no run. End of the over. 91 for 3. And Kent, well, they're still obviously behind. Worcestershire having got 133, but you just feel that this partnership is giving them a little bit of controls. That said, you know, the old adage, add 2 to the score. If you add a couple of wickets to this, then it's very much game on again. And that's what Worcester will be saying to themselves out there as Joe Leach has a little conference with his senior men, Jake Libby and Brett D'Oliveira.
There's a few of those type of umpires knocking about in village cricket. Like to give a wicket.
There always were, yeah.
Normally with an allegiance to a certain team. I used to always, I think when I was 15, my granddad used to umpire some of the men's matches I played in. What end do you want? What way's the wind going? What way's the slope? Now, what end's my granddad umpiring?
Yeah. Well, I understand that when Ray Julian was umpiring, that's what the county bowlers used to say. Let's just find out which which end you want. We'll just see where Ray's going.
Which end's Ray at? I love that end, thank you, Skip. 91 for 3, Kent, leaning 20. Defends this one back down the wicket. Just don't use your pads in village cricket. In fairness, you do get a few. You get a few edges behind. LBWs, you probably tend to get more LBWs given, but nicks behind sometimes just don't get heard. Just get overlooked. You just got to stand your ground as a batter. You never know, you might get lucky.
I was always a walker, really. I just couldn't do it, really.
Here comes Leach, kneeling defends. See, I did yesterday, and everyone turned around to me and said, "Did you walk?" Because it's normally I'll stand there and pretend I've not got anywhere near it, and I've just gloved it behind.
No, well, I remember once not walking. Probably only once, and I felt so bad about it afterwards. But
Yeah.
I don't know. You could say times have changed, and these days,
Yeah, I mean, probably
very few people walk, do they, these
it's
days?
not the done thing, really, is it? It's like the umpire's job to give you out.
Yeah. I was a keeper, you see, so I kind of had sympathy with the keepers.
Defended into the covers.
I always thought the worst players were the ones that walked when it was obvious, and then didn't walk when they got a tiny little feather through. You know,
Yeah.
they're the real pros, aren't they? Because they get a reputation on the circuit for being a walker. You know, the umpires say, "Oh, you can always rely on him. He always walks. Yeah, always makes it easy." And they get that reputation.
Yeah.
And then when they get a tiny little one, or one down the leg side, or one that really matters, they stay, and the umpire thinks, well, he always walks, this chap. So
That's the way they played him. That's the way they've got about it. Defended into the covers. See, normally if I've edged it and it's gone behind and I've not been given out, I normally don't feel that guilty because I know I'll get out again in a minute.
Yeah.
I won't last long enough to be too much of a problem. I'm normally thinking, come on lads, just let me get a few more. I'll get out again in a minute. I'm not that good.
Yeah.
Which normally does happen. I don't, you could look at my average. It's on play cricket. It's not that impressive. He's leading. Playing no shots, this one from Leach. India are finally all out. England set a hefty total to go and win the game. The Oval. But it should be potentially an interesting conclusion. If England can get going on a pitch that seems to have gone flatter at the Oval, and seemingly so here, as we expected it might, just when some of the morning moisture has gone and this ball no longer as fresh and new as it was. Leach still bowling excellent areas. He's bowled another maiden. 11 overs, 5 of the maidens, 1 for 12. His figures with Leach defending that one into the covers. Good partnership this, but not really getting away because of the tight bowling that we're seeing from Worcestershire.
I've just Googled Ray Julian just for fun. I've done this before, and I found an article that was written in the Guardian. I'm not exactly sure what year it was written. It was when he was still umpiring. It says one of the reasons Julian may have been scorned as a Test umpire, though he has a couple of one-day internationals this summer, is that he's never shy of giving LBWs. He's an outer, as they say in the trade. He shows me his bent index finger as if it was a prized old pistol. As Pennington is in and bowls, and this one's turned on the leg side by Robinson. No run, 91 for 3. Had he been more calculating, more prone to say not out, he might have umpired in Test cricket, it says. Julian can think the ball was going to hit the stumps on a fairly regular basis. Once at Cardiff in 1986, he gave 8 LBWs in succession. Nor does it matter who's batting. In 1973, I remember giving Colin Cowdrey on 99. He was on the verge of his 100th 100, and I was booed off the pitch at Canterbury.
Just as Robinson...
Break off as Robinson, yet 4 more. Smashed away through the covers. He's played really well, brings up his 50, and it's been outstanding. It really has. Ollie Robinson's 50 comes off 61 balls, and He's hit how many? 8 fours, so very, very good innings from him. 61 balls, 8 fours, and I've said it several times, he's made batting look easier than anybody else. And Worcestershire need to dismiss him. It's as simple as that if they're going to have any chance of getting parity in this game, or getting near parity. They nearly do with that one, which is full and wide from outside the off stump, and he drives at it. And yeah, just to finish that story, Colin Cowdery congratulated him. He was booed off the pitch. He said, afterwards, Colin had a word. You're a brave young man, he said, before adding, it was out though. So there you go. Ray Julian, happy memories of him. Here's Dylan Pennington in past Paul Pollard. Shaw again, and pulled this time by Robinson. This time he hasn't really got hold of it. He's only going to get 2. Pennington kicks the foot marks in anger, annoyed with himself that he let that one, banged that one in short, and Robinson, Leaning was onto it quickly. And so did they only get 1 on that?
Yeah, it did. It just went for 1 for the one that brought up the 50.
So it was Leaning who got that one away, and he's on 22. Sorry if I lost focus a little.
That's
bit.
all right. I was enjoying the
stories,
I was enjoying the story.
Oh, here's Leaning getting an edge to this one from Pennington. Just not a chance. Drops short of Jack Haynes in the gully, and then runs past him, and they come back for 2 actually as D'Oliveira throws on the turn, and Ben Cox misses the ball at the stumps, and the backing up is done at mid-wicket by Josh Baker. So 96 for 3. Leaning goes to 24. He's been far less certain than Robinson. It is actually quite extraordinary, Ben, isn't it? How much more comfortable Robinson has looked than any other player, I think. He really has. He's hardly put a foot wrong. Here's Pennington in, bowling to Leaning, who's get another one here, steering that down on the offside, and Brett D'Oliveira does the fielding at backward point, and Leaning will keep the strike and go to 25. He's faced 71 deliveries. Robinson 50 off 61, as we keep saying, has played absolutely the best innings of the day so far, and these two have now added 75 for this 4th wicket, which in the context of a game where one team have been bowled out for 133 and the other one has been reduced to 22 for 3 is a highly significant contribution, and it could be a match. Well, it is a match-changing partnership. Ed Barnard is being reintroduced into the attack at the pavilion end. Joe Leach got a bit of a headache now, because when they got those early wickets, he thought, yeah, we've been bowled out cheaply, but we've got a chance of making it not too disastrous if we can bowl Kent out for something similar, or not too much more. But with this partnership developing, it's beginning to look like an ominous task for Worcestershire, and the pitch appears to be flattening out.
Barnard with a flash of yellow on his boots, running in and bowling to Leaning. It was just a slightly bizarre piece of play. Oh, the point fielder D'Oliveira's kind of ducked underneath, little underarm throw to the keeper there. I thought he was trying to hand it off to his teammate there in the covers. Jack Haynes. Yes, like you're saying, it's one of those where if it was really flat out there, then Leaning would be looking more comfortable than he is, you feel.
Yeah, that's a good point, I think. Maybe Robinson's lulling us into a false assessment of the surface.
Barnard full delivery, which Leaning comes forward and defends.
Always find it interesting when you talk to the players or the coaches after the game, after each day, you know, you say, what about the pitch? I always ask. And you always, you know, that's when you really learn, I think, what it's all about. Sometimes they confirm what you thought, but sometimes they say what they say doesn't tie in with what you felt watching on from the side, really.
Barnard again, pretty much repeat of the previous one, defended away by Leaning. Yeah, I was chatting to Matt Walker briefly. As,
Gotta go.
Frank's just going to do an update for Hereford and Worcester. I was talking to Matt Walker briefly, because when he sat out on the upper pavilion area with Mike Yardy, watching on earlier as Kent actually lost, well, it was just before Kent actually lost the third wicket, and he'd already lost both openers at this point. This one's played up to mid-on. He's saying, just, yeah, sometimes here at Canterbury, that bit of moisture might get brought out if there's a bit of sunshine on it, and you do get a bit more assistance for the bowlers, and sort of said, oh yeah, I feel like it might get a bit flatter as the day goes on. He was like, hope so. After that, Denley got out, but this pair managing to put together a partnership as this one's sort of down the leg side direction-wise, but Leaning unable to get it away anywhere. Just one of those things sometimes as a batsman, you just, whatever level you play at, sometimes you come out, first ball of the day, well, first ball you face, or first couple you face, you hit it out of the middle of the bat, you get off the mark straight away, and you think, oh yeah, I'm going here today. And it just feels, as Leaning pushes this one out towards cover, that bit easier. You find your timing's there, and you hit gaps. And you get up and running, your innings gets going nice and quickly. Maiden over there from Barnard. Good tight piece of bowling after changing hands to the pavilion end. And then other days, you just come in. You can't get off the mark. You know, you might play a miss at a couple, you leave a couple. Try and sort of get away at cheeky single and you hit it straight to the man. Then you get a bad ball and you too early on it and you thump it straight to a fielder again, and it's just for whatever reason sometimes you time it better on a certain pitch on a certain day in certain conditions against a certain bowling attack. Maybe one of those, I think Jack Leaning had one of those days in the T20 quarter final, actually, just couldn't seem to time it. By contrast, Ollie Robinson has just feels like he's timed everything and hit gaps and look that bit more at ease than everyone else. As oh, Pennington, oh, has he got him? Well, if there's the commentator's curse, I don't know what. Ollie Robinson has been so good all day, and yet Pennington has induced a big drive from him. Flying catch, really good take from Cox behind the stumps, moving away to his right, and the outstanding batsman of the day, he's on his way for 50 exactly from 62 balls. Pennington with a massive breakthrough for Worcestershire. He continues to impress. 3 for 32 now, his figures, and a vital breakthrough for the visitors. Robinson will get a good hand, but like I was just saying a moment ago, he'll have felt that today he was really humming and ready to go and get a big score for his team. But even set batsmen can be caught out by good bowling. Just wait for the response here. Yeah, modest, it's county cricket fans. It's not a T20 crowd, but Darren Stevens is on his way to the middle. Promoted up the order, I think, as well. With no Sam Billings. Fresh off the back of a third 100 in the county championship this season. 107 not out in the second innings at Grace Road last week. No batsman has scored more hundreds, or hadn't at that point scored more hundreds than Darren Stevens this season. Amazing stuff from the 45-year-old. Recent seasons we thought, yeah, the bowling's still there, he's still getting plenty of wickets. Batting, no, it just felt like it was falling away slightly, and then since then he's produced a handful of just sensational knocks to completely belie all that. The classic bang bang shout coming from the Worcestershire fielders. They want 2 quick ones. Stevens in at 6 then. Goes for a little push drive up towards mid-off. No run. Watson's back alongside me, having done his update for BBC Hereford and Worcester, and I was just saying, Frank, that I've completely commentator's cursed Ollie Robinson.
Have
there.
you?
Yeah, I was just talking about how well he was playing and how sometimes you just, feel like you're in on a certain pitch and everything, you time everything, and
and he went.
next ball, he went for the big drive and nicked off.
Yeah.
As Stevens plays and misses that.
But you said a few minutes ago, Ben, that perhaps it wasn't flattening out that much. Maybe there was still nobody other than Robinson had found it easy, because Jack Leaning, 25 off 77, he's not exactly fluent, is he?
No.
Maybe that just confirms that. Another one now, and it's suddenly a different game again.
Important one for Worcestershire as Pennington's in again. Stevens clips that away out towards long leg and he gets off the mark. Interesting to see how he plays the situation, because like Leach, likes to score, likes to be the aggressor.
Interesting for the young Worcestershire bowler, Pennington, bowling at Stevens. Somebody started playing county cricket before he was even born. It's quite interesting. And Josh Baker, who's only 18.
There'll be a few of those then.
Yeah.
Pennington bowls to Leaning, gets in behind it. Defensively into the offside.
I think Stevens' debut was 97, I think. So
correct,
24 years ago, and you've got Pennington and Baker and Finch, none of them born then, or Haynes for that matter, playing against a legend. I've mentioned before several times on air when I interviewed Dylan Pennington at Trent Bridge 2 or 3 years ago, and he said, I can't believe it. I just can't believe it. I've watched Stuart Broad all my life, and suddenly I'm standing there at the other end with a bat in my hand.
Here he comes, bowls to Leaning, defends. Yeah, when you talk to some of the lads coming through or whatever, what got you into cricket, when they've got kind of aspirations or whatever, and it'll be this current lot is kind of 2005 Ashes.
Yeah. End of the over, 98 for 4. It works the other way too. I remember once coaching a lad at the Royal Grammar School in Worcester in the nets, and saying something to him about his grip, and he played a ball, and I said, but that's slightly odd the way you're holding the bat. I said, but don't worry, Bradman held it like that. And he said, who was Bradman?
Who was Bradman?
Honestly.
Oh gosh.
And he was a good player, this boy. Who was Bradman?
Yeah, quite a lot of the Olympians were sort of interviewed in the build up to Tokyo. It'd be like, what's she kind of? Oh yeah, watching London 2012. And
yeah, absolutely. It just shows you that none of these guys know what influence they're having on people. I don't think. There'll be players in 20 years playing Test cricket that have been inspired by Joe Root. I'm sure one of the Root. I think we're seeing greatness. You don't even notice it at the time, do you? But watching Leach, I think we're seeing greatness watching Root. I said Leach then. Joe Leach is good.
There's a bit about
Great might be pushing it a bit at the moment, as this one is pushed out on the offside by Stevens. And I'm being serious now. Stevens will go down as a great of the county game, won't he? I think just for his longevity and the fact that he's come back so many times when people have written him off, and he's mastered the game at this level, really, hasn't he? Utterly. As Barnard is into him now, and he's forward and pushes out on the offside for a single. Won't be racing between the wickets while Stevens is there, but he gets back for a second. That's the second overthrow of the day from when Worcester have been fielding, and it just something slightly untidy about it.
Up.
Unnecessary. 100 up, yeah.
Stevens running a 2. Yeah, that was a scamper, both of them.
As a coach, you just hate. I sit at the side. It's just horrible. Don't need to give runs away.
Especially Stevens.
Yeah.
Anyway, he doesn't do scampered
having
twos.
said that, if he gets a nick now, they'll think, it was worth it. Yeah. Barnard from the pavilion end into Stevens, who clips a full delivery away to long leg, and he's going to scamper back for another 2.
Cool, he's busy out there.
Easily there. It's that kind of day.
He's got the jumper on as well.
Yeah, you said he'd wear a jumper.
Yeah, always does.
2 more. He moves on to 5.
But yeah, Stevens has got a bit of that aura about him, even for some of his teammates. Guys like when he got 100, who did he get 100 here against? He got 100 here against somebody, and our commentary position was over in the Underwood Knot stand, so we were right next to the Kent balcony.
As Barnard is in and bowls, and he's forward. Stevens pushing out on the offside, no run.
And when he got to 100, the look on some of the guys' faces as they were sort of applauding him and watching him. And Matt Mills was saying the other day that he can do stuff that nobody else can. And you've got guys who are 20 years his senior, and they just can't dream of doing stuff that Darren Stevens is still doing at 45. And as Matt Mills put it, he's basically going to be irreplaceable when he does retire.
Barnard is in, bowls 2, and he pushes this up to mid-on. And there's no run. I mean, the thing is, he's not doing stuff that the others can't do. They can do it, but they don't know it yet. But he knows, he knows he can do it. That's the thing. He's just. I mean, it's not the first time people have reached this level of competence at this level. I mean, there've been many famous. You know, you watch a Chris Rushworth or someone like that. No, he's not a batsman, but you watch him with the ball. He just knows his game. He knows exactly what he can do. In comes Barnard and bowls, and Stevens cuts for 4. It's wide and short outside the off stump, and I know when you bowl those to me, Stevens says, I cut them for 4. And he does. He smashes it away to the boundary. End of the over. 8 overs, 2 maidens. No wicket for 31, Ed Barnard. Dylan Pennington, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 33. The other bowling figures for Worcestershire: Joe Leach, 11 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 12. Very good. Adam Finch, a bit expensive today, 2 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 17. And we've had just the 2 overs from Josh Baker before the tea interval, which cost 8 runs. Worcestershire earlier today dismissed for 133, 4 wickets for Matt Milnes and 5 for Nathan Gilchrist. And in reply, Kent 106 for 4.
Pennington bowling to Leaning and playing down a line, not the line of the ball, so it beats him on the outside edge. Stevens, I would argue, still does do stuff sometimes that you know, particularly if you're a young bowler, you know, you're thinking, no, I can't do that. How do I do? Like the other day against Worcestershire, he was getting down on the big front dog and just sweeping Cal Parkinson, who is a very good left arm spinner, and he was just going bang, sweep 4, sweep 6, 6, just inside edge from Leaning down towards fine leg, and just he sometimes just makes good bowling look, makes a mockery of half decent bowling.
But you know what I'm getting at is that experience is invaluable.
Yeah, and knowing what you can, your strengths.
There's only one way to get experience. I know it's obvious, but there's only one way to get experience. And youngsters that one day will be able to play like that can't yet because they just haven't learnt their game sufficiently well. You know.
I guess you get some youngsters as Pennington bowls to Stevens and fiddles with that one a little bit. You get some youngsters who are the opposite. They just play with absolute zero fear, don't they?
Absolutely.
And just play all their shots and almost don't realise how big a deal it is.
Couldn't agree more.
What they're doing. And
couldn't agree more. And when you get the absolutely prodigious teenager or, you know, young cricketer with no fear and great talent, then they can do things that others can't. But I suppose we're talking about a different. We're talking about somebody who's, you know, it might be a different profession. Experience makes you very good at what you do, is what I'm getting at, really.
This one's a full delivery from Pennington and driven away square of the wicket by Darren Stevens. For a boundary, moves to 13 off 11 balls.
You know, I was a teacher for most of my career. I've worked with some very talented young teachers who can go in and be brilliant and commanding and interesting and amusing and super, and I've worked with others that find it more difficult. I've worked with some that are quite sort of measured and calm, but I've worked with some that you just know that after they've been doing it for so long, they can just walk in and just take control in any situation. That's the sort of thing I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And you only get that by experience. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Pennington bowling, beating the outside edge, just that old nature versus nurture type argument, isn't it?
Yeah. You know, beaten, hits 1 for 4, beaten. Who cares? I'm still here, you know. If you bowl me a bad one, it'll go to the boundary. 13 off 12. Doesn't look as though he's played that well, does he yet, really? But he's hit 3. He's had 3 bad balls and he's put them all away.
Yeah. Whereas a younger player might get bogged down, get inside their own head a bit.
Yeah. Get too excited to see the half volley, throw everything at it, not get there, nick
Is that
it.
Crawley?
Yeah.
Is that Crawley's dismissal earlier on? Pennington bowling. Stevens taking a little step across his stumps and pushing this one up towards mid-off. End of the over. We've got 20 to go today here on BBC Sport Online. Ben Watson from BBC Radio Kent. Frank Watson from BBC Hereford and Worcester. Kent 1-1-1 for 4 in reply to 1-3-3 all out Worcestershire earlier on, with 5 wickets for Gilchrist, 4 for Milnes. Might have to see if I can catch both of them later.
Yeah.
Normally only do one interview on day 1 of a
Yeah.
4-day game.
Or better still, get both of them and the bowling coach, and then you can ask him what he
Or
said.
just get the bowling
Yeah,
coach, so
yeah.
and then he can wax lyrical about both.
Yeah, that might work, that might be good. And he could also tell you what he said too.
Yeah. What did you say to
Nathan
Nathan
Gilchrist.
Gilchrist that sparked
Yeah.
the 4 wickets?
Yeah, just went round to tell him that his shirt was hanging out. Just asked him if he wanted a drink. 111 for 4. Ed Barnard from the pavilion end, moving away from us. Number 30 on his back right arm over the wicket. Medium pacer comes in and bowls, and this is driven up to mid-on by Leaning. And a nice tumbling stop by the Worcestershire captain Joe Leach. In that position, prevents any addition to the score, which is Nelson, 111 for 4. Stevens 13, Leaning 26, the 2 batsmen at the crease. Leaning being, well, he's a bit of an anchor, really, at the moment in this innings. And he'll be quite happy to remain that, as long as runs are coming at the other end. This one from Barnard is left alone, outside the off stump. Decent leave. Goes through to the keeper.
It's not that I don't think he's trying as well. Like, normally when you have an anchor, you think about somebody that's really just kind of doggedly digging in there. But Leaning's set up as, you know, he's got quite a high backlift, and it's almost like there's a purpose and intent about the way he's playing.
Yeah.
You know, he's looking to try and score.
Waits now as Barnard is in, turns that on the leg side, and as you say, looking for runs again, and even like the one he played up to mid-on. His initial movement, having hit the ball, is to take a step or two down the pitch, hoping that he might get a single, but unable to do so. There's no doubt that Ollie Robinson has made batting look a considerably more straightforward occupation than any other player so far in the game. Barnard is in, bowls to Leaning, who pushes this out square on the offside. D'Oliveira Fields fires the throw back into Ben Cox, the keeper.
Yeah, this is kind
And
of what I
there's
was
no run.
saying before I talked Ollie Robinson out, that when you're on the opposite end of that, say a Leaning, you're just getting a bit bogged down. You know, you hit a shot that you think might go in a gap and it goes straight to a fielder, and you don't get your single, and
Yeah.
then you just think, oh, I need to get off strike here. I need to rotate a bit better.
Barnard in, bowls to Leaning, who drives. This time thinking he'll get runs, he actually sets off for the run.
Again,
But Haynes dives to his left at short extra cover.
I was looking for that to gone for 4
Picks it up.
somewhere.
Didn't really time it,
Just
did he?
hit it to a man again.
Yeah, 111 for 4 it remains. Ed Barnard, who conceded a boundary off the last ball of his previous over and was frustrated. He wanted to get out of this over. It'll be a maiden if this is a dot. He comes in now and he bowls, and it isn't, because it's full of length. Good try for the Yorker, and just squeezed by Leaning down to third man past the diving Mitchell at second slip, and they take a single, which means Leaning will keep the strike. Barnard has completed 9 overs, no wicket for 32 for him, and Kent are off Nelson, 112 for 4 in reply to Worcestershire's 133.
I guess the trick for Leaning is, and he can afford to, in the match situation, and then obviously it's longer format cricket, he can afford to put it to the back of his mind and not worry that, oh, I've hit that straight at the fielder. You know, you don't need to let it affect your overall mindset, compared to, say, if it was a shorter format.
Yeah.
You know, a 50 over game, you're a run chase, or you're trying to set a score and you're getting a bit bogged down.
Yeah, wouldn't disagree with that.
112 for 4, Leaning keeping the strike for this one. Pennington hurrying in, beating the outside edge. Leaning pushing for it again, but the tall blonde seamer continuing to just extract a little bit of bounce at times from a decent length. Got fielders back at deep square leg and a long leg now, Worcestershire. 2 overs Baker earlier on. Wonder when we might see more as Leaning looking to drive. Does get it wide of mid-on, but not necessarily with the timing, and Leach is able to scamp around and go get it. Two slips for Pennington. Leaning, thinking about a quick run up towards mid-on. That was never a run, even if it wasn't Darren Stevens on the other end.
Stevens just telling him.
Yeah,
that,
no, he's just giving him a word,
yeah.
isn't he? He's like, remember who you're batting with, mate. It's not fleet-footed youngster up the other end. Which I think is partially why you see all the shots from Stevens as well, because he doesn't do it in quick singles.
Yeah, I mean it's extraordinary, isn't it? I mean, if I played league cricket with some guys, and if you had guys still in your first 11 age 45, even in league cricket,
Yeah.
and it does happen, they must have been, that would be somebody who's pretty special, I think.
Yeah, that's a good point actually.
Just still to be doing it at this level. I mean, he could have a couple of years off, and then he could come back and play for the over 50s. He might just be the best.
Pennington bowling to Leaning, and he's playing it back towards him again. Darren Stevens playing for Ken over 50s would make an absolute mockery of the standard.
He might be all right at that level.
Yeah, I reckon he'd get 100 most games.
Unless, of course, his eyesight deteriorates badly in the next 5 years.
Well, we were starting to think that it was going a bit when he was kind of 41, 42, and then he got that double 100 against Yorkshire at Headingley, and he's kept getting runs ever since, really. This summer, particularly with 300s in the county championship, whipped away by Leaning. Going to get a single, and that's effectively got him back into the limited overs team. Some of his batting this season and form he showed.
He's kept the strike again, Leaning. He's protecting the old man,
He's
hasn't he?
counted that well. He's doing the Fabian Cowdrey. He used to count to 6 nicely. I think his club side, Sutton, got promoted yesterday. I mean, he's played for a few club teams in recent years, Mr. Cowdrey. But enjoys a promotion.
113 for 4. Probably just have time to describe this over before shooting off for my next update. Here's Barnard from the pavilion end, bowling to Leaning, lets that go outside the off stump. Taken by Cox. Just got to keep at it, Worcestershire. 20 runs now, the deficit for Kent, but if Worcestershire can pick another couple up, things will change, and that's what they're reminding themselves out there now. One or two of the senior players just clapping their hands together and saying, come on boys, let's keep at it. And Barnard is in and bowls, and that one nips back and takes Leaning on the pad and goes one bounce away to slip, and there's a kind of half strangled, frustrated appeal, but no more than that. 113 for 4 Kent. The men out in this Kent innings: Crawley 5, Cox 5, Denley 9, 22 for 3 at that point, but a partnership of 75 for the 4th wicket. Barnard in, bowls, Leaning leaves, taken by Cox. That partnership between Ollie Robinson and Jack Leaning. Robinson eventually out, caught by Cox off Pennington for 50, a 3rd wicket for the young Worcestershire seamer. 3 for 39 for Dylan Pennington from 12 overs. And now Leaning on 28 and Darren Stevens 13, trying to build another significant partnership for Kent. Barnard in, outside the off stump, through to Cox again, taken low down this time by the Worcestershire keeper, and the score remains 1-1-3 for 4. And what have we got? 17 overs left in the day after this one from Ed Barnard. been a lively day. It's been a day of great interest, in lovely sunshine, enjoyed by a healthy crowd. As Barnard is in again and bowls, and this one's eased out on the offside by leaning, but no run. I was just saying earlier, Ben, when I was on with Fred, that always used to dream about retiring and owning a pitch-side apartment somewhere. Hasn't quite happened, although I have managed to watch a fair bit of cricket over the last few years, and they're nice, these ones here, aren't they? And the people with their parasols on the balcony, sitting watching county cricket from the comfort of your own home.
It's pretty ideal, isn't it?
Pretty special, and it's nice at Bristol and at Taunton as well, isn't it, as Barnard bowls. And leaning plays back up the pitch to the bowlers at the end of a maiden over from Ed Barnard. 10 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 32, his figures. And Kent 113 for 4 in reply to Worcestershire's 133. And they're in good shape at the moment. Jack Leaning holding things together a little bit at the moment. He's on 28. Darren Stevens has 13. And I'll leave you with Ben Watts while I just nip off for a minute or two to update BBC Hereford Worcester's FM listeners with the news as Adam Finch comes into the attack.
And last season as well, when there were no spectators in the grounds, those were absolute gold dust. You know, retirement apartments or flats overlooking a cricket ground. You could have moved out for the summer and rented it out for big cash. Stevens tapping his bat, waiting for Finch. Short ball cut away by Stevens. This could be an interesting little contest here because Finch has been a bit expensive. 2 overs for 17. He managed to get it right in his earlier spell, and you're bringing him on against Darren Stevens, who likes to play shots, likes to put the pressure back on the bowlers, will be the phrase that he will often use. So Finch has got to be careful here that, well, if he can get it right, he might be able to catch Stevens out and get a cheap wicket. Force a mistake. Batsmen get a little bit over confident, but if he doesn't get it right, could find himself going for a few boundaries, as he has been hit there again. Stevens with a almighty drive on the up through extra cover. And this is the point I was making to Frank earlier on, that Stevens at 45 still does stuff that other players just can't do and will never do. New bowler comes on, he's not even had a look at him. He's just spanked him for 4 through backward point and then on the up through extra cover. Worcestershire forced to change the field around. Finch bowls and he defends this one back down the pitch, Stevens. Worcestershire trying to get themselves going, the fielders. Plenty of noise. Stage of the game where it's just getting a little bit flatter. You've been out there, a bit of the day. Your score being chased down by the opposition. 1-2-1 for 4. Now just 12 behind. Whereas he can get a wicket or 2 at this stage. Stevens gently running that into the onside. And that's clever batting. 2 4s, little 1. Get yourself up the other end. KentCricket@gmail.com, at BBC Kent Sport, at Ben Watts Sport, at Frank Watson 58. Here comes Finch. Oh, playing a miss from Leaning. Full delivery into, leaning as he goes for a little clip into the leg side, a flex away off his pad out to the offside. I'm going to have a little spot of drinks.
Sanitisation, I think.
Ah,
Yeah.
there we go.
Poor old Adam Finch, he struggled for rhythm, hasn't he? 3 overs for 26 in the context of this game, along with Grant Stewart, 6 overs for 39 in the Worcestershire innings. They're the two seam bowlers who haven't actually really managed to make their conditions tell, really.
For whatever reason,
Just
it hasn't
struggling
happened
for
for
a bit
them.
of rhythm, and came on, and Darren Stevens put him away for 2 consecutive boundaries at the start of that over. Didn't help. 122 for 4 now, just 11 behind Kent.
The second one I didn't think was a bad ball.
No.
Just got forced away a bit on the up through cover. Imposing stroke.
Ed Barnard's going to continue from the pavilion end, just having a little chat with his captain Joe Leach at the moment. The two Salopians in conversation, and just adjusting the field slightly. 2 slips. Jack Haynes on the drive, and now they're employing that catcher at mid-wicket, sort of short. Well, Baker, I suppose, not exactly a catcher. He's kind of fairly tight in at mid-wicket, where he took a catch to dismiss Cox earlier off the bowling of Pennington. And Pennington now going to a kind of long leg, but only halfway back, really. Interesting one. Now he's coming up into the circle, and they're moving Finch across to that short long leg, and Pennington's going to come to mid-on. So I'll describe the field now after all this. 2 slips, backward point, short extra on the drive, a conventional extra, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg, no third man, as Barnard moves in and bowls, and Stevens gets a run. He didn't know much about that, to be fair. It was a tentative little push. He's going to get 2 actually off an inside edge down to fine leg. I think, to be fair, you'd say that Barnard's had a moral victory there, but we said earlier that won't bother Darren Stevens. He puts that sort of thing behind him very easily. Yeah, he didn't really know much about it watching the replay, just sort of bottom edged it, pushed at it and bottom edged it down to fine leg. But he gets 2, and he goes on to 24 off just 18 balls. Barnard is in again to him, and he bowls, and he's pushing this one out on the offside, fielded by Haynes, and there's no run. I keep calling him an evergreen and a veteran at the same. The evergreen veteran. I suppose you've got to be a veteran if you're an evergreen, haven't you? Tautology not needed. But what I mean is, he seems to have been around for ages, and he's still very good. Darren Stevens.
I think plenty of people have described him in those terms over the years.
He waits now, bat raised. Barnard is in, bowls, and he smashes this one, or tries to smash it away on the offside, but didn't really time it. That bottom hand whips through, doesn't it? But squeezed it into the ground, it runs out into the covers. It's all very simple, isn't it, the way Darren Stevens plays? He stays pretty much sideways on. He's got a good basic technique, and then around that he's worked in his strengths. Good big bottom hand comes through, hits the ball hard. He knows what he can do, and he knows what he can't do. I think that's the key. And that's what I meant really earlier when I was saying about experienced players who know their game. They don't try things they can't do, because they know. They've worked it all out, what they can do and can't do. Barnard in, bowls, and he's on the back foot defending this one. Stevens plays it back to the bowler, and there's no run.
Yeah, just talking to Matt Walker about Stevens earlier on in the season, he was saying that actually feels like this summer he's a better player than he was over the last few seasons. He's worked hard again at his defence, and your point about the kind of foundation and the base being there, sometimes it looked like you could get him out, whereas now he looks solid in defence.
Barnard is in, bowls, and doesn't play this one very well, to be fair, just reaching for it outside the off stump a little bit. Hint of movement from Barnard, and taken by the keeper. So Barnard nearing the end of his 11th over. No wicket for 34. Regular Worcestershire watchers and listeners, be pleased if I say that I think he's looked a bit more like his old self today, Ed Barnard. just a bit. He comes in now and bowls, and unfortunately he ends the over with a wideish half volley, which Stevens drives to extra cover for 4, and Barnard annoyed with himself as he walks away at the end of that over. And Stevens joins Leaning on 28. The difference is he's faced 23 balls, Leaning's faced 101 balls, but that's not to take anything away from Leaning, because he's played a really important part in holding this innings together. And well, they're not far off now, are they? Just 5 runs behind, 128 for 4. And Joe Leach has got some problems on his hands, I think, the Worcestershire captain. 15 overs left in the day. Where they're going to be at the end of the day, Ben? 50 ahead?
Depends how long Stevens is out there for, in truth. 28 off 23, Leaning 28 off 101.
If they're 50 ahead and these two still together, then it's very much Kent today, isn't it?
Yeah, you'd say so. Finch bowling to Leaning, drives it up towards mid-on. Cut off nicely by the scrambling fielder.
Libby.
I think tomorrow morning will be crucial for Worcestershire. When the okay, the ball's still going to be what, 45 over, well, 55 overs old, but whether they can extract anything from that sort of fresh feel to the pitch again when it's half-10 start tomorrow, how much will that have an impact? There's Finch, tall, lean, blonde bowler, through to the keeper, left alone by Leaning. Just a very different approach between, say, Jack Leaning, who's showing a lot of patience out there, and Darren Stevens, who clearly wants to get on with things, but is doing so from the confidence of having scored 100 at Grace Road the other day. Finch, quite bouncy run up. Oh, hit on the boot. Big shout for LBW. Wondered whether it was sliding.
They fancied that one, didn't they?
Leaning was trying to whip it away leg side. Was quite full. He felt from Finch there.
Going down.
Yeah. I guess the thinking would have been if it was... Yeah, if it hit right on the boot, then maybe, but it did bounce just before. The field spread. Deep point, third man, deep square, fine leg. Leaning, driving. That sweeper on the offside, able to go get it. One more run to the total. 129 for 4. Worcestershire's fielders still staying lively enough. Trying to talk to the group. Just seeing. This one's left alone by Stevens. Sam Billings has just tweeted, loved being around the test group again. Good luck, lads, tomorrow.
I'm off to Canterbury.
Canterbury bound. So presumably, because he's in the squad as kind of wicket-keeping cover, and we're into the final innings of the game.
Yeah, he's not going to be
He's not going to be a.
Yeah.
He's not going to come in.
Yeah. I've just been I've just had another look at that article that I read about Ray Julian that was in the Guardian. It was in the year 2000 that article was written, and there's a very interesting thing I've just noticed about it, which I'll say in a minute. As Finch bowls, Stevens drive for 4 up the ground, beautiful shot, and he that's parity, isn't it? Scores a level now, 133 for 4. A really good shot from Stevens, played with real purpose. 32 not out, Leaning 29 not out.
Yeah, overtakes Leaning.
And it says in this article whoever's written it, and
Yeah.
it's an ex-player, but it doesn't say who wrote it, so it's difficult to know.
Okay.
It's first person, but he says, "It's the parks in Oxford, early April, very cold. However, the scudding showers have abated and Ray Julian wants to take the players out. So does his fellow umpire, Chris Kelly. Given the weather, it seems futile, but Julian's mind is made up. Kelly's enthusiasm is understandable. He's a teacher at RGS Worcester and has just joined the reserve list of first-class umpires, and this match will be his first-class debut." So that's Chris Kelly, teacher that I used to teach with, maths teacher at RGS Worcester. And he gave up playing early on and became an umpire. And we talked about this the other day, and he did get on the reserve list for first class umpires. Do you know what he does now? He's in charge of all the umpires.
All
in
the
country.
umpires.
He works at Lord's. He does all the appointments. He runs all the match referees. Everybody reports back to him. He does all of that. Chris Kelly's gone on to big things
Excellent.
in the umpiring world.
Sounds like a good gig.
He didn't
that.
actually umpire for that long, and this
Yeah.
vacancy came up at Lord's, and he went for the job and got it, and he's gone on to great things, and he's still there. So yeah, there you go. Best wishes to Chris. I know he listens in and keeps an eye on all the games around the country, watching his charges. And Brett D'Oliveira is coming on to bowl at the pavilion end now, past one of those charges. Hassan Adnan, the umpire, and D'Oliveira's first ball of the game is a nicely flighted leg break, pushed out on the offside by Jack Leaning, who's on 29. He's been overtaken now by Darren Stevens. 32 off 25 for Stevens. D'Oliveira is in again. He bowls, and Leaning works this one away on the onside to mid-wicket, where it's fielded by Tom Fell. Ed Barnard, I beg your pardon, and there's no run. One slip. Mitchell is in at slip. The only close catcher really, although Fell has gone on the drive at sort of short extra. This one is a full toss whipped away on the leg side by Leaning, and Joe Leach moves across to his right from long on and does the fielding, and they take a single, which means that Stevens is on strike against D'Oliveira for the first time, and Kent are in the lead for the first time. They lead by 1 as D'Oliveira comes in now and bowls to Stevens, who goes back to again nicely flighted, quite slow leg break from D'Oliveira, and Stevens just pushes it into the covers.
Have they got a man at deep mid wicket? I can't quite see because of around the corner of the stand.
Yeah, D'Oliveira bowls, and again Stevens is on the back foot to this one and plays it out on the offside. We'll have to count the fielders. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, they haven't.
Because that's prime slog sweep territory for Darren Stevens.
D'Oliveira in bowls, and Stevens just works this one away on the onside for a single.
I think
Finch comes into field, and that's the end of D'Oliveira's first over. Tidy. 3 runs off it, 135 for 4. Kent lead by 2.
I think it's a good tactic to try the spin against Stevens, because he's not the sort of player that's just going to sit there and milk it, or he's going to want to hit spin up for boundaries. So a leg spinner as well, spinning away from his bat. If he wants to play that slog sweep shot that he likes to play, he's going to have to go against the spin. So
it's not a huge spinner of the ball, D'Oliveira, but he does spin it a little bit. Doesn't rip it like some leg spinners. He doesn't float it up there. He bowls quite flat. But he bowls with reasonable control most of the time.
Finch continuing off his long run from the Nackington Road end. Oh, Stevens has just whopped him over the top of extra cover. 4 more runs. Just not happening for Finch today. His run rate is
it's horrible, isn't it?
4.1 overs he's bowled. He's gone for 35 runs.
In the context of the game, it's particularly damaging. I like Adam Finch. I think he's a good bowler, a lot of potential. He's an angry bowler. That's what I quite like. You know, he's young and he's at them, and he doesn't like being hit, and he gets wound up, and in a good way, and I think that's good. But he just, for some reason today, hasn't found any rhythm.
Yeah, Stevens
at all from either end.
He's a bit like a predator facing up to a wounded animal a bit at the moment, isn't he? He's sort of sensing blood.
It's a good way of putting it.
Sniffing an opportunity to.
He's not handling him with kid gloves, that's for sure. If you bowl a bad one, it's going, and in fact, it doesn't have to be that bad.
No, even if it's just on the length, he's going for it, isn't he? Short ball, hits him. Stevens just blokes it. That's more like it from Finch.
Yeah, it is. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Sort of guy he is, really. Banged that one in, didn't
Get
he?
angry.
And, Stevens got a bit squared up, and in the end he gave up on it and let it hit him. And it just lobbed out on the offside. I'm just going to watch the replay, see where it actually did hit. It's a bat, glove, handle, but it was uncomfortable. Messy. He got away with it. I wonder what his response will be. He wouldn't have enjoyed that, I don't think.
No.
This could go.
Finch in.
No, very calm. Well fielded.
Pushed out towards backward point. Maybe wasn't quite in the slot.
Good moment, though.
Yeah, a bit more of a contest now. Finch just not going to let Stevens just keep whacking him wherever he wants.
He won't. He won't. I don't think. We dubbed him the other day Mr. Angry in one spell against Sussex because he, you know, you could just
like
tell
that.
he was just exuding a little bit of ire throughout the over, throughout the spell, really.
Finch bowls, Stevens just stepping across his stumps there to create an angle. Push it into the onside for one run.
See, that's really good, isn't it? And again, we're talking experience there because, you know, just for a minute there was a bit of contest between the two, wasn't there? Stevens whacked one and Finch replied with a bat. And, you know, a young buck might well have thought, right, okay, mate, I'm going to get after you here. But Stevens, nah, just got him.
Nah,
pushed it for a single.
I've got my boundary for this
Yeah,
over.
seriously, really good cricket. Really good cricket. Watch and learn, young players.
Finch to leaning then. Very full. Almost Yorker length that's dug out into the onside for a single. Getting up to 141 for 4. So the little flurry that we've seen from Stevens, they've now gone beyond Worcestershire and now have a lead of 8 runs.
What time do you think we'll finish? 12 overs left after this. 20 past 5.
We should be, yeah, we
10
should be
past.
sort of, like say 10 past 6, probably, well, maybe even 6. You might be
If you played bowler spinners, yeah.
on time. As Finch is in. Another short one. It's a bit of a wide one. Any other format of the game, it would have been wide,
big
but
time.
they were fine to let it go. The umpire there. By Pollard. 141 for 4 at the end of the over here on BBC Sport Online. Ben Watts and Frank Watson for BBC Radio Kent and BBC Hereford and Worcester. Day 1 at Canterbury, the last 12 overs of it at least. Kent looking to try and build a first innings lead.
Brett D'Oliveira to bowl the first of those 12 from the pavilion and gets through his overs quite quickly, not as quickly as Josh Baker, who, unless the ball's travelling around, obviously, but we put the stopwatch on him a few times the other day against Sussex, and he was getting through his overs in 1 minute and 40 seconds.
That's pretty good, isn't it?
It's D'Oliveira into Leaning, who clips this one up to that man Baker, who's at long leg down in front of our commentary position here. Throws the ball back in one bounce. They take a single.
Likes that little shuffle down the pitch to the spin.
Yeah. 142 for 4. And Darren Stevens on strike. D'Oliveira is in. And he picked the bat up then, as though he had the intention of hitting that mid-wicket area that you talked about, and then he thought better of it and just checked himself and played defensively back up the pitch. D'Oliveira again is in, bowls, and it's full, and it's driven straight down the ground. They'll get 1. I don't think they'll get 2. No, they won't, because Josh Baker has moved swiftly to his left, and his left is his strong side, and he picks up cleanly and returns to D'Oliveira. 143 for 4 with that single. Stevens 39 now. D'Oliveira to Leaning. He's in, full toss, and Leaning whips this one all the way through that very big gap at mid-wicket, and this one is going to go all the way for 4. Free hit really for Leaning, and that brings up his 50, and that's a valuable innings. I don't think anybody should underestimate that.
Sorry, Frank, it's 50 stands.
I beg your pardon, 50
two.
partnership. Of course it is. He's nowhere near 50. He's 36.
Say Stevens.
50 partnership.
Yeah, 50 stand.
Nowhere near. Sorry, not to be underestimated, that 50 partnership. And This one from Leaning is driven off the back foot. Good diving half stop by Fell, but they get a single. 50 partnership between these two, which is, you know, it's come up quite quickly, hasn't it? It doesn't seem that long ago since Ollie Robinson was out. We thought,
exactly.
Game on again.
Yeah, we did.
At 97 for 4, and these two have changed that really with that 50 partnership. As D'Oliveira bowls to Stevens, who gets another single driving up to long on. End of that over from D'Oliveira, 149 for 4. And Stevens on 40 keeps the strike. Leaning has 37. No, saying don't underestimate Jack Leaning. He hasn't made 50, of course, he's 37. But even so, I would say a really important innings Leaning has played. Robinson made it look easy. All the other batsmen, apart from Stevens, has struggled. Stevens wouldn't have been able to come in and play like this had it not been for the fact that Leaning has just been, he's been the glue that's held it together, hasn't he? Came in at the fall of the second wicket.
10 for
10
2. Yeah.
And you could say, you know, okay, he's only made 37, but 139 runs have been added during that time, and it's an absolutely crucial contribution that he's made. Joe Leach has seen enough of Adam Finch from the Nackington Road end and decided to have another go himself. 11 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 12, and he's coming back into bowl to Stevens.
2 slips in place. Leach bowls a short delivery into the pitch with a grunt as he does so. It's the knock that Leaning's played is a little bit of has the when Joe Denley was playing for England, there was this term coined, the dentury, and he was facing up a lot of deliveries and kind of seeing off the new ball, wasn't he, by batting that number 3 role, and it's been a little bit like that from Leaning.
I agree. I think it's easy to underestimate that because it doesn't involve much flash, does it?
Leach to Stevens, just leans gently into this one and to clip it away into the onside. 150 comes up. Flashed up on the scoreboard very quickly there. Almost to invite the crowd to modestly applaud it.
Yeah.
Brings Leaning back onto strike. Leach bowls to him, he defends into the offside. We were talking about bats earlier on, weren't we? And my dad recently bought a bat which is the same as Jack Leaning's and went to the factory, I think, which is like Sussex based, and spent however much on this bat. And I've turned around to my dad and said, why do you need to spend 300 plus quid on a bat?
Quid, yeah.
And he's gone, I'll probably be the last one to ever buy.
Yeah. Well, these two are both using bats made by that manufacturer, and he is one of the ones that was mentioned to me in that conversation the other night as being one of the foremost bat makers in the world, really.
Leach bowling, leaning in behind defensively.
And but
a few players these days keep his stickers on rather than the others.
What I was going to say, the point that I was being made was that, you know, some of the bats that you might see more famous players use with different stickers are actually made by him. And most of the bats are started off in India these days and then finished off over here. And there are a few people that do that finishing job with just a little bit more feel, a little bit more, you know, it's an art, isn't it?
Yeah.
Take it a bit off here and making the middle a little bit bigger and that kind of thing. Great to watch a true cricket craftsman at work with a bat.
Leach bowls, Leaning drives back towards him. Leach stopped it in one hand and threatened to throw down the stumps.
Equally great to watch a true craftsman using a bat, of course.
I always say that at some point pre a cricket season I need to do some sort of a feature on BBC Radio Kent and go down to a bat manufacturer and
well, you got enough around here.
Go through the process. We'll do round here actually, sort of Kent Sussex way.
Yeah, well, I can remember watching Duncan Fernley make a bat from, you know, just take a cleft of wood and turn it into a bat in a couple of hours, and it was magnificent.
Forward defensive stroke here from Leaning. Back towards the bowler, and
9 left in the day. Is it 10 left in the day?
10 left.
So we
I
could
think.
struggle. We could struggle to finish at 6.
Yeah, like you say, the 10 pass shout was not a bad one. But then
Yeah.
again, we have been seeing a bit of spin, haven't we? So depends if D'Oliveira continues. Leach's figures, by the way: 12 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 13.
Yeah, it's tidy, isn't it?
Extremely so.
He's bowled pretty well in the last couple of weeks, Joe Leach. He's kind of had to, really. I mean, that was a move where he's just sort of basically thought, I think, you know, I'm going to have another go here because it's not going right for the other guys. Anyway, I'm off to do an update. I'll leave you in the company of Ben Watts of BBC Radio Kent, and it's beginning to look a little bit ominous for now. Worcestershire 17 runs behind and Kent only 4 wickets down.
Yeah, important juncture in the game for Worcestershire to try and sneak out and sniff out a wicket, really. If they can whip Stevens out of there, that would certainly help stop the run rate, stop these runs from flowing. D'Oliveira, the leg spinner, has got a slip in play. He's also got men posted out at long on and long off and deep cover, and deep wicket ball into Stevens. Just defends this one back to cover. He's done well so far that he hasn't offered up anything for Stevens to hit. Hasn't served up anything from the buffet for Stevens to tuck into, which he often likes to do against spin. If it's in his area, in his slot, he's just whipping this one away out towards deep mid-wicket. The fielder has to move away to his left to do the fielding, so there will be a couple of runs. I thought that's what Leaning did quite well actually in the previous over, when although D'Oliveira offered him up a full toss, actually rather than just running it straight up towards long on as he had been doing previously, managed to kind of work it past the short mid-wicket fielder and get enough angle on it. This one's left alone by Stevens to get it in between the two fielders out in the deep on the boundary on the leg side. Even though it's sort of quite a long boundary away up the slope this week. D'Oliveira bowls again, a leave from Darren Stevens, a man that's strike rate's over 100 in this innings. It's just a slightly more cautious approach from him. D'Oliveira bowls just short enough for Stevens to go right back in his crease and fetch this away to the leg side and hit powerfully all along the floor. It's clever batting. And again, harks back to what Frank Watson's been saying about Darren Stevens' experience and know-how, and knows that, right, well, against this bowler, needs to just play in a slightly different way to how I would normally try and attack spin, but yet still that's the area of the pitch I want to hit the ball. Fuller delivery. Oh, a bit of an inside edge. Past the keeper. Stevens get up the other end or get a single to take him to 48 from 44. Contrast that to Jack Leaning, who's got 37 off 116 balls. But again, as Frank was saying, it's within the context of the fact that he came to the crease at 10 for 2. And then Denley departed, didn't he, at score at 22. And so he had to kind of be the guy to stick it out and make sure, right, if I stay here at this end, avoid a bit of a collapse. And Robinson was playing so well up one end, you can leave him to be the stroke player of the partnership. Then you got Stevens coming in, and again, Leading can leave him to play his natural game, which is to play a few more shots. Leach's figures so far extremely economical, only going over just over 1 and over. It's bowling to Stevens, just walks across the offside and turns this away out towards deep square for a single to move to 49. So far, 8 boundaries from Stevens, just as Ollie Robinson had for his half-century. Decent noise from Worcestershire, which I like. Gotta just stay upbeat. believe as the fielding side that wicket is around the corner, even if it does feel like it's got a bit flat. There's not a lot there for you, not a lot of joy. Never know what might be around the corner if you can just get one wicket. You can always twist the game around that little change of momentum if you can just break through a partnership and suddenly get a new batsman to bowl at.
Yeah, although I just found myself saying in my latest bulletin, you know, you say these things and you think back over what you've actually just said. I'll just break off as Leach bowls this one.
Leaning with a drive, back down the ground, decent timing. Will take it past mid-off, who will chase it down towards the boundary rope. He's going to get a couple. Moves to 39, 160 for 4.
And what I said was, Worcestershire need a couple more wickets tonight if they're to have any chance of staying in this game. And I thought about it afterwards, and I thought, yeah, I'll stand by that. You know, if Kent are still 4 down at the end of tonight, and they're 180 or something, that's a lead of 50, and you're only 4 down. I think that's pretty much an insurmountable position, really.
Leach bowls, pushed away. I guess England had a lead of what, 99 going into.
Yeah, but it's different circumstances and different pitch, I think, as well.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, they could come and collapse in the morning, but in a low-scoring game, if you're 50, 60 ahead and you're only 4 down on first innings,
true,
the chances are you're going to have a lead of something like 200 at least, and that's big, isn't it?
I was just saying, it's one of those where Worcestershire got to believe that there's a wicket around the corner that will just turn things their way a bit.
Yeah.
So Leach bowls to leaning and defends straight to the short cover fielder. It's Mitchell. How old's Mitchell these days?
37, I think. I'll check. Might be 38. 37, pretty sure. Could be his last season. Nothing official yet from the club. Been a great servant, of course.
Certainly has.
Captain for quite a good few years.
Leaning in behind this one.
When you Google Daryl Mitchell these days, the first thing you get is Daryl Mitchell, test player, New Zealand test player. And Daryl has often said to me, I've become more famous. 37, I was right. Nearly 38. I've become more famous in the last year or two for things that I've not even done than in 17 years of first-class cricket. But yeah, he's 37 years old, born in a village called Badsey, very, very close to where I live, and a real boy of the Vale of Evesham. Daryl, Vale of Evesham boy who's gone on to, through the ranks, and gone on to captain the county, and always lived in Worcestershire, and been chairman of the PCA. He's no longer chairman, but he's going into a full-time job with the PCA when he finishes. And yeah, he's well, one of the senior men on the circuit, isn't he? Struggling a little bit this year for form. First man out this morning, seems a while ago now. Josh Baker come into the attack to replace Brett D'Oliveira. D'Oliveira, who's bowled 3 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 17. The other bowling figures: Leach 1 for 16 off 13 tidy overs, Pennington 3 for 39 off 12, and the other wicketless bowlers: Barnard none for 38, Finch none for 37, as Baker begins a new over bowling to Stevens, who's taken on the pad. Ball drops on the onside, and Baker in his 3rd over now. He's conceded just 8 runs so far. So we might finish by 6 now with these two on.
Yeah.
You watch how quick. Well, the trouble is the ball won't just be pushed back at the pitch, I don't think, by Stevens. As Baker bowls, and it's steered out on the offside for a single. And that is Darren Stevens' 50, which comes off 47 balls. So his form continues. 47 balls in these circumstances is remarkable. 8 fours. And the other thing about it, Ben, is that he hasn't really taken any risks. It's not as if he's come out and gone all guns blazing. He's just nurdled it round, really. Put the bad ball away. Played a couple of really good shots. 50 off 47 balls. That's how you do it. 161 for 4. Baker again in bowls, and this one's driven off the back foot by Leaning, and he will get 2 as fielder on the offside boundary. Pennington has quite a long way to come round to do the fielding. 163 for 4. Yeah, Baker gets through his overs really quickly. Very straight approach for a left arm spinner, none of that curving behind the umpire, and just 3 or 4 paces. And he gets back to his mark pretty quickly. He's in, bowls, and Stevens is forward, pushing back to the bowler. And there's no run. 163 for 4 it remains. 30 now the Kent lead. Baker in again, bowls, and Stevens advancing down the pitch. Pushes up to Libby at mid-off, wants a run, but sees that it's an unrealistic prospect as Libby comes in quite quickly to field. Last ball of the over. Baker around the wicket to Stevens, bowls, and Stevens is on the back foot, just I beg pardon, Leaning is on the back foot, just steering it away square on the offside, and he keeps the strike. It's the end of the over, and we have 7 overs left in the day. 164 for 4 the Kent total. They lead by 31. Stevens has 50 made off just 47 balls with 8 fours, and Jack Leaning 42 not out off 125 balls has played an equally significant innings in the context of this game. Really good effort by the ex-Yorkshire man, who's well, he's just kept going, hasn't he? It's one of those innings, Leaning. I can't remember one shot, I don't think, Ben. Honestly, I can't remember one particularly striking Jack Leaning shot, but he's still there, and he's played a highly, highly important innings in the context of this game.
Leach is bowling to him. Like you say, I'm just thinking back.
You can't, can you?
No, I really can't.
It sounds disrespectful, but it
Yeah.
isn't. It's just the fact that he's played one of those innings where he hasn't done anything particularly memorable. He hasn't been dropped, he hasn't offered any chance. There's been a couple of shouts of LBW. Had that one where he got pinned on the inside of the knee and he went down in a heap and had to be treated by the physio. But generally speaking, it's not been an innings that will live in the memory for anything other than its statistical significance, if you like.
He's only hit 3 boundaries. As Leach bowls to him, defends 127 balls for 42, and he's hit 3 boundaries. And one of those was that full toss from Oliveira that he
Just
managed.
caressed.
Just managed to squeeze it in the gap.
Yeah.
Which is unlike Leaning in the sense that at times this year in Kent's T20 success,
Flashing blade.
he's
Yeah.
absolutely walloped some overs around late on in innings and put together some big stands. Like you say, with Flashing Blade, that high backlift that he has. But instead in this match, as he does there, he's just bringing it down into a defensive shape and making sure the ball doesn't hit his stumps. Get it into a gap, get myself off strike. And I guess because he's been batting largely since Denley was out when the score was 22 for 3. He's been batting with Robinson, who's looked good out there and was flowing nicely and playing shots. And now Stevens, he almost doesn't need it to try.
No, he isn't. I'm not in any way detracting from his performance, not at all.
Leach bowls to him. Just gets squared up slightly as there's a bit of a hint of outside edge out towards point.
No, I mean, Leach played well for Worcestershire, Cox played well, and Robinson, Stevens and Leaning have played well. That's 5 batsmen out of 17, is it, that we've seen? 16 that we've seen?
Leach bowling to Leaning. Plays it away into the onside. Just had an email a moment ago from John saying a couple of things, saying this season Kent didn't manage a single win in the first part of the season. Since the break for the limited over games, they've been on fire. Certainly in T20 they did. And then getting the win against Leicestershire last week. Is it my impression that Kent have been a much better side in the latter part of the season over recent years? Yeah, sometimes they can be slow starters. Don't seem to like the cold weather at the start of the season. I don't think it's quite been as true as this season necessarily, as Leaning's played that defensively up towards mid-on. Admittedly, they did have, as Leach completes another maiden, 14 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 16. Admittedly, they did have a lot of injuries earlier on in the season, which hurt them, particularly in the games against Yorkshire and Lancashire here. They lost. But then the bit I've enjoyed mostly from John in Brenchley's email is also, is Darren Stevens the bionic man?
Well, the bionic man was held together. He was a sort of, he had lots of operations, didn't he? And lots of implants and things like that. I don't think Darren Stevens had anything like that. He just looked after himself, hasn't he?
We don't know. He could be machine underneath. Underneath that jumper, he could be all machine.
Blade runner. Blade batter. 164 for 4. Josh Baker is going to continue from the pavilion end. 6 overs left in the day. We might finish on time, If he gets through this one quickly. He's in. He bowls, and this worked away for a single by Stevens to mid-wicket.
Sometimes
65 for 4.
if you want a post-day interview with Darren Stevens, you have to wait a little bit, because there's the post-day massage.
Yeah.
If he needs to bowl the next day.
Yeah. Ice bath, probably. I wonder if he's into that kind of thing.
Yeah, I'm not sure
Choice, do they?
necessarily. I don't know.
Baker in, bowls to Leaning, who drives off the back foot, but diving stop by Haynes at short extra cover.
I do remember at one point I was after a certain player at the end of a day, and it was one of those grounds where I think it must have been an away game.
Baker bowls.
Because
blocked by Leaning.
I had to poke my head round the dressing room door and physically ask for someone. Right, there was no press officer to go help me out, and the individual I wanted just appeared around the door. I could just see him in the he's just in the ice bath.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, give yourself a couple of minutes, mate. Don't worry.
Baker in, bowls. This one's worked by Leaning on the onside for a single. At least he didn't say, come and get in and do it here.
Well, yeah, exactly. He
Yeah.
said, oh, do you want to do it? No. No, I don't.
166 for 4. Leaning goes to 43. I credited him with 50 a few minutes ago when the 50 partnership came up. He might just get there by the end of the day, but he's played really well. Stevens on strike now as Baker bowls. That one's a bit short. Stevens just gets inside it and flicks it away on the leg side for a single.
He's playing the situation well now, Stevens.
Yeah. Well, I think it's been a perfect innings. It really has. 167 for 4.
He's thinking, I want to be there
Meat
tomorrow.
and drink. Yeah, I want to be there tomorrow. Get another 100. Baker round the wicket to Leaning. Pushes this one through nicely. Well bowled. Leaning plays defensively out on the offside end of the over from Baker. So 5 left in the day. It will be around about 6. Might be a little bit later than that if Leach bowls 3 of them. So if Leach bowls 5, 3 and 1, it'll be, it might be a little bit later. 167 for 4. 1 man out since tea. Robinson caught behind by Ben Cox off Dylan Pennington for 50. But it's turning into quite a long, hard day for Worcestershire. Dismissed for 133 and trailing now by 34 runs already.
5 to go then. Leach has kept it so tight all day. Can he eke out a cheeky wicket before the close? Bowling to Stevens, who again is happy to just ride this and nudge it into the leg side for an easy single. And it's at that stage where, as a bowler, you run in and bowl a half decent delivery and it just gets nudged into the onside for 1, and it just grinds your gears a bit. Like,
yeah, well, they've earned the right, haven't they? They've earned the right, these two, I suppose you'd say. They've worked hard and they've earned the right now to just find batting a little bit more comfortable, you could say. However hard that might seem to Worcestershire, it's a hard game, professional cricket.
Leach bowling. Oh, short ball pulled away by Jack Leaning. And we'll get a boundary for that. Can't have been too many times today that Joe Leach has been hit for 4. But just tried the effort ball and it just kind of sat up really for Leaning to play the pull stroke. That ball's been in the crowd, so it'll get kicked around to the umpire before it gets doused in
crazy.
The vector of disease shall henceforth be wiped.
It is ridiculous. I was saying the other day on air, and one of my friends heard me and mentioned it to me when I saw him. I actually said, I'd like to see the stats on how many people have proved to have got COVID from touching a cricket ball.
0.
Cynical I may be, but it's been wiped with one of those wipes that the umpires have in their pockets, and now it's being wiped on Joe Leach's trousers.
Bowler gets it back and he has a moist ball that he's like, I don't want to bowl this. Bowling to leaning.
No ball.
Grunt of effort, the no ball.
I'm not going to finish at 6 now. Not with no balls being bowled.
Yeah, and the wiping of the ball that's just been in the crowd. And
just getting a bit, not ragged, but just a little bit tired, isn't it, from Worcestershire?
yeah.
You know, you felt they believed when they went out there, got those early wickets, and then when Robinson was out, they thought, yeah, we're going to do it now, we're going to get another couple and get back into it. But 77 now for this 5th wicket.
Leach bowls and
It's a
leaning
bit low, that
defence, and yeah, did keep a bit low because leaning's been so solid in defence, and because Stevens the way bats kind of, I'll repeat it, but the way he puts pressure back on the opposition, and that's a phrase that he uses, that his intent, he wants to go out there and show intent and score, and therefore it takes the pressure off him as a new batsman. He's not going to get bogged down, and that's just kind of sapped the morale a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just tired, concentration waning after a long day. As leaning defends once more into the extra cover region. I'm sure I'll have some happy Kent bowlers to chat to at the end of the day, and that will be on BBC Radio Kent in our sort of new style breakfast bulletins that we're chucking the sport in at past each morning. 6:30, 7:30, 8:30, 9:30, depending on what time of the morning you like to wake up.
It's always nicer doing the interviews when they've done well, isn't it?
Absolutely. Something to celebrate as Leach is pushed away by leaning. Normally I get a text around about this point in the day from the Kent press officer saying who we're going to chat to. I know you talk about Duncan Fernley bats earlier on. My dad messaged me saying that his dad, aka my granddad, had a Fernley bat he used for years, which Bob Warmer gave him.
Right.
Played with it in
Yeah.
one test match.
Right.
Said it was a quality piece of wood. This one's defended up towards mid-on. Yeah, I feel like whenever you play against a certain team and they have a batsman that's hits a couple of crisp boundaries, and it's like, oh yeah, that bat he's using used to be so and so's or whatever. there's always a story around, isn't there, like that?
Yeah. Yeah, I suppose there is really. I can remember a few times when that sort of thing happened. Sanitisation break, even though we've only got 4 overs left in the day. Kent 174 for 4, Darren Stevens 53 and Jack Leaning 47. He certainly, Duncan Fernley, made great bats at one time, and many of the top players, of course, used them, and certainly made a few for me that were very, very good pieces of wood indeed. And they lasted a long time in those days. We talked about that moisture content, and they got pressed hard, and if you sent them back into the factory over the winter for a bit of a refurb, they came out almost as good as new. And yeah, I was fortunate enough to have a couple of real crackers from the Fernley farm at one time. Duncan might well be listening and watching the stream. If he is, I hope you're well, Duncan. Very good wishes to you. 174 for 4. There was a time, of course, where every Worcestershire player used a Duncan Fernley bat. You simply did not use anything else if you played for Worcestershire. Those days have changed, of course, and now, like all the other counties, there's a fair smattering of different bats around. I think Notts still have a fair allegiance to the well-known Nottinghamshire bat maker. But generally speaking, you see a wide variety now. But as I say, my inside info tells me that you might see a lot of stickers, but there aren't really that many men that are actually making the bats. Baker bowls, and this one is worked away on the leg side by Stevens for a single down to backward square leg. 175 for 4. Stevens goes to 55, 54. The scoreboard's beaten me. So quick. And Leaning is on 47. He might get that 50 just before the close. He's earned it, I think. I really do. I think he's played very, very well. Baker bowls and he goes back and he gets his 48th run, steering this off the back foot through the covers. You know what? I think I might argue that he's played the best innings of the game, Jack Leaning.
Interesting.
Because I don't think the others would have been able to play the way they have had it not been for him being so calm. He's not given a chance. He's been in difficult circumstances. He's played really well, I think. Baker bowls this one. Hint of turn, I think, from that one. And Stevens on the back foot was going to force it, but didn't really time it. And it goes back to the bowler, who comes in now and bowls. And Stevens pushes out on the offside. I just saw Jack Haynes at extra cover bowl an imaginary ball.
Well, go on, Skip.
No.
Give us a go.
Under no circumstances. Baker in bowls. Good arm ball. Stevens gets in behind, pushes back to the bowler. Never seen Jack bowl, ever. ever.
Not even in the net.
Not even in the nets, I don't think. 176 for 4. Baker is in again, bowls, and forward comes Stevens. End of a very tidy over from Josh Baker, which he completed very quickly, raising my hopes that we might finish at 6, but I don't think we will. 3 overs left in the day. He's doing it again, Jack Haynes. He's doing it again. That's extraordinary.
Everyone thinks they could bowl at the nets.
No, Jack doesn't. 176 for 4. It's going to be Finch, actually, I think, who's going to have a little roll from the Nackington Road end. Yeah, Adam Finch coming back into the attack. He's had a tough day, Adam Finch, with the ball. 5 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 37, which in the context of this game is very expensive.
So what's the theory behind bringing him back on, do you reckon?
Don't know. Interesting one. As he bowls to Leaning from the Nackington Road end. He's in, he bowls, and it's a no ball, and it's cut away out to the man on the cover boundary, Darryl Mitchell, and they take a single. So
is there something about
no wicket for 40 now, Finch?
Thinking maybe we might get a full stroke out of a batsman who thinks, yeah, I've got on top of this guy so far.
Maybe, or maybe you know, that chance to bowl a tidy over or two because they're not likely to get after him. That might be the thinking. I don't know. Here's Finch then in again. Bowls to Stevens. Short. Stevens just tucks it round the corner for a single, and there's no run. There is a run, I beg your pardon. Tucks it round the corner for a single and there's no run, I said, sorry. I think I ought to concentrate a bit harder. There is a run. He gets, he goes up to 55, Darren Stevens. 180 for 4 then, Kent. And Finch from the Nackington Road end turns again and comes into bowl to Leaning. Bowls and Leaning is forward, pushing up to mid-off. This time there is no run. And Leaning stays on 49. I reckon he'll get that 50 just before the close. We've got 2 overs left after this, and he's earned it. He really has. Highly, highly professional performance from the Kent number 4. As Finch comes in from the Nackington Road end and bounces him, and he leans back inside that. Didn't move his feet, just kept his eyes on it and swayed back. Played it very well, and allowed it to go through to Ben Cox behind the stumps. Cox has been pretty tidy, made 41 not out, and has kept wicket fairly well. In his usual way, I heard you say earlier he's one of the tidy sort of well-respected glove men around the country, no question about that. Has very high standards. Took his 500th catch recently in the game against Sussex. Finch bowls and he moves across and takes that one outside the off stump. So 2 balls left in this over, and then I'll be shooting off to do last update for BBC Hereford and Worcester into the 6 o'clock news. If somebody's been listening to that all day and getting all the updates, they've heard a pretty sorry tale, I think, really, with odd little moments of hope at various points during the day. But generally speaking, since Worcester lost a wicket in the first innings, in the first over of the innings, it hasn't really gone that well. Finch bowls. This one is cut by Leeming, and that is the 50 that he has earned. A very, very good innings, and a round of applause for him as he goes to 50 off 147 balls, I think, and he's hit 5 fours, so only 5 fours, so fairly straight. 4 fours, in fact. 147 balls and 4 fours. That probably tells its own story, but a very good innings, very important innings from a Kent point of view. And 181 for 4. 2 overs left in the day now as Finch finishes that one with a short ball that Stevens leaves. And there we are. The lead is creeping up towards 50. It's 48 now, isn't it? And Stevens still there on 55, leaning on 50. Kent in relative control.
Thank you, Frank. You've called this pretty well. You said at one point that maybe end of the day we might see Kent having a lead of 50 runs, and by the time Baker gets through this over and we see one more, could well be that it's around about 50-55. Stevens has 55, leaning 50. In fact, my last few tweets on @BBC Kent Sport have been Jack Leading goes to 50, Darren Stevens goes to 50, Ollie Robinson got out, and then Ollie Robinson goes to 50. So this one's driven up towards mid-off. That just shows how in control of this latter stage of the day that Kent have been. And you just felt that at some point it would happen, that although Worcestershire did get early top order wickets in removing Crawley for 5, Cox for 1 and Denley for 9, at some point it's just leaning off the back foot, hits it straight to the fielder and looks into the sky as if to say, "How I hit the fielder there." You just felt at some point that this pitch was just going to flatten out, having been baked by the sun all day, and it was going to get easier to bat on, and Kent were going to be able to establish themselves in the game, having won a good toss. I wasn't sure if there was almost a nick behind there, but maybe flicked off a keeper's glove or something towards first slip. And Kent really well, if you'd have kind of put the formula in front of them for a good day, having won the toss and chose to field, what would be the kind of ideal situation? Okay, they probably wouldn't have said about the 3 wickets they lost, but to have a 50-run lead, to bowl a team out for 130, 180 odd for 4, about as close as you can get to ideal, really, from the home team's point of view. Stevens noticeably just in the last few overs has just cooled it down a touch, having come out and batted with a lot of intent originally. Baker bowling to him. Just plays a straight back towards the bowler. Baker really has rushed through that over. Crikey, Frank was talking earlier on about how quick Baker can get through an over. We've got one more left in the day. Tomorrow, Frank Watson will be back for BBC Hereford and Worcester. I'll be back, Ben Watts for BBC Radio Kent. We've got Alex Hode as well. Sport journalist. Olympics specialist, who he listen to Radio Kent a lot. I've been hearing him. He's been on breakfast show pretty much for the last month straight, talking Paralympics, talking Olympics. He used to cover cricket for local paper, now freelancer. And he's going to be joining us for a couple of days. He's been on the tannoy actually at times this season here at Canterbury. Leaning, facing up to Finch. Final over of the day, defends this first one into the covers. And like I mentioned earlier on, if you want to hear a bit of the reaction to the day's play on BBC Radio Kent, you can do so in our breakfast bulletins tomorrow morning. If you just want to listen to the sporty bits, just tune in on the half-past bulletins. One of the half-past bulletins, and you'll get the gist. Something to suit every person's time they like to wake up. Short ball from Finch, which leaning just bobs underneath. Get to this stage, no desire to really go out and play an attacking stroke. These two both want to be there tomorrow. Have a chance to build on the half centuries that they've put together, and I think that in a way explains why Ollie Robinson was a bit frustrated with himself when he got out. I think got 50. He batted through a difficult period and looked as good as he did. He might feel like he's missed out. The way that these two have batted, showing that there were runs to be had, and Kent managing to get control of the game as leaning drives square of the wicket out towards the sweeper on the offside. And I don't think that's necessarily because Kent have played that much better. I think the conditions have suited the fact that they won the toss and bowled first this morning and got the most out of the moisture in the wicket, and then as the day's gone on, it's got that little bit warmer and the pitch has got that little bit drier and flatter, as we suspected it might. Finch to Stevens, 3 balls to bowl, a little bit of a leading edge through point. So Stevens will get 1. And up towards D'Oliveira in the deep. 2 to go. The ground staff just poised to come and tidy up for the day. A few spectators just picking up their belongings and sneaking off to the car, try and get out of Canterbury, because everyone's going to get diverted around the A2 that's closed, avoid the traffic going through the villages. This one's left alone outside the off stump.
Tell me about it. I'm staying in a hotel on that closed part of the A2.
Oh yeah.
Took me about half an hour just to get from the A2 to find the hotel last night. I could see it, just couldn't get to it.
You had to get special.
Yeah, had to get special
access.
accompaniment from the high-vis dressed drivers from the workforce accompanying us along the closed part of the road to the hotel.
That's extraordinary, that is. I don't think I've ever had that before. Hotel that's been shut off because of the road closure. That's the last ball of the day from Finch to leaning. He's left it alone. And overall, that is a job pretty well done from the home team today.
51 ahead.
Pretty much bang on what you suggested they might be around about half an hour or so.
Seen a lot of cricket.
You say that was a very good shout from you, Frank. Stevens just maybe waving with his bat to someone in the crowd. He's going to walk off along with Jack leaning. Little bump of knuckles between the two of them, and they'll feel like they've done a pretty decent job in taking Kent through to the close, those two.
Yeah, absolutely. Really good. Good day for Kent. Very quickly through the day. Worcestershire put into bat, 133 all out. Never recovered after being 18 for 4, really, with Matt Milne sending back the first 4. Mitchell 4, Libby 2, Fell 3, D'Oliveira 1. Haynes then out for 8 to Nathan Gilchrist, and Barnard for a good 25. At 54 for 6, they were in desperate trouble. Good partnership for the 7th wicket of 65 between Cox and Leach, but Leach out for 38, Baker for 0, Pennington for 3, Finch for 2, Gilchrist finishing with 5 for 38, Milnes 4 for 35, Cox 41 not out, 133 all out in fewer than 40 overs, Worcestershire. And Kent, although they lost 3 quick wickets and were 22 for 3, with Pennington having taken 2 and Leach 1, the men out, Crawley 5, Cox 5 and Denley 9. Good partnership for the 4th wicket of 75 between Ollie Robinson and Jack Leaning, before Robinson became Pennington's 3rd victim, out for a very good 50, made off 62 balls with 8 fours. But since then, a really excellent unbroken partnership between Darren Stevens and Jack Leaning has taken Kent to a very, very strong position. They're 184 for 4. They lead by 51. Stevens is 56. Leaning is 52. And Kent end this day in a very, very strong position indeed.
Thanks very much, Frank. We will be back tomorrow, ready for day 2. So join us from 10:30 as you've done today via the BBC Sport app and the website, or via the various streams. And myself, Ben Watts, Frank Watson will be back with you for BBC Radio Kent, for BBC Hereford and Worcestershire in the morning.